Start. Camera. Action. Come on. Why are we again here today? We are going to revise the chapter number 1. By the way, what is chapter number 1? Chapter number 1 is quality control, right? Yeah, serious business, quality control. And in this chapter, two essays are covered. I mean, two standards are covered. You know what? Essay 220 is covered and SQC 1 is also covered. Now, can you guys say what is the difference between Essay 220 and SQC? Look into your book, Pulare. Difference between Essay 220 and SQC 1. See, Essay 220 means it is specific, so particular audit engagement. Whereas SQC 1 means it applies to the entire firm level. Now, SQC applies at a broader or narrower. SQC is broader or narrower. SQC is broader, meaning it applies to all audit, review. SA, SRE, SAE, SRS, meaning audit, review, assurance related services. Now you understand that more well. For audit, SA, review, SRE, assurance, SAE, SRS. For any engagement, SQC is applicable. Whereas 220 is applicable only for the audit. SQC 1 relates to quality control of entire firm. This is only of responsibility of particular audit. Which is continuation of which? Option 1, SQC continuation of 220. Option 2, a 220 continuation of SQC. Like from what it arises? SQC arises from 220, option 1. Option 2, 220 arises from SQC. Yes, 220. See this? On the basis of SQC 1, 220 is developed. Like 220 is in the firm level, the entire system. From that system, you implement for an audit. Are we clear with the first part? I mean, the difference between SQC and SA 220? And either way, what is the common thing here? Either SQC or SA 220, it is about quality control of whom? Audit. One particular engagement, another is audit firm. Now, to see these quality control, there are some mechanisms for quality control. Hey, what are the mechanisms for quality control? In fact, we started by saying this. I mean, class. 3 mechanisms. After this rest time, what are those 3 mechanisms, guys? 3 mechanisms. One is peer review. Peer review, whose mechanism? ICI. Now, second was what? Quality review. Whose mechanism? Through CA Act, central government has set up. Now we have NAFRA. Under section 132 of Companies Act. Now, who's the main hero here? Main hero, NAFRA. If a case is taken by NFRA, National Financial Reporting Authority, QRB or PRB won't see. But if needed, NAFRA can. Why it is going running? NAFRA may refer to QRB. So, and after the end of peer review is done mainly to see the technical ethical compliance systems. Who complies with TEP, technical ethical professional standards, and whose system? Practicing unit, CA firms. And after peer review is completed, and I showed you the list, PDF, etc. What will be issued? They will issue a they will issue a peer review certificate. Right, it will have expiry, like our driving license, etc. Quality review is mainly controlled by QRB, Quality Review Board. That board mainly makes recommendation, reviews, quality, and guide number. Last question. Will NAFRA oversee every CAs, every professionals? No. They will, they will oversee the quality of services of big companies and big body corporates. Okay, what are those big companies, body corporates? Like listed company, insurance company, bank, etc. Actually, lawyer in interview would have studied a list itself, but that list is not given in final material. So guys, recap. Mechanism for quality review in India. Other than SA 220 and SQC 1, peer review board will see, quality review board will see, NFRA. But if these board is going to see audit quality, you have to maintain dash. If they have to come and see, not that good. You have to maintain very good others documentation. So if you see in SA 230 and SQC 1, they emphasize the need for documentation. Okay, document should be maintained for at least how many years? At least. Very good. By slowness, 7. It should be assembled within, once audit is completed, within 60 days. Whose property? Auditor, client, or both? The property of auditor. But if he discloses to other than clients without his permission, guilty. I want clause. 1, 1, 2. Clause 1, part 1, second schedule. So guys, in this chapter, 2 things we have finished, which is we first said the difference. Okay, difference. Then we said mechanism. Now let's go to these 2 standards, 7 minutes each. So take rest for 1 minute, then say 220. Okay, you need rest. Landing. We are so determined that unless we reach the destination, we won't stop. Is that your New Year resolution, guys? So what is your destination? You didn't say that. In the destination, yeah, it is those 2 letters CA, right? CA. So all hopes and prayers to reach those destination with efficiency. Makla, efficiency. Efficiency means what? At the fastest rate. Allah. Okay. So let's start. Once you are okay, let me know. Let's start. $220. And we said the difference. So difference, I'm not going difference between 220 and SQC. We'll directly go to 220. And what is 220? 220 is quality control for an, meaning engagement level of FS. But the objective of 220 is to implement quality control at, you saw those words, engagement level that provides reasonable assurance that 2 things. Audit complies with legal, regulatory, professional standards, and report is appropriate. Makle nikki, wait, what will be the objective of SQC1? We'll finish off now. The objective of SQC1 is to implement quality control at firm level that provide, not auditor, reasonable assurance to the firm that audit and its partner and its personnel complies with the same thing. Not auditor's report, any report issued is appropriate. Micro level this, macro level. Didn't we compare it? Now there are three people. You forgot three people, Pillare, three people. Who are the characters in a CA firm? Engagement partner, meaning the person who acts and signs on behalf of the firm. Basically, it should be a CA with a COP partner. So what if a person other than CA with COP signs? Guilty. But ethics clause, please. It is 12.1.1. 12.1.1. Look at the chart. Now, after engagement partner, there is the people who do the audit, including the experts. You call them as team. And which expert comes in team? Is it SA 500 or SA 620 experts? Very good. SA 620, our expert. Then if it is a listed entity audit, you have a person who's called as the EQCR, Engagement Quality Control Reviewer. Now who will ultimately sign solely responsible? Engagement partner. But EQCR has to do the review. Then only partner shall sign. How many elements for quality control here? How many elements of quality control? 6. Do you remember the flow? I'm sitting in a firm. Wow. Audit comes. A person comes. A client comes for the audit. First step. Do I need this guy? Acceptance and continuation. But here you will see 4 things. Integrity of client. Whether your team has competence. Whether you can comply with ethical requirements and other significant matter. Accepted, good client. Now you will assign the team. The team should be CC. Team should be competent and capable. If team is not competent and capable, you remember my principal's dialogue? நீங்க பண்ற வேலைக்கு நான் தான் உன்னை சாப்பிட போறேன். But after that, what is the next one? Competence and capability. Come on. After that, ethical requirements. Come on. Can we proceed? Ethical requirements. Ethical requirements we have said we have dealt separately in class. You remember 5 ethical requirements. In ethical requirements, identify the threat. If there is threat, safeguard. If the safeguard has to be done, take appropriate action. If you can't, withdraw. You remember these points which we discussed in the ethical requirement. 5 ethical: integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional behavior, professional competence. Now, 4th one, ethical requirement is complied, team has gone. Leader. The leader has the ultimate responsibility to maintain quality control. He has to see the report, appraise team's concerns, etc. But a leader will do what? Leader will do what? He will do the monitoring. Meaning, system should be relevant, adequate, effective. What system? Quality control. The leader will monitor whose performance? Engagement performance, meaning team's performance. For that, proper direction, supervision, review should be there. Then EQCR should be appointed. Then proper documentation should be done. All those. So that was in a flow. First, client will be accepted. Once accepted, team will be assigned. Before going ethical requirement, leader will be the engagement partner. He will monitor the work of team. Are we clear with essay 220? Okay, this is just a recap. So guys, again take rest for some time and then say SQC. That's it. At times my mind goes and I tend to repeat. Then I remind, oh, it is revision, I should not repeat. Then I revision. So can we bash to SQC1? But already SQC1's objective I've said. But now you read SQC1's name, you will appreciate more. Now you have SRE, SAE, SRS, SA. Audit, review, assurance, related services. Now you read the name. Quality control. Good. Of firms, not client firms, that perform SA, audit, SRE, review, SAE, assurance, SRS, related. Meaning for every work it is applicable, we have already said. Okay, is SQC1 applicable for kuti firms, shorter firms in SQC? You remember one sentence we said applies irrespective of the constitution. Now, how this is different from the objective of essay 220? Firm and its personal report. Essay was engagement level. This is firm level. So, SQC, how many quality control elements? Same 6. But guys, what is the difference when you see essay 220 and SQC? Here, not an audit, not an engagement, not one work, firm level. So most of the sentence will start by saying firm should have policies and system. Firm should have policies and system. Again and again, repeat. So first point, as always, acceptance and continuation. But I'll discuss only the change from 220. All these are same point, integrity, competence, compliance. Now this is important. They might ask a separate question on this. How do you determine what of the client? Integrity. When a client comes, how do you determine the integrity? By seeing the reputation, what operations they are doing, narcotics, dirty business, attitude of the people, whether we are maintaining a low fees, whether there is an inappropriate limitation of work, money laundering, and why previous auditor was removed. Now mark that as important. They can ask. Or 4 marks, there is stuff. And first one over. Second, again same. But here, human resources should be competent, capable, etc. Now, this policy should include, you have heard in, I don't know, business studies, some subject. First, recruit. Once recruit, they should be given training. Once trained, compensation, career development, performance, suitable persons, etc. In essay, we said assignment of team. Here it is human resources. Why? Entire firm. And ethical requirements. Here, ethical requirements is not only one audit or one partner, it is entire people. All the things are same, only thing firm and the firm personal. Rest of the procedures are same. Independence, threat, safeguard, appropriate action if they can't withdraw. Here they're emphasizing one threat. Like same partner should not sign the engagement for more than dash years. 7 years. If it is a listed company. So which threat is being emphasized, Pillare? Familiarity should be rotated at least by 7 years, we said. So accepted, Pillare. Team is over. Ethical. Right, this much is clear. Can you say proceed, proceed, proceed? Leadership, leadership, leadership. Here, firm should have the internal culture. Oh, entire firm. Okay. The chief executive officer, the MD, managing partner, should be the person who has ultimate responsibility. High quality of work should be promoted. They should assume the responsibility. Monitoring. And a monitoring is almost the same. They should have proper design system. It should be appropriate, relevant. All those are same. Teams performance. Here, only one more thing they are emphasizing is you should maintain proper audit documentation. Engagement quality reviewer. Should it be necessarily a CA? It should be a CA, no, but need not be a partner. It can be even an external person. Look at those words. EQCR should be a qualified external person, such as staff employee, or can be of another firm, similar background, or he can be also partner. The qualified means he should be a CA. With that, chapter number 1 successfully in half an hour we have done. Are we clear with essay 220 and SQC 1? How was it? All well? So that's it. If well, say wow. Better. Okay. Chapter number 2. You know what is name of chapter number 2? But as we said, for your comfort zone and for solving question in ICA material, we are strictly going by order of ICA material. Okay. So chapter number 2 name. General auditing principles. Auditor's responsibility. See, when you hear the name itself, which series will come to your mind? General principles, auditor's responsibilities, basically 200 series. So 5 standards, 240 fraud, 250 non-compliance, 260 TCWG, 299 joint audit, 402 Bigile Mukyam. You know why? This standard has a correlation with another advanced standard, which is, along with it, add a 3 and an E. Wow! 3 and an E. SCE 3402. Pretty my idea, adding a 3 and an E. 3402. No. I'm just saying there is a correlation. Okay. So, actually, this is the most important thing. Can I take that first? Because towards the end of the session, law of diminishing marginal utility will come, right? So can I take that first? so that important thing we can finish. Let us skepticism. That's right. So first we will go for 402. I will go in the order of importance. First 402. Then we will go for 240, 250, 299, last 260. Okay. So after finishing 402, I will give you a break. 402 will take 20 minutes. Very important since it is correlated with 3402. And I want all to wake up and shine. Come on, sit straight. And ready tayo. Come on, give me ready message. Ready, 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 ready. Nan ready, ning ready. Come on, ready. Where is 402? Okay, 402. Let me first give you one example. Even though it is not class, it's only revision, but still let me give you one example. Then we will start from that. Okay, you are the auditor of, this is user entity. Okay, and this is service organization. Okay, for which entity auditor SA 402 will apply? Okay, come on, reply. For which entity auditor SA 402 will apply? SA 402 will apply for auditor of user entity auditor. Now SAE 3402. Makla, I'm taking 3402 partly. 3402 will apply for service organization auditor. Now user entity auditor. Okay, he or she has to give report on what? Okay, he or she has to give report on. Usual report on FSLA, report on FSLA, FS of user entity LA, usual one. Whereas service organization auditor has to give report on, come on, report on controls at controls at service organization. Now, controls means, is it historical or other than historical? Giving an assurance on controls means, is it historical or other than historical? Controls reporting means other than historical. If you are going to give report on other than historical, first session we said it is SAE. Now, yeah, very good. Now we are in SA 402. 402, you are thinking from the angle of which entity auditor? Service organization or user entity auditor? You are thinking from user entity auditor. Now what you will think? Which all services was outsourced? Because of these outsourced, what is the risk? If there is a risk, what are the procedures to be performed? This is the objective. Now, to identify and assess risk, risk from where? Arising from which entity? Risk arising from service organization. Shouldn't user entity auditor understand service organization control? Answer is yes. Now, very important, very carefully see. Pillare, I won't repeat. Oru tadave, nooru tadave. Come on, only once I will say. Service organization auditor will give two types of report. He can give either type 1. Supported, he can give either type 1 or type 2 report. Who can give? Service organization auditor. in type 1 or type 2 report, he is giving regarding what? He is giving regarding. Either report he is giving regarding the system, control objective, and controls. Either this report, type 1 or type 2, it is regarding system, control objective, control at service organization. Now, what is the difference? In type 1 report, service organization auditor will only say, Makla, I'm asking you type 1. Edakutta, I'm asking you type 1. He will only say, define and description. As on a specified period. As on a specified period. On this date, design and description. As on a specified period. Whereas type 2, whereas type 2, how you will also say, design you will say, description you will say, also operating effectiveness. If it is operating effectiveness, isn't it throughout the period? When a chartered accountant gives type 1, type 2, when an auditor gives this report, he has to follow the standard. For that only, India wants to know, is it 402 or 3402? When this type 1 and type 2 report is given regarding the controls at SO, which standard will apply? 3402. For whom this report is given? Type 1 report, type 2 report about controls, control objective, system of SO. For whom this report is given? User entity auditor. Maklai, wait. Service organization auditor will give to service organization. Service organization will give to user entity. User entity will pass to user entity auditor. User entity auditor, when reading this report, he will understand about risk in SO. Unless you guys reply with understood, put you, I won't continue. Maklai, let me see who all are sleeping. Those who don't reply, I will interpret as sleeping. This is the summary of 402, how it is interconnected with 3402. With this, can we start the revision of 402? Okay. Maklai, now ball is in your court. Standard, please. 402. Can you read the name? Audit consideration relating to an entity using service organization. Now here 4 concepts are there. Can you say 4 concepts? Okay, I will say, tell me the concept. I will explain. The entity who outsources services is called as user entity. The person who audits that entity, user entity auditor. The entity who does the processing, service organization. The person who audits the service organization auditor. Now, for your clarity, for him 402, for him 3402. I didn't write SAE. Now you guys are thinking from whose angle? User entity auditor's angle. Now, as an auditor of user entity, what he or she has to do? What is the objective? Which all services was outsourced? What is the risk? What should I do? Come on, first to obtain understanding of nature and nature and significance of services provided by SO. Now, identify and assess ROMM. If there is a risk, design audit procedure to respond. Some other essay came to your mind? This is 315. This is 330. But here, risk because of outsourced activity. Makle, till now all clear? Can we proceed? So we said first about the concept. 4 people, 4 terms: user entity auditor, service organization auditor, then objective. There can be, can there be more than one service organization? Answer is yes. Can there be sub-service organization? Answer is that is also possible. You call it as SSO, sub-service organization. Meaning is user entity gave to SO. SO has like houses are sublet. They will outsource to sub to another organization. But are very important. So I'm making you repeat for the second time. Kindly reply. Now you will reply, I will mute. How many types of report pillare? Report by service organization. Yeah. Type 1, type 2. Now, but common words are there in both. Control, control objective, system. Same, control, control objective, system. Now, word change. How? Design and description. Design and description. Usually design and description as on a specified date. Now, service organization auditor will give a reasonable assurance on above. When he gives a reasonable assurance, 3402 will come. This is type 1. This is type 1. Now, type 2, what is extra fitting? Control, control objective, system. Now, design, description, and operating effectiveness. If operating effectiveness comes, it should be throughout the period. Now, auditor will give the service organization auditor will give the reasonable assurance on above. If operating effectiveness has to be seen, can you say logically which procedure auditor has to perform? Control. Very good. Test of control he has to perform. Makle, I won't repeat this when we are recapping chapter 10 on chapter 11 on SAE. Are we clear, pakka clear with type 1 and type 2 report? And a common things is control, control objective, system. Now difference is operating effectiveness. One more difference is throughout the period. Plus one more difference is POCs also. Okay. And can we go to the last part? Within 5 minutes, break. Whose angle you are thinking all these things? Flow gone. Makle, whose angle? You are thinking from the angle of user entity auditor. Okay. Now, as an user entity auditor, what you guys will do? Makla, as an user entity auditor, first thing, what you will do? First, at the requirements of SA 402, you will obtain an understanding. Oh, what all services have been outsourced, its nature, its significance. You will understand materiality. There can be SLA, service level agreement between user entity and service organization. Now, in case unable to obtain understanding, then you will visit service organization, contact service organization, using the work of another, all those. Now you will use the type 1 and, Makla, come on, type 1 and type 2 report. From type 1 and type 2 report, you will get the risk, you will respond to risk. Now to check the control at SO, you will perform TOC. From TOC, you identify control weakness if you suspect fraud or non-compliance. You will see the deviation. Finally, you will report. Makle, report where? User entity audit report. 7 points in the flow. First, user entity auditor obtained an understanding which all services outsourced. If unable to obtain understanding, he can visit contact SO. He will obtain type 1, type 2 report. After obtaining, he obtained understanding, risk, try to respond, perform TOC, from TOC deviations. Now he will think whether suspicion, fraud, non-compliance, then report. While reporting, can you refer name of SO auditor in your report? And answer is no. However, if it is modified opinion, you can or you should state his name with his consent. Can you repeat back? Modified or unmodified? When you have to state his name? If unmodified, no issue. Why are you stating his name? Leave it. If the opinion is modified for clarity purpose, you will state his name, but with his consent. Because he is also held liable. Before you use his name, before you use his name, you will ask his consent, if modified opinion. തെറ്റാണോ SA 402? Makla, very, very, very important, mainly because 402 has a connection with 3402. So with it, thank you for your support. And with this, we have completed this one, 402. After the short break, okay, we will go for either way, it's fine. 240, 250, 299, 260. Right? Maklai, support இல்லை. Won't you guys support பண்ண மாட்டீங்களா? Come on. Each of the standards will take 20 minutes here. Let's finish off so that next session, after this session, next session, we will go with professional ethics. 2 sessions is exclusively for professional ethics. If time permits, you can go for professional ethics. Illa, if you don't have the time, it's fine. We will revise in the class. But professional ethics, each clause, each point I can't touch. I will go summary wise. 20 hours professional ethics usually. Okay. Eda, Go for the break and come back double strong. 7 minutes breaker. Only 5 minutes. Since you guys supported 7 minutes. 7th minute, come back. Guys, have you reached back? Can we start? Pillare, come on, come on, come on. Can we start? What's this? Come on, I want ready, 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 ready. After the break, double strong.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. So can we start with essay? We have 240, 250, 299, 260. 4 essays. Can we start? Ada, 240 is one of the essay which you have been studying from inter in detail. So nothing more. Very easy essay. Come on your mark. Get set. Ego. Come on, start. 240. Ada, when you hear 240, already we have linked once more for the last time. What else will come to your mind? 240 is fraud. When you hear fraud, 143, 12 to 15, company audit. Ada, 143, 12 is reporting to whom? Reporting to central government. Now, next one, CARO, clause number 11. That is reporting to whom? CARO is reporting to the CARO user. Company audit vannal. Whenever company audit CARO comes, say specifically shareholder. SAIL user, company audit is shareholders, members. Then SA 240 is very general. Okay. There is a topic or a chapter called as investigation. In that also there is fraud. Okay. Then in that there is something called as forensic. Come on. There is a topic called as forensic accounting. Earlier it was forensic audit. Now you call it as forensic accounting. Don't use the word forensic audit. Now forensic accounting, Rahul. Forensic accounting. What is the difference between forensic accounting and investigation? For a case to be forensic accounting, there should be a legal proceeding or litigation. So SA 240 has link with all these topics. Did you understand all these four? 143.12, you know, reporting to central government. CARO, you know, shareholders. Investigation with general fraud. Like cash receipts, cash payments, stock, supplier ledger, customer ledger, data frauds, payroll frauds. I'm telling the topics from investigation chapter. Now, how forensic accounting different from investigation? For forensic accounting, there should be a litigation case proceedings. Forensic accounting, 6 steps are there. Last step, it ends with, you know what? Forensic accounting ends with, very good, court proceedings. Legal proceedings, you are right. Establish the fact in court. Makla, don't sleep. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Wake up and shine. Now we are going to start with essay 240. Can you support 240? Name please. Auditors. 200 series pullare. Auditors responsibility relating to fraud in an audit of FS. And as an auditor, we are concerned with material frauds. Now, what is our objective, Makla? Objective. Can you say our objective? First, identify and assess risk due to fraud. Because of fraud, is there any risk? If there is a risk, obtain audit evidence regarding material misstatement due to fraud by designing audit procedure. If there is a risk, you will respond to identified or suspected fraud. I will repeat in 3 languages. Wait, that flow കിട്ടാനാ. ഫ്രോഡ് കാരണം എന്തെങ്കിലും റോമോ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് തോന്നിയാൽ പ്രൊസീജിയർ ചെയ്ത് എവിഡൻസ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യും. എവിഡൻസിന് സ്ഥിരീകരിച്ചാൽ പ്രതികരിക്കും. ஃப்ராட் இருக்கான்னு பார்ப்பீங்க, ரிஸ்க் இருந்தா ப்ரொசீஜர்ல எவிடன்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணுவீங்க. எவிடன்ஸ்ல இருந்து ப்ரூவ் ஆச்சுன்னா யூ வில் ரெஸ்பாண்ட். தட்ஸ் இட் இங்கிலீஷ். கம் ஆன், ஐடென்டிஃபை, எவிடன்ஸ், ரெஸ்பாண்ட். This is my objective. Bigile mukyam. Objective is very important. That's why I repeated for linking purpose. At various places we link essay 240. You have to write in one para objective. Makla, can we proceed? There are fraud risk factors. How many fraud risk factors are there? Why slow in replying? Come on, fast. 3 factors are there. What are those 3 factors? Pressure. Or you call it as incentive. Second, perceived opportunity. Third, you are rationalizing, justifying. Rationalization. It's your attitude, Pillare. And if I show you 5 examples, can you say whether it is POR, pressure, opportunity, rationalization? 6 examples are there. Come on, start. High degree of competition. Very good. Pressure. Low morale. Morale means more of your character side. Character means it's always your attitude. So attitude means rationalization. Known history of violation against the entity. All are doing, I will also do. No. Eda, if all are doing, why should you also do? It shows your character. Makla, it's not opportunity. Eda, it depends on your attitude. If everyone is doing, is it mandatory that you should also do? No, it's your attitude. Complex transaction. Easily you can do. No one will detect Jitin. No one will find out. Very complex. Opportunity. Significant decline in customer demand. Pressure. This can come in 2 angles. New accounting and regulatory requirements. Wait. When a new law comes, you are under more of pressure to comply or more of opportunity to violate. Which is more? It is more of pressure, no? Why you always think like so much of fraudsters? It is more of pressure. Second, only opportunity. If you think like that, everything will be opportunity. Yeah. Prima facie, which angle is more? Choose that. Are we clear with the example? It's just a sampler. Okay, so first we said about objective, now about the fraud risk factor. There are two types of fraud. How many types of fraud did we say? Two. What are those two types of fraud? Fraudulent, FFR. Fraudulent financial reporting. One more type is there. MOA. Can I write like that? Misappropriation of asset. But instead of me explaining, I will show you some example. You say whether it is FFR or MA. Okay, F or M you can type. Stealing of physical asset or intellectual properties. An asset is going. So misappropriation. Adjusting assumption, changing judgments. That is book adjustment. So FFR. Introduction of fictitious vendors and payment. Makla, I wrote and payment. Makla, and payment. Pulare, payment is going. Digu, Helena, payment is going. Payment means cash. Misappropriation. Payment to fictitious employee. Makla, cash is going. Misappropriation. Omitting, advancing, delaying recognition. FFR. It are very simple. If it is adjustment only in books of accounts, book entry, FFR. Physically asset പോവാണെങ്കിൽ, if some asset is physically going, then only misappropriation, even cash. Baby, calm down, calm down, calm down. 1 minute, take rest and say proceed. Two more part is there. With that, 240 is done, done, done. After 1 minute, sharp 1 minute, take rest, but don't sleep. Say proceed. Objective over, fraud risk factors over, types. Now, next heading, 30 seconds is there. Indicators of fraud. Indicators, or you call it as possibilities of fraud. Possibility, chances. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. What are possibilities of, possibilities of fraud? There are, what to say, indicators. 4 possibility. When you see this, this is fraud. What was it? First one, discrepancies. Discrepancies means difference. Discrepancies in accounting records. What else? Why always I'm saying everything? Now, missing or conflicting evidence. Audit evidence. Problematic relationship between auditor and, but I can't write fully, auditor and management and others. Makla, others frequent changes in accounting policies, accounting estimates, all those. Violation of code of ethics, very good. So, Blare, did you understand this much? Objective, fraud risk factors, types, indicators. Now coming to the at a primary responsibility of fraud rest with the management. Okay, I'm not writing, I will say. Auditor cannot detect all the frauds because of inherent limitations of audit as per SA 200. Which is more graver, management fraud or employee fraud? Risk of not detecting misstatement due to management fraud is higher. Fraud or error, which is more risky, not detecting fraud. Why? Because it is done with an act of concealment. But all these things I'm not writing. Huh? Okay. Yeah, because it is done with an collusion, all those. So can we go to the last one? Auditor's responsibility or procedure. Okay. Auditor procedures. Come on, climax here. Auditor shall maintain professional. To find out fraud, you have to be alert. You have to maintain professional skepticism. Professional skepticism. Now root goes to essay. 200. Now you will discuss with your, now you will advise your articles, engagement team regarding the susceptible areas. A team, these are the areas where susceptible, meaning vulnerable areas. This word susceptibility, somewhere else we hear in auditing. Very good. I said 200 and 315. 315 inherent risk. Even 540. Now, you applied professional skepticism. Skepticism you discuss with your team. Now, you will perform to identify and assess. Ramam, you will perform your risk assessment procedure. Once you have performed your risk assessment procedure, you will discuss with the management. Discuss with management. Mainly you are going to do the inquiry. Inquiry with management, inquiry with the employees. Then you will communicate with the TCWG. What? Significant matter. 260. Now, after that, what you will do? You will evaluate other information. Other information. Essay. You remember that phrase? To identify fraud. To find out any material. That word, material. Very good. Material inconsistencies. Now you will perform comparison to obtain relevant and reliable evidence. Analytical procedure. Analytical procedure. Essay. 520. Now you will obtain, since you suspect fraud, you will go for more external evidence, external confirmation. Essay 505. But if you go back and see 505, we have linked 240. Now you will analyze the journal entries to see whether there is a fraud. Basic entries. Now if you think unable to continue the engagement, ta-ta, bye-bye, you will withdraw. Okay, yesterday means last session, session 3, didn't we say withdraw? In that, did we link it to 40? If unable to continue the engagement, auditor shall withdraw from the engagement after communicating with management, TCWG, and determining legal requirements. Sixth point is evaluate other information to find out material inconsistencies. പിള്ളേരെ with that essay, with that essay, 240 is over. Okay, calm down time. After calm down, say 250. 250. Add 250k. Standalone, it is important. Other than that, there is another important. 250 has a link with your professional ethics. Nocler. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to take Nocler now. We will just go with 250 only. So 2 minutes. Baby, calm down. After that, we'll go with 250. So yes. Pulare, let me ask you something outside auditing. എന്താ പറയാ, what do you mean? ഇങ്ങനെ ചോദിക്കാം. Is there time when you guys are so desperate with respect to your studies? Yes, no? There should be, right? What you guys do? No, I'm asking your opinion frankly. And then, at that time, what you guys will do? Go and sleep? What you will do then? Eat? Wow. Sleep, break, eat, music, pray, walk. Whatever you do something that will give you some positive energy. There are a lot of instances where even എന്താ പറയാ, okay, at this point of time, I don't have issues with respect to studies, but other than that, there are a lot of cases where we also have issues, you know, right? Life has full of issues only at times. But there are a lot of cases, whenever we have an issue, we will concentrate only on issues. But at the same time, there are a lot of positive things which is happening. Are you, or will we think about the positive things, Farah? Whenever we are stuck in something, we will think only about, yo, we are forgetting, yo, we are not studying, yo. We will think only about yo. But the other angle, we are blessed with so much of other things. You will be strong in so much of other things. You have so much of other blessings. At least take, right? It's very easy to say, but at some point of time, I do this keto, but with lot of strain I do. There are instances when I had few issues, I mean personal issues only. So I was very down. There were small things, small, everyone has issues and small things. So what I used to do is, but we will be stuck in that, you call that what, vicinity, like always our mind will go only to the negative, but with so much of effort, yeah, in that loop. But with so much of effort, even I used to always, I will be with my mobile only. So in the mobile, that note, it will pop up. Or I used to put that sticky note in my table where I used to sit, positive, so that our mind will think about some positive side. At least, Pillare, today, or just for my sake, and at least once for my sake, because I'm saying this much, I'm screaming, no? So for my sake, whenever you are down, okay, just for 1 minute, with your conscious effort, you have to take strain. Think about something which positive has happened. You guys have, I'm 101% sure, more than your negative, you guys will have positive. More than negative things has happened in your life, there will be more positive things which is happening. Can you take that 1 minute or 5 minutes off? Don't use mobile at that time and think about positive. But you should, you should use your mind. You should null effort venam. You should put more effort. Then only your mind will go there. Conscious effort venam. Yeah. Otherwise, positive again and again, your mind will go only to the negative. Your mind is so in the brain. It's like a small kid, it will go only to the negative. But with so much of conscious effort, I'm sure that it will go to the positive. Once it will go to the positive, ഞാനത് അനുഭവിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് കേട്ടോ. I don't know how to say in English, but still I'll say, I have gone through that happiness, you know, so much of negative and we are stuck. Once we go to that positive, it will bring a happiness. A happiness വരുമ്പഴേ it's so ഇതൊരു തണുപ്പാ. It's like really a fresh. Yeah, it's a huge relief. But whenever you guys are stuck, try to do this. Even if one of the small thing, Madi, it will be a very small thing. Maybe it's a small help you have done to others. Maybe it is a birthday celebration which your friends have done. Maybe whatever it is, but something which is positive, which brings you happiness. And when you come back to studies, your mind will be little bit relaxed. Kato, did you hear what I said? Sleeping, eating, using mobile, all these is good only, but I don't know whether it will give you so much of relief like this. Okay, sleeping, eating, everything is good only, but will it give you relief? How? I don't know. Yeah, when I used to study, I used to sit with my dog in my intermediate and final. I had a pug. With that, I used to sit. Okay, guys, 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, I want you to say 250. I say 250. Are you all boys, girls? NOCLER means non-compliance of laws and regulation. Can I reserve it for the professional ethics? As I've said, I will go in strictly, I say material order. So, yeah. Let a countdown. Only 3 more essay. 250, 260, 299. And a 1 word, 1 answer. Will you support me or not? Yes, no, Bara. Will you support or not? Then only I will start. Yes. Sure? Okay, bah. 250. And 250 has one link with, I was saying 2 to 3 times. No, clear. Full form. Non-compliance of laws and regulations. No clear is there in professional ethics. Huh? Now, what is essay 250 name, Pillare? Name of essay 250 is Considerations of Law and Regulations in an Audit of FS. Considerations of Laws and Regulations in an Audit of FS. Okay. And as an auditor, are we concerned with compliance or are we concerned with non-compliance? Primary responsibility is management. We are concerned with what? Non-compliance. So what is non-compliance? I mean the definition. What is NCS non-compliance? Can you try to say the definition? Non-compliance is an act of omission. Your omission, omitted, or commission, it happened. by the entity, by the company, which is intentional or unintentional, which is contrary to, contrary means against prevailing law. It has same definition is there in NOCLR for non-compliance. Now, does this non-compliance include act done by officers and employees on behalf of the company? Makle managing director entered into contract and it has a non-compliance. And because of this, there is a huge penalty. Answer is yes. Why? Because it is on behalf of the company. Does this non-compliance include personal misconduct? Personal misconduct means it's not on behalf of the company. So the answer is no, no, no. So, who has the primary responsibility of laws and regulations compliance? Primary responsibility? Management. In a flow, can you say about management responsibility? Flow is a management responsibility. First, they have to ascertain the law, which all law is applicable. Now, to comply that, design control. Makla, it's a flow, which all law applicable, design control. As a part of control, they have to maintain the registers. Now, they have maintained the registers. Now, for complying, develop the code of conduct. Now, this code of conduct, staff should be given training. Now, training is given, whether it is complied, experts should be engaged. Legal experts. And once they have asked this for 4 marks, and either are the responsibility of whose responsibility? Responsibility of management, not auditor, management. So, guys, as an auditor, we are going to give, and I hope all of you are present here. Come on, we are giving only a reasonable assurance. Non-compliance is easy or difficult to detect? Difficult. And why it is difficult to detect? Why? Because of ILA. Inherent limitations of audit. Not only that, there are many laws. Now it is done with an act of concealment. Now whether it is compliance or non-compliance, it is a final decision of court of law. Auditor cannot decide. Makle, pause for half minute. Are we all clear till here? First we said what is non-compliance. Then we said management responsibility. Now we concluded by saying auditor's responsibility. Makla, unless you say clear, see, pogula, pogamaten, I won't go. Well, you should have all the fun. I will also have fun. Makla, 5th chapter, work in progress. Management responsibility, the second point is internal control. Anju. The flow agutta. What all are the law? To comply control, they will design. As a part of control, they will maintain register. Then they will design the code of conduct. To comply that, training will be given and legal expert will monitor. Anju, internal control. Ada, my objective here. Oh. As an auditor, what are you supposed to do? Makle, auditor's objective to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence regarding whether laws and regulations are complied obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence whether laws and regulations are complied. Now, as an auditor, uh, we have to check the non-compliance which affect FS. There are certain non-compliance which affect FS directly. Certain non-compliance will affect FS indirectly. Can you give me example of one non-compliance which will affect indirectly? Child labor. Very good. Child labor. Environmental laws. Very good. Economic law. Yeah. GSTIN is not there. Directly example, please. TDS is not remitted. TDS is not deducted. GST is not collected. Non-payment of income tax. How many example? EPF. Wow. Statutory dues. Which clause of CARO? Ayyo. Statutory dues, Pullare. When you said about all these things, I thought about CARO. Very good. Clause number 7. Now, if it is affecting directly, there is an effect which affects financial directly. What you will do? You will perform APA, additional audit procedure, evaluate its materiality, then analyze its impact on your opinion. Whenever impact on opinion comes 705. Now, if it is affecting indirectly, will you sit and perform entire procedure? You will do specified procedure. Specified procedure means like, what to say? Like inquiry, inspection. Only two, inquiry and inspection. Then you will analyze its impact. And because of non-compliance, there are 3 reporting instances. First, you will report to management PCWG, communicate. Then you will report to the users. Then you will report to legal and enforcement authorities. If you can't do, you can even withdraw. Kettingla, did you hear? But if we say one more thing, we can wind up essay 250. I won't write it, I will just discuss it. എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിക്കൂ guys, ask me what it is. Indicators of non-compliance. Indicators, Pillare, indicators. And I don't want to write. Can we discuss few indicators of non-compliance? Adverse media comments. Very good. Pinna? Investigation by regulatory authorities. Inspection by regulatory authorities. Transactions without proper documentation. Unauthorized transaction. Legal fees, excessive legal fees, transaction with entities in tax haven, transactions with related parties, unusual transactions, commissions, brokerage, fines, penalties, purchasing above market price, no documents, all those. Information system phase, very good. With that, done. Okay, many of these concepts will be repeated in Noklar. That will be easy. Yes. That essay 250. Okay, so take rest for 2 minutes. Only two more standards, Pillare. What are those two standards, you know? We completed 402. We completed 240, 250. Only 260 and 299. We'll go to 299, then come back to 260. Yes, Rahul. Yeah. Okay. So 2 minutes rest. Okay, if any one of you does the thing which I say, keto, mate positive, and if you guys benefit from that, please let me know. Just WhatsApp me, keto. At least even one, I would be happy. Indirectly affecting FS. You will do specified procedures, Sarah, like enquiry, inspection. You won't sit and do all the procedure. Why? It does not have a direct impact in FS. Eda, go back to gauges. Please. Can we go to next standard? Essay. Makla, I'm just talking other stuff so that you guys won't sleep. It's not that nothing else, Kato. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. And I want to go to essay 299. Is that okay? We need dub. After that, after this essay. And essay 299. Then essay 260. 299. Both the essays are very simple, 299 and 260. One minute. Okay, start. On your mark, get set, go. 299. Name, please. Joint audit of FS. There is one clause of professional ethics which says about joint audit. You remember which clause of professional ethics says about joint audit? You can certify the financial if it is verified by a joint auditor. And I'm waiting for others to say the answer. At ethics, we should be able to score, if it is asked for approximately 20 marks, we should be able to score 16 to 18. Keto? And our target is like that. If it is approximately 20 marks ethics, our target is 16 to 18, you should be able to score. Okay. So it is 212, clause 2, part 1, second schedule. Okay. Now, so we will go in Q&A form. Question answer. Joint audit means, okay. Joint audit means, as you guys know, more than one auditor is appointed, more than one auditor. Is it requirement of law or decision of client or both? Makle, it is either requirement of law or decision of client. Meaning, there are a lot of cases where insurance company, bank, RBI, in case of nationalized or bank, etc., they have said more than one auditor. In case of SBI, practically you have 13 or 14 auditors. So it is requirement of law. At times, company will appoint. Like in ICA, you have two auditors. It's appointed by ICA. So it is either requirement of law or it is decision of shareholders. Company audit, no need to link. Section is gone now. 139. Venda. Why? What? Okay. And when more than one auditor is appointed, will they be given separate engagement letter or common engagement letter? And mind you, it is only one client, one engagement, one precondition. So they will be given a common ELS engagement letter, but of course different copy. Now, MRLS management representation letter. Management representation means management clarifying the responsibility. Separate management representation or common management representation? Only one management, so again common. Who will establish audit strategy? Strategy means what to do. Who will establish audit strategy? Joint auditors jointly will establish what to do. Who will plan the audit? Strategy is what to do. Planning is how to do. Planning who will do? Planning is how to do. Engagement partner plus key engagement team of each joint auditor will plan. Strategy is what to do, other joint auditors. Planning is how to do, teamum principle. Don't write principal, engagement partner. EP is engagement partner, ET is engagement team. How work will be allocated? Is it by company? No, it is by mutual discussion based on area, FS, period, and they will prepare. Something has to be prepared. Work allocation document. Work allocation document. Now, who will assess the risk? For their allocated area, avaravakku kodutha area. Come on, allocated area. They will assess the risk individually. In respect of unallocated area, come on, unallocated area, they will assess the risk jointly and severally. The entire essay is on a concept. I will repeat in Malayalam and Tamil if possible. അവരവർക്ക് കൊടുത്ത ഏരിയ അവരവർ റെസ്പോൺസിബിൾ. ഡിവൈഡ് ചെയ്യാത്ത ഏരിയയിൽ എല്ലാരും ലയബിളാ. அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்த ஏரியா அவங்க தான் லயபிள். டிவைட் பண்ணாம இருக்க ஏரியால எல்லாருமே லைபிள். ரெஸ்பெக்ட் ஆஃப் அலோகேட்டட் ஏரியா இண்டிவிஜுவலி, அன்அலோகேட்டட் ஏரியா ஜாயிண்ட்லி அண்ட் செவரலி ரெஸ்பான்சிபிள். மக்களே டோன்ட் ஸ்மைல், ഞാൻ കറക്റ്റാ പറഞ്ഞ. Did you understand these things? After this, can we go to the objective? Objective 4 points are there. What are the 4 points? First one, this essay, it establishes more than one auditor. 5 auditors are there. For example, how to conduct the audit. It states about the principles to be followed. Why no one is replying? Come on. Come on, principles to be followed by the auditors. Reply, no, others. Now, next one. What is the uniform? Uniform approach to be followed. Who will do what? Scope, area, coverage. Now, 200 series, basically responsibility. And this is the sentence which I said 3 times. Certain area, they are dash responsible, pillare. Certain area, what responsible? Individually. Individually means in respect of which area? Allocated area. Including nature, timing, and 3 words. Say, for example, P&L account is assigned for one particular auditor. He or she has to decide what procedure to do in that area, including nature, timing, and extent of audit procedure. Now, this is individually responsible. Now, certain area jointly and severally responsible. Makla, I can write. I will say. Can you say few areas in which jointly and severally liable? Unallocated, undivided area. In that area, nature, timing, and extent of audit procedure. Matters brought to notice of other auditors. Whether FS complies with AFRF, FS complies with law, audit report form. See how audit report should be given, FS compliance with the law. You can't divide it. I have a doubt. Ask me what? No. There is a huge issue. This work allocation is not documented. Work is divided, but it is not documented. What will happen in the bottom? Come on, say. Dispute will come. Conflict will come. And that I understood. So what is the ultimate responsibility I'm asking? Very good. Then we will be held jointly and severally liable. That was one of the exam question. Dispute, conflict will arise. But ultimately, everyone will be responsible. Don't write everyone jointly and severally. If all okay till here, can you say proceed? Only one more part. With that, done. Essay 299. Don't sleep. Come on, wake up and shine. Reporting. How many report will be given if agreement? Joint auditors, there is an agreement. They will give one report, but don't say one. They will give common report signed by one or all. Signed by all. In case of disagreement, will they be bounded by majority? Answer is no. They will give separate report with what para? Other matter para. Other matter para is say 7 not. Can a joint auditor rely on the work of other joint auditors? Yes. And that's why PE clause 2, part 1, second schedule came 212. Can a joint auditor review the work of another joint auditor? No. Ego clash. Psychological problem. Answer is no. You can rely, but you cannot review. How was it? Are we clear? So with that, again, rest time. After rest, we will continue. Ma'am, one doubt. If there are 3 joint auditors, 2 of them agree on one matter, 1 did not. Will they give 3 report or 2 report? Can you reply? It are 3, let 2 are agreeing, 1 is disagreeing. So 2 will give 1 and another will give another. So So 2 minutes off with that last essay, 260. So that's the last essay in chapter number 2. Let's finish off 260. Okay. Where is 260? Ah. 1 second. Ah. And at 260, somewhere else we have heard, like previously. Where we have heard essay 260? Very good. Superb. And I appreciate him. No. We have heard in essay 701. A key audit matters are selected from TCWG matters. Most significant matters are selected from significant matters. Very good. Okay. Now, 260 is communicating with those charged with governance. And in class, I used to say one in the Priya, this is auditor. Okay. This is company. This is Uparwala, who sit on top of the company. First auditor will communicate with the TCWG, his responsibility, scope, timing. They will give to the auditor information. From the information, significant matter. And it will continue. Achacho, Keto, did you hear that? So the objective of this essay, come on, to communicate with TCWG. What? First, auditor will say, auditor's responsibility, audits, planned, scope and timing. Then will obtain from TCWG, information relevant to audit. Obtain from TCWG info relevant to audit. Now, from the relevant information to provide to TCWG, what matters? Significant matter. From significant only, most significant in CAM. 701 we select. Now, it is a two-way communication between auditor and TCWG. There is a phrase, constructive relationship between auditor and TCWG. Are we clear with the objective? And now I want you to reply these these 4 things. 4. Does this essay require you to communicate with management or owners? Does essay 260 require you to communicate with management or owners? Answer is no, unless they are part of TCWG. In kuti entities, small entities, management, owners are also TCWG. Everything is done by a group of people. So in such entities, yes. So generally speaking, answer is no, unless they are also part of TCWG. Is this essay general or specific communication? See, any significant matter. Sarah, any significant matter. So general. Specific communication is essay 265. 265 we will learn with next chapter. Chapter 3, 4. Internal control deficiencies. Does this essay apply for small entity audit? Kutti entity, CCC, small entity, our Puttu Limited. Answer is, irrespective of size or form of the entity, this essay will apply. Once you have communicated with TCWG, does it relieve responsibility of TCWG? Answer is no. They will be held responsible. TCWG have responsibility regarding two things: overall accountability and strategic decision making. I forgot to ask you something. These wordings, somewhere else you state in your audit report, we have communicated with TCWG auditors responsibility. Audit report, under some heading, you will state these things to the users. Under which heading out of 1 to 13? Very good. Under 8th content, auditor's responsibility. Very good, boys, girls. 8th content, auditor's responsibility. Okay. If someone says something, simply appreciate. It will bring happiness to them. Okay. And if this much is clear, I will just take 5 more minutes. Can you say proceed? At a listed entity audit, you have to communicate few more things. Listed entity means public interest is affected. So you have to communicate that you have complied with the ethical requirement. You are maintaining independence. There is no threat. If so, you have safeguarded. This communication is mainly for which entity audit? Listed entity. If you are doing audit of listed entity, you will communicate to listed entities TCWG that you are complying with ethical requirement, you are independent, you have safeguarded if there is any threat. You will communicate to TCWG of listed entity. Why? Public interest is more. The communication will happen how? Oral or documentary or either. Safana, you know how the standard says? No. It says that documentary if oral is not sufficient, meaning it can be either. Anju, it can be either. What to communicate? What is the adequacy? That depends upon APJ. APJ means auditor's professional judgment and circumstances that we will decide. Without me saying, you have to document, even if oral. We are saying by word, even that should be documented for future reference. Last one more thing. Let's wrap it up. Come on. Manikuti is ticking. Timer is ticking. Can we wrap it up? What are the matters to be communicated? Matters. Can you say example of significant matters to be communicated? Come on, significant matters example I want. 1. Qualitative, and I've already written, just say that. Qualitative aspects of accounting practices, like accounting estimates. Accounting estimates involve management biases, neutrality, lack of neutrality. Okay, business issues, yeah. Then significant delays. Then dash requested but not provided. Written representation requested, not provided. Form and content of. Do you remember last session audit report chapter 7 700 series? Before giving modification you will communicate. Before giving OMP you will communicate. So 706 705. Any other significant matter like fraud, related party. So there is a huge correlation between two essay. 260 is communication with TCWG and 265. That is also communication. Now, what is the difference that we will learn in 260? Learn a lot. Recap in 260. Ah, 265 is internal control deficiency. Pillare, are we clear with chapter number 2? Chapter number 2 is general auditing principles and auditors' responsibilities. Okay, so before starting, I will show you the overview, right? Okay, chapter number 3. Okay, ICA material, chapter number 3. As I've said earlier, for final syllabus, strictly going in ICA material order. So yeah, chapter number 3, audit planning, strategy and execution. Pillare, when you hear this, which essay came to your mind? Yeah, which is essay 300, no? But not only 300, it is 300 planning. Why this series sitting in this chapter? 600, 610, 620. While you are planning the audit, you may use the work of others. Another auditor, internal auditor, auditor's expert. Now, these two essays we had kept pending while we recapped 500 series. So 540 accounting estimates, 520 analytical. But analytical procedure in this chapter, they have not given in detail. They have just given a summary. So first, can we go for 600 series? Because 600 series is the one which they have gone in detail. So first we will go to 600 series. Then we will go to 300. I don't know how much time will permit in this session. We have around 50 minutes only. So let's see. Anyway, 600 series we will finish off. After that, if time permits, we will go to other standards. Ketengla, did you hear? Kelodra. Makle, all is well, all is well, all is well, all is well. Go back and let's start with my flow gone. We said chapter number 3, audit planning strategy. In that, which series did we say we'll start, or rather, which essay did we say? 600. It's like 1 minute. Okay, here. And I'm comparing and going. Breathe in. Breathe out. Something big going to come. Ready. 600 to 699. Using work of, using the work of others. Others, I'm saying series speciality. There is an underlying logic here. And that logic, what is the logic here? You can use the work of anyone provided you will be held dash responsible. Solely responsible, meaning you cannot relieve from your responsibility. I relied on the work. That's why. No, you are held solely responsible. You will be held guilty. If you blindly relied on the work of others, which clause of PE will be held responsible guilty? Without saying, you blindly relied. Now you should be able to link with PE clause. Very good. 712. You did not exercise due care and diligence. Grossly negligent. Okay. Now, yeah. You. How many essays in total, Billari, in 600 series? 3. Can we go one by one? Which is the first essay? 600. 600, 610, 620. Yeah. 600. What is the first essay? Using the work of, and after each essay I will pause keto. Using the work of another auditor. And this essay impact is there in 2 chapters. Can you say which are the 2 other chapters where this essay impact is there? One is consolidated financial statements. Holding company auditor, principal auditor, using the work of subsidiary, associate, JV auditors, joint venture, another auditor. So chapter 13, CFS audit. One more place is there. Rahul was saying, branch auditor. Very good. That's right. 143.8. Company audit, I mean reporting, chapter number 8, chapter 7, sorry, chapter 7, chapter 7. Okay. So can you support? Here, who using the work of whom? Recap mode on. Here, can I use the short form? Principal auditor, PA is principal auditor, using the work of another auditor, AA, another auditor. Another auditor means auditor of components. Components includes 5 things. Very careful. I'm not writing, I'm saying. Branch, division, subsidiary, associate, JV. Repeat. Branch, divisions, subsidiary, associate, joint venture. Makkale, if you hear these 5 in the examination hall, essay 600 will apply. Other than these 5, usually 600 will not come. But if you are using the work of previous year auditor, will 600 apply? You are using the work of predecessor auditor. Very well. Will 600 apply? No. Then it is essay. Which essay? 510. If you are using the work of joint auditors, it is also another auditor. Then essay 299. This essay won't apply. If this essay has to apply, there should be a component. Component includes these 5. So those 5 words, listen carefully. You want me to repeat? Branch, divisions, subsidiary, associate, joint venture. Makla, Anju is asking what is 510. Someone help her out. Initial audit engagement, opening balance, predecessor auditor. Okay. Now see, here you are thinking from the angle of principal auditor, holding company auditor, head office auditor. Now, before head office auditor accepts the work, he has to see 4 factors. Flow aane, just that I can't explain now because of time constraint. First, he has to see how much he did. Come on, first he has to determine the materiality of work performed by him. Okay, total turnover of the company is this much. How much did I perform? I means principal auditor. Materiality of work performed by him. Materiality of work performed by him. Second, he should have some knowledge about the, come on, knowledge of what? Components. Which all components are there? Components. Now, risk of material misstatement arising from components. If there are risk in components, consolidation will also go wrong. Now, whether he will be able to perform audit procedures in components. You can't blindly believe on the work of other auditors. These are the factors which he will see while he accepts the work of another auditor. How much work he did, materiality. Whether he has the knowledge about the component, yeah. What is the risk arising from component? Whether he will be able to perform additional procedure on component. Okay, if this much is clear, can you give me a proceed? Here, materiality of work performed by principal auditor. എത്ര നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തു? What we performed. Now, procedure, പിള്ളേരെ. Audit procedure. Entire essay we are thinking from whose angle? PA or AA? From whose angle? PA. Flow, there are some points. First, do we need him? Venuma, Veno, come on. Whether to use another auditor's work. Unless prohibited by law, and I'm not writing full up, unless prohibited by law, you can use the work of another auditor. Now, if to use, come on, see his professional competence. Professional competence of another auditor, you will see only if he is not a CA. Foreign branches, etc., it can be other than CA. If it is CA, don't see. He's competent. Now, once competent, support. Third point, you will see the. Come on, next point. What is it? Whether to use professional competence. You will have sufficient coordination. Coordination and communication. You call it as liaison. Coordination and communication. You will give him the checklist, you will give him the questionnaire, you will give him the timetable for completion. I'm not writing it. Checklist, questionnaire, timetable for completion. Now, you have the right to visit where? Components. Now, when you visit the components, you can discuss with the another auditor, discuss with the management of the component. Now you will verify significant findings of another auditor. And when you verify, if you think his work is not okay, you can go for, like C&DG does for government company, supplementary check, test check you can perform. Principal auditor is powerful. Supplementary test checker. Finally, for future reference, all these things should be documented. Documentation by principal auditor. Makle, Yeah, essay 230, thank you. Did you hear all the extra fitting which I was saying without writing? If you heard, acknowledge. Whether to use, if to use, competence, coordination. This is called as liaison. Visit, significant findings, and then document. Okay, just 3 minutes. We will finish off this essay, then rest. Reporting by whom, Pillare? Reporting by principal auditor. If he thinks work of another auditor is inadequate or unable to obtain evidence or perform procedures, in the JM, enna பண்ணுவாங்க? What you will do? If principal auditor thinks work of another auditor is inadequate or unable to perform, unable to obtain, then you will analyze the impact as per SA 705. You will either go for qualified or you will go for disclaimer, depending upon the pervasiveness. Okay. And we said principal auditor is solely responsible, but still there is division of responsibility. Yeah? I will come to that. And even after seeing the work, unable to perform procedures. If principal auditor is unable to perform procedures. Anju, unable to perform procedures. Okay, principal auditor is not responsible when Pullare. Two things. One, he has exercised due care. Second, he has stated percentage and magnitude. Very important two words. He has stated two things. Percentage and magnitude of the work used. In which para? Other matter para. This much percentage, this much magnitude of work is done by another auditor. He has stated in other matter para. Then I'm not responsible. Principal auditor will be responsible if he has not exercised due care and diligence. Even after circumstances arose suspicion, doubt vannittum, even after doubt came, he did not exercise due care. Ade, 712, clause 7, part 1, second schedule, guilty. I will repeat. Makle, are we clear with reporting? If so, I will repeat division of responsibility. See, basically we said before even starting the series, what did we say? We are held solely responsible. Where? Here. Here we said. But here they are adding division of responsibility between principal auditor and another auditor. Principal auditor is not responsible if he proves that with his working paper, he proves that he had exercised due care. Not only that, he had put in other matter para. He has documented and put in other matter para. Percentage and magnitude of component. Itraying component depth. This much percentage of total is audited by another auditor. His name is said. His name is put in other matter para. Then not responsible. We have put transparently his name. Now he will be responsible provided he has not exercised due care, even after circumstances arose suspicion. Doubt vannittum you used. One standard is over and you guys are sitting like, oh, life is short, guys. Chirikyu. എടാ ഇത്രയല്ലേ എനിക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റൂ. This much only I can say. ഇவ்வளவுதானே சொல்ல முடியும். Come on guys, പറ. So that is essay 600 for you. PA using the work of another auditor. Components you want me to repeat? Sarah? Branch, division, subsidiary, associate, JV. Now babies, calm down time. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Then essay 610, then 620. With that, mostly class should be over. Get off. 4 essay was a target. Time illa. Makle, can we start? At essay 610. Come on, 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 come on. See, basically essay 610 is in chapter number 3. We are revising chapter 3, which is planning strategy. Yeah. It is also there in another chapter. This chapter as such, we are not revising. It's a very small, easy chapter, but I'll give you half an hour video. Internal audit chapter is there. Chapter number 16. Cut off. Internal audit. Essay 610. Using the work of yeah. Oh, you are saying section, huh? Shari. But I was waiting for something else. I felt bad. You didn't say that. Okay, essay 610 is fine, but not only essay 610. Chapter is also okay. There is something else other than these things. Very good. Very good. It is CARO. That's what I was expecting. CARO is class number 14. Okay, you remember that CARO is class 14? Wherever you go, I will be there. That is CARO. Okay, on your mark, get set. Ego, start. Who using the work of whom? Start, Pillare. External auditor using the work of internal auditor. At a statutory auditor, don't use that word, Joseph. Use the word external auditor, Mane. Say, why is he using the work of internal auditor? Why? Yeah, idukku, indinu. For two things. One, for obtaining evidence about risk as a substitute for his audit procedure. The partial substitution for procedure. Second, to seek the direct assistance. Basically for two things. For obtaining evidence as a substitution for his procedure. Second, direct assistance. Now, internal auditor, he's a part of dash function, Pillare. He's a part of management function who examines, three areas. Which all are the areas? Internal control, risk management, governance. Eda bigile mukyam. Don't forget this. Internal control, risk management, governance. See, can we always use the work of internal auditor? No, there are some issues. Hey, what are the issues while using the work of internal auditor? One, biases is there. Second, internal auditor may have conflicting responsibility. Arey yaar, how? Internal auditor can be even an employee of the company, right? Third, as you are saying, independence may not be there. Excuse me. Biases, independence, conflicting responsibility. So, as an external auditor, you have to perform some procedure. But I'll repeat in 2-3 languages. Wait. Use ചെയ്യണോ എത്രത്തോളം യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം യൂസ് யூஸ் பண்ணணுமா எவ்வளோ யூஸ் பண்ணணும் யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க whether to use if to use what extent then you can use மக்களே very important 3 points can you repeat that first step come on whether to use the work except in 4 cases generally speaking you can use the work. India wants to know what are the 4 cases where you can't use. Makla, I won't write, you have to say. 1, lack of professional competence. He's not competent here. Second, his work is lack of excess, not a systematic and disciplined approach. Mess. Prohibited by. Thank you, Rahul. Prohibited by law. That is a usual dialogue. One more. Threat to objectivity. Thank you. If I use his work, my work will be also messed up. Threat to objectivity. You are right. Lack of competence, systematic and disciplined approach, prohibited by law, threat. In these 4 cases, you can't use the work of internal auditor. So that's the first part, whether to use. And a second part, if to use. Thank you. എவ்வളവോ എത്ര to what മക്കളെ to what extent how much and at certain areas you can use the work more certain areas you can use the work less. Now I'm not writing, can I have your feedback on that? Feedback alla reply on that. Can you say few areas in which you can use the work more? Come on. Internal control effectiveness. New syllabus material, this is changed a little bit. Internal control effectiveness, observing the inventory counting, testing of compliance, less judgment, less risky. Now, in which area can I use the work less? Tracing transaction also. More risk, more judgment, areas which require more competence. Okay. So guys, certain area you can use the work more, certain areas you will use the work less. Now, why waiting? You will use the work of internal auditor. So show some mannerism, no? Before you use, communicate. He's a part of management. Communicate with whom? Management. Then you will discuss with the internal auditor. Read his internal audit report. Within 1.5 minutes, we will finish off this essay. Can I have a proceed? Yeah, there should be proper coordination and communication between these two. And in every area, can we seek direct assistance of internal auditor? Direct assistance of internal auditor in every area? No. Assistance you can take provided internal auditor will be under DSR. You know the full form? Direction, supervision, and review of external auditor. In areas, let's repeat, areas that involve high judgment, areas that involve risk, prohibited by law, competence, in those areas you cannot. And I think I've asked you earlier, external confirmation, accounting estimates. Can we use assistance in these areas? No. Why external confirmation? Essay. I think I've asked you this. 505. Directly to be obtained by auditor. Accounting estimates that we have not revised. 540. Accounting estimates involve high EU, estimation uncertainty, risk that we should see. Makla, you obtain an agreement, Keto. You obtain an agreement from internal auditor because we are held solely responsible. Come on, we will be held solely responsible. So obtain an agreement. Ade, you won't laugh, no? With that, essay. With that, essay. What is over? I will explain. Everything I will explain. Now let me give others 2 minutes rest. I will explain. With that, essay 610 is over. 1 minute. Missing about that. 1 second. What do you want me to explain? And one more essay. With that, we will wind up the session. Don't worry. What all you want me to explain? Can you explain the extent again? And to what extent to use? Kuta, certain areas you can use the work more. This. Certain areas you can use the work less. Example, you can use the work more in seeing the tracing transaction, internal control, checking compliance, observing inventory, like that. Routine areas. Certain areas you should use work less. Example, areas involving risk, areas that require more judgment, areas that require more competence, etc. Ahalya, while you decided how much to use பண்ணுவீங்க. Once you use, you will communicate. Communicate with whom? Management. Then you will discuss with the internal auditor. Once you discuss, you will read his report. Internal audit report, monthly, quarterly will be there. And you should maintain proper coordination throughout. Daddy, mummy, veetla don't go. Sharp 1 minute, I'll come back. I'm here. I'm back. Hi. Happy or sad to see back? Da! No one is here, only one person. And only one more essay. With that, we will wrap it up. Okay, Joseph. Okay, Rahul. Others, if you can give me an acknowledgement that you are there, then only we will start. Illa, we 80 something are there. Unless you guys all say, I won't proceed. Ready, 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 ready. Last standard for the session. Come on, guys. Eda, etra.
I'm ready! I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Even I was unexpected. Eda, how many standard we have finished, you know? 6 or 7 sessions. Even I have lost the flow. 500, 501, 505, 510, 530, 550, 560, 570, 580, 220 SQC, 240, 250, 260, 299, 240, 250, 299. 700, 700, 701, 705, 706, 710, 700. 402. Satyam right. Count it, my fingers have lost that flow. 600, 610, 620. 20? 25 or 26? Wow, 25 out of 40. 46, 25th standard we are going to start, I guess. Essay. Come on, come on. Happy avada. Smile, no. 620. 10 minutes. We will wrap it up. Using the work of. Using the work of. Using the work of. Auditors expert. When you hear the expert, did something else come to your mind? Something else came. Management expert, which is essay 500. The management expert. Here audit. Here auditor. Using the work of auditor's expert. This auditor's expert can be either internal or external. Hey, what is that internal or external? Big CA firms will have a lawyer inside the firm, or it can be even outside the firm, within CA firm or outside the CA firm. Vignesh, adalla gutta. Inside the CA firm or outside the CA firm. That is what internal and external. Now, will this auditor's expert include management expert? Will 620 include management expert? Answer is no. Management expert is 500. Will this essay include engagement team? Engagement team, ET. Having a person expertise in accounts and audit? Answer is no. You know why? Expert means a person who's having expertise in any area other than accounts and audit. At exam, they won't say that expert, actuary, valuer, lawyer, engineers, all those. So, what is our objective, Pillare? Objective of this standard is whether to use, if to use, we are held solely responsible, whether his work is adequate. So, can you just elaborate? Our objective as an auditor is to determine whether to, support karo, support pannunga, come on, support, whether to use the work of auditor's expert. If to use the work of expert, whether his work is okay or no, whether his work is adequate. Makla, if this much is okay, this is the last proceed for the session. Can you give me a proceed if this much is okay? Past exam trend 616 is more frequently asked when compared to 620. It's not that 620 won't be asked. Okay, an auditor shall determine in flow 6 point determining need of expert. But in all cases, we don't use the work of an expert. Say, for example, for calculating the tax provision, we can do. So it depends upon the, Makla, I'm not writing, you have to listen very carefully. It depends upon the risk, nature of entity, what evidence you need. So at times we can collect the evidence ourselves. Then we need not use the work of an expert. First one. Second, that we need an expert. Whether we need consideration, if we need auditor's expert, what is the other option? We need expert. What is the other option? We have an option of management expert in 500. Now, how do we decide whether we need auditor's expert itself? Whether there is a high risk, whether there is a biases, whether independence is affected, whether management expert is competent. Now, we can't blindly rely. Nature, timing and extent of procedure to be applied on the work of expert. How much I should check the work of expert. Again, it depends upon the significance of evidence, area. At a flow gone. First, I decided whether I need expert. If so, whether I need my expert, audit expert, how much I should perform procedure. Now, there are three words which comes together. Even in 500, we have heard competence, capabilities, and objectivity of expert. Now you will obtain an agreement from the expert. In the agreement, you will say confidentiality. Why? Because it is our expert. Confidentiality. If our expert let loose our client's information, we will be held guilty as per which clause of PE? Vidamate. PE. We are CA in practice. Wow, Sandosh. Others? 122. 112. Ayyo, sorry. 112. Clause 1, part 1, second schedule. CA in practice. Now, finally, you will evaluate the expert. Whether his source, whether his assumptions are okay, and whether his conclusions are okay. Same words we have heard in 500. It a very easy flow. Whether you need the expert, if so, our expert, perform procedure, his competent capability, objectivity, agreement. Then evaluate his work. Can we use his name in our report? Can we keep his name in our report? Answer is, if dash opinion, you have to keep. And if what opinion? Modified. And with his consent. And same dialogue in some other standard we have heard. India wants to know which standard? Great. That's great. Only she is saying. Others, 402. Makle 402 user entity auditor will keep service organization auditor. Marno. Where he will keep his name? Audit report. Where in audit report I'm asking you? Other matter para. As per essay 706. Satyam Marivo. Can you tell me frankly, will you say, how was 600 series? 600, 610, 620. Was it okay? Chapter. Kanmani, Sollinga, Kanmani, come on. Chapter number 4. Chapter number 4, name. 800 series, Sarah, that's kept separate. I've been saying a basic series. 800 series is separate. That we'll see afterwards. So till 700 series is the basic series. Okay. Chapter number 4 is materiality. And our materiality essay 320. Risk assessment essay 315. Twinna 315 and 330. Internal control is other than essay, but deficiencies in internal control essay 265. So exactly these are the 4 standards which is pending. But in this chapter, risk assessment, we said, internal control, okay. There are few other topics like RBA, risk-based audit, framework on internal control like COSO, COBIT, COCO. Okay, right now in this session, I'm sorry. Let's not worry about it. Let's go to risk assessment. Finish off 2 standards and say, ta-ta, bye-bye, see you. 315 and 330. One word, one answer. Will you support or not? Yes. 315 is inter-standard only. Okay. 15 minutes 315, 15 minutes 330, tata. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Start. And I say, risk assessment bullare. 315. What is the name of 315? Identifying and assessing. Romam. Risk of material misstatement. How? Through understanding entity and its environment. Now, identify and assess. There are 3 things you have to understand here. One is entity, 2 environment. Makle, environment will even include, very good, internal control system. Internal control and risk, how related? Direct or inverse? Internal control and risk are how related? It is inversely related. If controls are strong, risk is low. Now, risk can be either, risk can be qualitative or quantitative. Quantitative or non-quantitative. Now, risk can affect overall FS. Say, for example, going concern, it can affect overall FS or balance sheet, P&L, notes alone. It can affect assertion. I hope you know assertion. Assertion of A, B, C, D. Oh yeah, what is A, B, C, D? A for apple, B for boy? No. AB means account balance sheet. C means class of transaction, P&L. D means disclosure, notes. AB, account balance. C, class of transaction disclosure. So, as an auditor, to identify and assess risk, auditor will perform which procedure? RAP. Certain risks are very important. It merits, calls attention of auditor. These risks are called as the Mukyamana risk, important risk, Pradhanyamaitla risk, significant risk. You remember in CAM we said high ROMM significant risk we linked with SA 315 like risk due to fraud, accounting estimate, transaction outside normal course, related party. Basically, risk assessment is a matter of I may assess in my own way, Srinath will assess in his own way. So it's a matter of auditor's professional judgment. Makla, is my first part clear? 330 has only 3 parts. First part is like, what is my objective or scope? Enna pannanum, endu cheyyanam. What is my objective? Identify risk. Risk can be quantitative, qualitative, overall FS or assertion level of account balance, class of transaction, disclosure. For that, you will perform RAP. From that, you will identify significant risk using your auditor's professional judgment. Okay, first part is clear. Proceed. P. Come on, put P for proceed. Now, second part is regarding audit risk. What is audit risk? My opinion goes wrong. My primary objective is goes wrong. Come on. Risk of expressing an inappropriate opinion when FSR materially misstated. Both these conditions should come. Both these conditions should come. FSL, there should be a material misstatement. Then you should give up inappropriate opinion. So audit risk has 3 elements. Hey, come on, 3 elements it should have. What are the 3 elements of audit risk? Inherent risk. Can I write short form? Control risk, detection risk. IR is inherent risk. CR is control risk. DR is detection risk. Inherent risk is something which is unavoidable. Hey, for that there is one term. Whatever may be the control, it is vulnerable. It will come. Varum, vandurum. It will come. Very good. Susceptibility. It comes after control or before control. Inherent aane. Whatever may be the control, it will come before control. Makla, accounting estimate is an example of which risk did you tell me when revising 540? Accounting estimate, inherent risk. Why? Etrakka control undengilum, whatever may be the control, evlo control irundalum, whatever may be the control, estimates you can't prevent. Estimate is subject to uncertainty. So before control, this risk will come susceptible, inherent. It's like inbuilt, unavoidable. How control risk will come, Bilare? Because control fails to DPC. I mean, fails to detect, prevent. Detect, prevent, and correct misstatements. This you would have prevented had the controls been proper. So this risk comes after control because of weakness in IC. Now detection risk, because dash fails, that is from our side, audit procedure fails. You will feel bad. This you can say with ICA's example. Parayano, vendalle. Maybe you'll feel bad. When compared to BCom exam, I'm not degrading any exam, kato. +1, +2 BCom exam, ICA's exam is tough. Hey, you guys know that. Is it IR, CR, DR? It is one of the characteristics, no? IR. There are certain attempts where, ICA makes one or more paper very tough. Very, 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 very rare cases where they make one or two paper very tough. Usually they'll make only one paper tough, but there are attempts where, very few attempts, which risk they could have done, but controlled risk. And we did not study, we will study, I'm just saying, we did not study detection risk. So what is the audit risk? Our result is the audit risk. Did you understand? Oh. Okay. Can you put a formula? Formula. Put the formula. Audit risk is equal to IR into C. Plus Rahule into IR into CR into DR. Multiplying effect. Now these two common. You call it as risk into DR. Okay, that formula will help you, Kato. Okay, did you understand audit risk? Only one more part. 315 is over. 2 minutes rest. Only one more part. If this much is clear, continue. Only one more part, Pallare. Just hang on. 2 minutes, this essay is over. I lost my flow, Kato. 315. First we said objective. Okay. Then we were saying about audit risk. Sampling risk. Which risk is that? IRO, CRO, DRO? In fact, sampling risk, non-sampling risk, detection risk. Where did we hear sampling risk? Excuse me. In 5:30. Linking works, at least remembering the topics. Okay, last part. What are the components of internal control? Thank you, Cyril bro. Come on, what are the components of internal control? Till now in class, have I used any mnemonics? Short form I have used. Sufficient and appropriate. For the first time I'm using. Read CRIMI. CRIMI. What is CRIMI? C stands for. All these are components of internal control. When management has to design control, there should be a control environment. Meaning there should be a organization structure, TCWG, management, human resources. They should be competent, roles, ethical value. Environment is there. R stands for before management defines the control, there should be risk assessment process. Who has to perform this RAP? Is it auditor or management? Think and say. This RAP is performed by management while they design control. A component of IC. In this, very important 4 steps. Identify risk, see its significance, see its likelihood or frequency, respond. Now, very important. There's a chapter itself called as digital audit. Come on, I is information system, IT, because everything is technology. Now, class itself is technology. Now, M stands for monitoring. Makla, control is there. It has to be monitored. E stands for entities, control, environment. India wants to know one thing. Can I ask you something? And I get join. Can I ask? Audit risk has how many elements? 3. ROMM has how many elements? IR, CR, DR is audit risk. ROMM has how many elements? 2. IR and CR. Internal control 5. 3 plus 2. What is C and EO? Where is C? Where is C? C is control environment, like organization structure, human resources there, roles and responsibility. Whereas E is entities control activity. I'm really sorry. Sarah, sorry. Like authorization, performance review. Is that clear? So guys, I want to ask you a few questions. Before that, can you take 2 minutes rest? There is a sad scene, Bulare. So take rest and ask me what happened. After rest, ask me what happened. So those who are Panic and Rahul. Those who are thinking what is happening over here, I will just recap. This is essay 315. 315 identifying and assessing ROMAVA. Adila objective we said. Okay. Then we were saying about the audit risk. Rahul here. Audit risk we said. Audit risk, 3 elements. IR, CR, DR. Now, for understanding all these things, you should obtain understanding of IC. IC means internal control. Internal control has 5 elements, which is CRIMI. Makla, 1 more minute. Sad thing is there, Pillare. 1 more minute, ask me, sad I'm very sad. Some issue with CRIMI, Pillare. There is an issue with CRIMI. Hey, what is CRIMI? CRIMI means component of internal control. CRIMI, there is an issue. What is issue in CRIMI? Deficiencies in CRIMI. Deficiencies in CRIMI means what? Deficiencies in IC. If there is a deficiencies in IC, what you guys will do? Hi. My control is weak. Wow. Will you say like that? No. What you will do? You will be communicating with whom? Communicating deficiencies in internal control with whom, Pillare? Management and TCWG. For that only you have one essay which is called as essay 265. Now India wants to know the difference between 260 and 265. Okay, Eda, what is difference between 260 and 265? 260 is, we have learned 260. 260 is communication with the TCWG. This is general. This is specific. Here you will communicate what matter? Significant matter. Here you will communicate what matter? Only deficiencies only in control. One more difference is there, Pillare. There is one more difference there. What is the next difference? Here there is only TCWG. Here one more thing is there. TCWG and management. Makla, you understood the difference between these two? Now, can you answer me these 5 questions? Ida, is this essay communication with only TCWG? No, this essay is communication with TCWG and management. And are you going to express opinion on internal control? There was one standard where we give assurance on internal control. Internal control objectives. We give assurance. Rahul, think it is SAE 3402. Other service entity. Normally for an audit, do we give an assurance on internal control? Answer is no. We are not expressing opinion. Then why? Then why are you going to identify IC deficiency? But if you're not going to express opinion, then why are you identifying deficiencies? One, to identify and assess. Very good, ROMM. Makla, if control is weak, ROMM is high. If ROMM is high, you have to design NTE of audit procedure. So we are concerned about control because to identify risk and to design procedures only. We are not going to express opinion on control. Are we concerned with all deficiencies in IC, Bulare? Hey guys, no. We are only concerned with IFC. Related to FS. Can you communicate other deficiencies other than related to financials with management TCWG? Answer is yes. You may, if needed. And for this, there is a mode of communication. You call it as very good letter of weakness. Pillare, pillare, pillare. Come on. Letter of weakness. Letter of weakness. Letter of weakness. But a letter of weakness. Who will communicate? Auditor. With whom you will communicate? Management TCWG. Regarding what? Issues in IC. Don't say issues, deficiencies. But there are 3 words. With this, I will stop. Internal control deficiencies. To whom you will communicate? If there is a control deficiency, management. Allah Harsha. There is a deficiencies in control, Sada deficiency, management. If it is significant deficiency, Mukyamana, important, Villudu, TCWG. Now, if there is an issue in FS, because of deficiencies in IC, there is a material misstatement in FS. You call it as material weakness. I will give you one example. One purchase invoices was not authorized. IC deficiency. No purchase invoices authorized. Significant deficiency. Because of this, purchase is overstated. Material weakness. Makla, did you understand the difference? Internal control deficiency means issue. Significant means, and I'm repeating. Internal control deficiency means small issue in control. Rahul, I'll repeat, Kuta. Internal control deficiency means there is an issue. Example, one purchase invoice is not authorized. Oru purchase invoice, no purchase invoice is authorized. Significant deficiency. Because of this, there was a material misstatement in FS. Then it becomes material weakness. So, Pillare, I've just changed the plan. Class is getting over. I mean, the session is getting over. Just give me 2 minutes. Small change in plan. We are in which chapter? Guys, chapter, please. We'll wind up in 2 minutes. Please, please, please. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Which part were we in? Risk assessment. Risk assessment, which essay were we traveling? 315. 315, we were talking about internal control components. If there is a deficiencies, as per 265, we will communicate. Now conclude. 315, you have identified and, 1 minute, identified and assessed risk. Now you have to, when there is a risk, you have to respond. For that only essay 330. But you will respond only if the risk is material. Materiality ke 320. If it is immaterial, will you sit and respond? Internal control. In that risk assessment and internal control, we were traveling in risk assessment. In risk assessment, we had finished with which essay, Pillare? Identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement, 315. In 315, we were saying about the components of internal control. In components of internal control, we said deficiencies in IC. If there is a deficiencies in IC, we will communicate as per essay 265. Now we have identified and, there are two words, identified and assessed risk. Once we have identified and assessed risk, we will try to, we will try to respond. When we will respond? Only if it is a material one. So now we are going to travel in two other essays. Respond, which is essay 330, materiality 320. So last two standards in the basic series. After this, 800 SRE, SAE, SRS. So if you can promote, let's start. 1 hour, 1 hour, 15 minutes. We should finish this chapter. So we'll go with 330. Poyaloda 330. What say 330? Okay, Eda, what is the relationship between 315 and 330? India wants to know. What is the relationship between 315 and 330? 315, you have identified and assessed the risk. Eda, you have got the risk. Risk is in your hand. You have assessed also. Now you are going to respond. Maklai, 315, which procedure did you do? I'm asking you 315. 315, you performed RAP, risk assessment procedure, to identify and assess. Now 330, it has the name itself suggest. Auditors' responses to. What risk? Auditors' responses to assess the risk. So which procedure he has to perform? Auditor has to perform further audit procedure. FAP. Why? Endine, edukku, why? To obtain audit evidence about assessed risk. To reduce the assessed risk to a what level? Acceptable level, tolerable level. RAP 315, FAP 330. We have said this while studying essay. Which essays we studied RAP and FAP? 500. So, now think, Keto. Just think, what students usually do is lot of keywords there, mug up, without understanding why, what concept. Now think about the concept. 330 la what are you supposed to do? Reduce the risk. So before you are going to apply the procedure, first overall response. Lot of risk. Already we understood about the entity. It was wrong. So what you will do? You have already obtained an understanding about the entity. Alle? So you will, come on guys, you will revise your understanding. I initially obtained an understanding. After you identified risk, you will revise the understanding based on risk. Oh, risk is high. Entity is not like what I thought. നമ്മൾ വിചാരിച്ച പോലെ അല്ല. ഞാൻ നനച്ച മാതിരി അല്ലേ. You will revise. Once revised, you will see. മക്കളെ support. Then what you will do? Whether. But after that, overall response, when you revise the entity, we will try to see what procedure you have to do. Audit procedure. Here, what procedure you will do? You will emphasize on TOC or substantive audit procedure or both. Further procedure you are going to perform. How further procedure? What in further procedure? It is either test of control or substantive or both. Makle FAP. Are we clear till here? Overall response, you have your risk, you revise the understanding, you are emphasizing on procedure. Which procedure? TOC, SAP, both. Makle, can we continue? Makle, give me continue. See. Now you are going to design. Makle, design nature, timing and extent of audit procedure. Will you always perform same level of FAP? Eppozhum, always, eppom, same level of FAP will you perform? No. Before you decide on how much further procedure, you have to see 3 or 4 things. 1, reasons for risk. How, why risk came. Its significance. Its likelihood, meaning frequency. If it is significant, more dash evidence you need. If it is a big risk, significant risk, then you need more persuasive evidence. Persuasive means convincing. These are the broad 2 requirements of SA 330. Let me repeat it. First, overall response. You already obtained risk. Now, based on the risk, revise. Then you will see what procedure, basically TOC and SAP or both. Now, before you design, you see how risk came, reasons. Significance, likelihood. If significant, more persuasive. Persuasive means convincing. But I have to go one more step. With that, 330 is done. You can take 1 minute, 1 minute and a half minute, Madi. You can take half minute off and say proceed. But you are trying to respond. For responding, you will perform FAP, TOC and SAP is there. TOC, test of control. SAP is substantive audit procedure. So guys, 45 seconds. After that, say proceed. Makale, Anju is asking, is substantive audit procedure and substantive analytical procedure same? No. Substantive analytical procedure is SA 520 comparison, which we studied. Ratio, trend, reasonableness, structural. Comparison ആണ് analytical. Whereas substantive audit procedure is broader. It will have TOD, even analytical procedure. SAP is wider. Analytical procedure is a part of substantive audit procedure. Rida, can we proceed? So, Rida, so which procedure are we in? Rida, comedy, you want me to laugh? Rida, come on, laugh is over. So can we proceed? Rida, FAP. FAP, there is two procedure. What are those two procedure in FAP? COC and SAP. Maklai, never forget 500. 500 we have learned this procedure. TOC. So can you just elaborate TOC? Korchu explain jao. Can you explain TOC? Makla, what you will do? TOC, you are checking deficiencies in. You are checking deficiencies in IC. Now, for checking deficiencies in IC, you are checking whether are internal control there. Undo, irka, is it there? Existence. If existence, whether it is operating effectively, OE is operating effectively. If so, consistency. Meaning, whether internal control is detecting, preventing, and one more word, always we use, correcting misstatements. Eda, for that, we obtain understanding of nature of control, timing of control, extent of control. Eda, what is that? Nature, timing, extent, what? Nature, extent, timing means who applied the control. Eda, Pune, sign some check. Is it okay? No. And with all due respect, Pune is not the person who has to sign. Who applied? How applied the control? How applied the control? To what extent? Frequency of control. If there is any deviations, deficiencies. DPC full form. See, they are saying detecting, preventing, correcting. Makle, 10 checks. Check should be signed by finance manager exceeding 10 lakh. 4 checks are signed by. Okay, usually check exceeding 10 lakh should be signed by finance manager, control. 4 checks signed by assistant manager. Is it deviation? Generally, finance manager should sign check exceeding 10 lakh. Out of that, 4 check was signed by assistant manager. Is it deviation in control? Answer is yes. Now you should conduct what inquiry? Specific inquiry. Why these 4 check was signed by assistant manager? Will internal control change every year? It may not change, Kato. It may not change in every entity. So if there is no changes in control, you can use audit evidence of which year? Prior period. Or you can use audit evidence of which period? Interim period. This I've seen around 4-5 years back in one of the RPP. Internal control should be tested once in dash year. Anyone? 3 years. However, if deficiency, it should be tested issue ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, കുഴപ്പമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, if there is issues every year. Somewhere else like this 3 year, 1 year we have heard. Thank you. CARO PPE, property, plant and equipment. Niranjan, fixed asset alla kutta, PPE nu para. PPE should be physically verified by management once in 3 years, regular interval. Whereas inventory, every year. Eda, India wants to know which procedure were we in? Like now we were saying which procedure? TOC. Ada, climax guys, it's going to get over. One more procedure is there in SAP. No. A the procedure SAP. SAP, there are two procedures. What are those two procedures? TOD and analytical procedure. Analytical procedures. Kindly refer essay 520. We just finished in chapter 3. TOD, there are two sub. It can be TOB or TOT. Adenda, what is this? TOB is balances, balance sheet. TOT is transactions, P and L. So through this you can find out material misstatements. Wow, wow, wow. With that, essay 330 is done. Chirikada, smile. Did you understand 330? Ada, you want me to play that breaking news sound? Chumma, don't make me play that sound and make you jump from your seat. So that's 330. So let me repeat. 330 is auditor's responses. I will sing song. Okay. Auditor's responses to assessed risk. In this, you will perform FAP. Why? To reduce the assessed risk to acceptable level. Here, overall response. Then you design FAP. FAP basically two procedure, TOC and SAP. SAP TOD analytical. TOD TOB, test of details and test of transaction. Any short form, any doubt, please, please, please let me know. We are here to explain. Thirty 35th essay ano? Aavo. Maria, you are asking me to explain this, Malay? ഇതാണോ? See, see, test of control, Sham and Maria, test of control, we are checking whether there is any deficiencies in internal control. Internal controls are basically designed by management. Whether that control are, let me explain in Malayalam since they asked out. Undo, existence. Undengil, operating effectiveness. Effective ano. Anengil, consistency. Continuity. Now, whether controls are detecting, preventing, correcting misstatements. Control idakka cheyyunundo. For that, you will see nature, timing and extent of control. ആര് control apply ചെയ്തു? Who applied? എങ്ങനെ apply ചെയ്തു? How applied? എത്രത്തോളം? To what extent? ഇത് നോക്കുമ്പം frequency of control, in which all area, purchases, sales, ഇതൊക്കെ നോക്കുമ്പം you will be able to identify deficiencies and deviations. Deviations കാണുമ്പോൾ you will ask specific inquiry. OE is operating effectiveness. Makla, I want others to reply. Are we clear? Any doubt in Tamil? You want me to explain in Tamil? Let me know. I will explain in Tamil. Eda, take rest for 2 minutes. After that, one more essay is there, Allah. Which was that? 320. With that, to my knowledge, someone you have to verify. 36th standard, Allah. Can someone verify and say next standard is 36th? Allah. 36? No one knows, huh? Eda, Maria, every year internal control won't change. Control won't change every year. Last year's control and this year's control are same. Engil, no need to check the control every year. Last year the evidence about control, this year also you can use. So audit evidence of prior year you can use. Or quarter one you came and saw the control. No change in control. So interim, quarter one evidence you can use. മക്കളെ Ada, come on. At times you will go somewhere watching your, I don't know, TV or cricket or outing or where. I want everyone to mark attendance. Otherwise, I won't proceed. No, we won't proceed. Illa. 80 something I want. Aha. Proceed. Ah. ഇവിടെ ഒരു പി അല്ലേ ചോദിക്കുന്നുള്ളൂ 1p. Proceed. Eda, which essay was it? Eda, before going to the essay, get off. Can you say which risk is it? IR, CR, DR, or none? Can you say which audit risk is it? Wrong audit procedure on correct sample. This is detection risk. Financial transaction that requires complex calculation. Like accounting estimates, okay? It is characteristics for a complex calculation you can't prevent. Inherent risk. Lack of sufficient working capital to continue operation. Declining industry characterized by large number of business failure. If there is a business failure, going concern will be affected. And a characterize means it is like business in the feature. Swabhavam, adoda character. Inherent. Adverse publicity. Those who attended the class, they might know. I will sit and cry here, Gato. Because of adverse publicity, is there any material misstatement in FS? Answer is no. Unless there is a material misstatement in FS, will it be an audit risk? No. For an audit risk to come, didn't we say there should be a material misstatement and there should be an inappropriate opinion? Two conditions. And so answer is none. Okay, I lost my flow. Which essay we were supposed to start? 320, yeah? You flow away. Flow gone. Materiality. Okay, flow came. Okay, you want me to count? On your mark, get set, start. Essay 320. Go. Name, please. Materiality in dash and dash of audit. Materiality in PP. Planning and performing of audit. You know the concept of the name of the essay? See, audit has three phases: planning, performing, conclusion. Materiality, you will fix in which phase of audit? Planning phase. Performing phase, you will revise the materiality. Completion phase, you are not seeing materiality because you are just reporting. So that's why materiality in planning, where you fix, and performingly, where you revise. So that's the name concept. Materiality in planning and performing of audit. Now start, Pullare. An item is said to be material if, two words, if it's തെറ്റിയാലോ വിട്ടുപോയാലോ, if it is misstatement or തപ്പാനാലോ വിട്ടുപോനാലോ, if it is misstatement, if it's misstated or omitted, affects, whose what, affects, decision of, what pillare, decision of users of FS. From AS1 you are studying materiality, substance over form, going concern. Same. Now materiality can be in two things, either individually or in aggregate. You know that for 100 crore, I think I've told you that 100 crore, 10 crore is material. 50 lakh may not be material individually. Assume 50 lakh similar items are there, say 20 items. When you take it in aggregate, it becomes material. So this aggregate materiality, in auditing language, you call it as performance materiality. Materiality plays a huge role in auditing. PM full form is performance materiality. Okay. Materiality, if you take Infosys, in Infosys CARO, they have written below some aspects, and they have said, since it is below 1 crore, they have not reported. So Infosys materiality is somewhere above 1 crore. See, our Puttu Limited materiality is 50,000. Array, yaar, it depends upon nature, size, both. So it depends upon nature, size, or both. Materialities depend upon whose decision making? User. User means, is it common user or specific user, guys? Which user you will see? Common user or specific user? Can we keep each creditor in mind? Just think of Tata Group. Can you think of each creditor in Tata Group? Impracticable here. So you will think about common users, meaning creditors as a whole, investors as a whole. It is impracticable to think about individual or specific users. Makle, these materiality, even though they might not ask a separate question of 320, they may, but SRE has all these materiality concept. I won't say gato. So here we are concerned with users need. What user? Common user. Materiality is also subject to AFRF. Why? In NBFC audit you learn Schedule 3, if an item which exceeds, very good. If an item, example Schedule 3, an item which exceeds, anyone? 1% or 10 lakh, whichever is higher, will be separately disclosed. Why? Because it is material. This point is there in NBFC audit chapter 14. See, basically, materiality is subject to AFRS and also auditor's professional judgment. I may fix one, Rohit may fix another. Alle Rohit. There on the. Baby, calm down, calm down, calm down. 1 minute rest. One more slide is there. With that, 320 is over. See, why 320 I'm going like this, because SRE 320, entire 320 they have copy pasted. Not entire, many contents. So after 1 minute, say proceed. Adu under Harsha. If a shareholder holding more than 5%, that will be also separately disclosed. Ade. Just I didn't say. You're right. Ade Santosh. That's also there. If a shareholder holds more than 5%, that will be also disclosed separately. You are right. I was counting how many chapters we will finish. Our target was 14 chapters. With this chapter, we will be finishing 1, 2, 3. 8 chapters. More than half of our target. Para 3 days, 8 chapters means it is something you guys have to appreciate yourself. You can pat on yourself. Okay. 30 seconds more. After that, say continue. See, so that I can, we can finish off materiality. Only 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more things. Chapter is not over, but essay will be over. $30. 15 seconds. Larry, can we continue? Continue. Ooh. At a continuation of which is say 320. And why do you determine materiality? Like materiality provides basis for. Unless you determine materiality, you cannot identify Rama. RAP you can't do. FAP you can't do. Romathile M, materiality. To do that, RAP or FAP. So materiality is the basis for identifying Rama, designing wrapper, and FAP. What is the relationship between materiality and audit risk? Is it directly related or inversely related, Pillare? Materiality is more material item. Yeah, why am I writing like this? Engil, more audit procedure. If audit procedure is more, risk will be less. So there will be an inverse relationship between materiality and audit risk. But a materiality is applied. Where all come on, like where all like which all stages? Planning you will fix. Performing you will revise. One more. Very good. Evaluation you will consider. Evaluation essay. It a 450. Last session we said if it is trivial misstatement, immaterial angle we won't bother. Makla climax of essay 320. In fact, the basic standard still 700 series last standard. Climax guys, gear up. What are the factors affecting materiality benchmark? Like auditor has to consider certain factors while fixing materiality. They are usual factors. It depends upon the nature of the entity, size of the entity, life cycle, economic environment. Users requirement. In a tax audit, when you do 48.3 payments, cash payments, how much you fix materiality? Even if it is Infosys data, 10,000 because tax audit user is income tax department, whereas statutory audit cash payment will be different because statutory audit user is different. അടുത്തത് items or elements in FS. Balance sheet materiality is different, P&L account materiality is different. Then entities ownership structure, private company, public company. One word is there. It depends upon fluctuation, volatility, and finally, said and done, you have to document. Whatever you do, you have to document specifically. With that, done. Essay, flow way. 320. 200 overall objective, 210 agreeing on the terms, 220 quality control, 230 audit documentation, 240 fraud, 250 loss and regulation, 250 loss and regulation, 260 TCWG, 265 IC deficiencies, 299 joint auditors, 300 planning, 315 risk assessment, 330 responses, 320 materiality, 402 service organization user entity, 450 evaluation, 500 evidence, 501 specific consideration, 505 external confirmation, 510 initial audit engagement, 520 analytical, 530 sampling, 540 estimates, 550 related party, 560 subsequent events, 570 going concern, 580 written representation. 600 using the work of another auditor, 610 internal auditor, 620 auditors expert, 700 forming an opinion, 701 CAM, 705 modification, 706 EOMP, OMP, 710 comparative, 720 is other information. Now, when you do these work, you have to maintain quality control at the firm level, which is SQC1. So this is the standards which we completed now, which is 35 standards. 35 alla 36 standards, which is spread across chapter number 1 to chapter number 7. Now wait, standard is not over. Chapter 8, 9, 10, 11. 800 series, SRS, SRE, SAE. Yo. So, let me tell you one thing. Once you are clear with this basics, all the other standards will be easy. But the problem is students are not clear with the basics. Okay. Once you're clear with the basics, advanced standard is like just you have to read through, study. Atrellu. Ketengla. Are we clear with it? So calm down time. There is a small thing in this chapter. Something is pending, Gato. Something is pending. Risk assessment over. All these things are over. Question is pending. I know that. Not only that. Your question is pending. No. 3 things are pending. 1, RBA, risk-based audit. 2nd, internal control. 3rd, internal control framework. This 10 minutes, this 10 minutes, this 10 minutes. Oh, that's in 30 minutes. Manikutti is like running, what to do? Anyway, take 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. 2 minutes rest. Chit chat time, guys. Let's talk for 2 minutes. We will run faster. So chit chat time. Let's talk. Let's refresh our mind. Let's talk. After that, we will go to risk-based audit 10 minutes, internal control 10 minutes. When I say internal control framework, you will ask for the break. Guys, now you Google and come to chapter number 4. Kanmani, Unboard, chapter number 4. Come on. And also 10 minutes each topic. After that, break. And can we go to each topic? And please, Parada, let me take the page. And first, can we go to RBA? What you say? Risk-based audit. Maria, എന്നെ ഒന്ന് ക്ഷമിച്ചു വിടോ தெரியாம சொல்லிட்டேன் sorry Maria. ക്ഷമിക്കൂ ഒരു അബദ്ധം പറ്റിയല്ലേ. Okay, പിള്ളേരെ come back to RBA. എടാ RBA full form. എടാ RBA risk based audit. What is risk based audit? You want me to explain, but I'll just go with the keywords rapidly. If you want me to explain, in the end you ask, I will explain. RB means you are doing audit procedure. Are we doing audit procedure in all area, Pillare? Answer is no. You are not going to do audit procedure in all area. It is done only in risk prone areas. Meaning audit is focused on risk areas where you will analyze the risk. Then you will set your materiality. Then you will develop the program. Risk. This is the materiality program. Meaning procedure is done only in risk areas. Something like your target marketing. Not in every area, only risky areas. So there are mainly 3 phases, Pillare. What are those 3 phases in risk-based audit? 3 phases. First phase, you will assess the risk. Risk assessment, something like SA 315. Then you will do what? risk response like 330, then you will report. Now, steps in risk identification. There are chances of this being asked. Now I will say it in a flow. What are the steps in risk identification? Very easy. I will say it in a flow. Risk-based audit means you are performing your procedure in only risk-prone area. Okay. What are the steps in steps in risk identification? First step, and I'm doing it in a flow. Support. Identify and assess risk. Now, whether this risk velido cherudo, chinnada perusa, is it big or small? Significance. Once it is significant, it's always these three words comes in the flow. Identify, significant, likelihood. Likelihood means how it will affect the financial, relate to the account balance, class of transaction, disclosure, ABCD. Identify, significant, likelihood, relate to the financial. If it is affecting financial, you have to extend your audit procedure. Extend means you have to revise your existing procedure. Now you will see whether it is a unique, or if it is a specific risk like anomaly. Anyway, you have to communicate with your management and future reference in a document. Wow, makla the flow ellada. Isn't it a flow? Identify, significant, likelihood. If it is likely, how it affects the FS relate. If it is affecting FS, extend. Extend means existing procedure revise. If it is unique, communicate and document. Why all are keeping mum? Reply guys. ABCD is kuta, account balance, class of transaction, disclosure. Balance sheet, P&L account, notes. Nandana? Account balance, class of transaction, disclosure. Balance sheet, P&L, notes. Are we clear? That's it regarding risk-based audit. So let me conclude risk-based audit. Now risk-based audit is done as a part of internal audit. You identify areas where risk is high, mark red. Risk low, mark green. Hey, why am I going to all these things, Vanda? Sorry. RBA means risk-based audit. Procedure is not done in all area. You will analyze risk, set its materiality, develop program. Program is only on risk-prone area. So assess risk, respond, report. These are the steps in risk identification. This is flow. Are we clear? Guys, let's utilize these 2 hours, 45 minutes or 3 hours effectively to revise the 500 series. Right? Eda, come on, promote me. Just put a P in the chat box so that we can start. What, guys? Okay. So, 1 minute. Okay. Okay. So I'll just share the screen up. Okay. And our 500 series is all about. Come on, let's start. 500 series is about what? 500 to 599. Maklai, this is a revision. Come on. 500 series is about audit evidence. Audit evidence. How do you collect the audit evidence? By performing the audit procedures. Now, in this series, which is the first essay, it is essay 500. Now, can we go with essay 500 first? Yes. Okay, starting with essay 500. Essay 500. Now, 500. What is essay 500? Name, please. What is the name of essay 500? Essay 500 is audit. That's right. Audit evidence. Now, what is audit evidence? Audit evidence is the, but I just try to say the keywords in the chat box, you can reply. Audit evidence is the, what? It is the information used by whom? Used by auditor. To form a, to form a conclusion on which dash is based, on which what is based, on which opinion is based. This audit evidence will include both dash and dash. What? It will include both accounting records and it will include other information. OI stands for other information. Is it and or is it or? It includes accounting records, other information, both. It is and. Okay, but here let me say one more thing which is additionally, which is there also in essay 583. Okay, can I say one thing additionally? Even absence of audit evidence like a refusal by management is also constitutes audit evidence. Repeat it. Absence of audit evidence. Absence of audit evidence. Like, say for example, refusal by management to provide written representation. They are not providing. That also constitute means forms audit evidence. Did you understand that sentence? If you understood, put you means understood in the chat box. Why? We have asked them the evidence, they did not provide, so we get evidence about management's integrity. So absence of audit evidence like refusal to provide written representation also constitute audit evidence. Okay. So this is the first part. What is audit evidence? Clear? If so, can we go to the next part? Objective. As an auditor, we have to design and perform audit procedures to obtain, two words which you have been hearing from chapter number 1, to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Maklai, sufficiency is the measure of what? Sufficiency is the measure of quantity. And appropriateness is the measure of quality. Sufficiency is affected by quantity is affected by 3 factors. It depends upon 3 factors. What are those factors? 1, size of population. Okay, population size. Second, is it MM or risk of material misstatement? It is not misstatement. It is chances of misstatement, which is risk of material misstatement. Third, materiality. Come on. Population. Essay. Sampling. Population. Essay. 530. Risk of material misstatement. Essay. 315. Materiality. Come on, guys. Materiality. Essay. 320. More the population, more will be sufficiency. More the risk, more will be the sufficiency. More item material, more sufficient evidence we need. Evidence, sufficient quantity. Now, what is appropriateness? Appropriateness means quality. Quality depends upon dash and dash. What, guys? RR. What? Relevance and reliability of evidence. And always we use one term. Audit evidence should be dash in nature. One evidence is not a substitute for another. We get purchase invoice. We also check the creditors. We go for external confirmation. Audit evidence collected are cumulative in nature. Are we clear with what is audit evidence and the objective of SA 500? Very famous, very, 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 very famous. There are few techniques of obtaining audit evidence. First, for each and everything, first we go and ask them, management day, Taru, Tanga, give us. First, you will do enquiry. Second, we go and see. See, you can't say, you go and observe. Observation. Huh? Next, you go and books, records, you go and inspect. Inspection. Then you will obtain from outsiders, you will obtain external confirmation. External confirmation is say 505. Then for checking the arithmetical accuracy, you have calculation. Then we will independently execute. It is called as the re-performance. Finally, you have comparison. This company with that company, ratio analysis, trend analysis, you call it as analytical procedure. Analytical procedure essay 520. External confirmation essay 505. These are the techniques. Techniques. Oh, it's not 580, Subhi. 505. 580 is written representation. Very, 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 very famous. There are certain procedures, methods. Can you say what are those methods or procedures? Being a revision, what we'll do is, I will give you like a formula, then I will give you one oral test. Orally in Chodikam, I will ask you. Can you say what is the first method or procedure? First method, Pullare, it is the risk assessment procedure. RAP, risk assessment procedure. From that, what you will get? You will identify and assess risk. Which other essay says about this? Risk assessment is said in which essay? 315. Now, once you get the risk, you have to dash to the risk. What you have to do? You have to respond. Engine, eppidi, how will you respond? Response in you have further audit procedure, which is nothing but essay. Essay 330. In further audit procedure, first you will check the, come on guys, you will check the internal control. You call it as test of control. Internal control you will check. TOC, test of control. Okay. If there is a deficiencies in internal control, can you link it to some other essay? If there is a deficiencies in internal control, very good. You will go to essay 265. You remember letter of weakness you will give to management TCWG? Okay. Now that is test of control. After that, you will go for, come on, substantive audit procedure, which is called as SAP, substantive audit procedure. In substantive procedure, what you guys will check? In substantive procedure, we will first check the test of details, and you will also go for substantive analytical procedure. Analytical procedure is further dealt in essay 520, so we are not saying now. TOD is again, are you following? TOD is again subdivided into, test of details is again subdivided into, very good, test of transactions and test of balances. So these are further dealt in A the essay, which essay 315 and essay 330. Are we clear with the methods? Okay. Aida, your doubts, etc. I'll just come back in the end. Just we'll finish off this. Shamla, you wait. Okay. So, guys, come on, come on, come on, come on. We have finished what? We have finished objective, techniques, and procedure. Can we proceed to the next one? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can we proceed to next one? Guys, can we proceed to next one? Oh. We will be using the work of which expert here? I want to know which expert. Is it auditor's expert or management expert? Management expert. If it is auditor's expert, which essay would apply? If it is auditor's expert, then it would have been essay 620. This is management expert. That is why evidence collection 500. I will be held dash responsible. What responsible? Auditor will be held. Come on, come on, come on. Auditor will be held. Solely responsible while using the work of management expert. So guys, three very important factors you have to see. What are those three factors which you have to see before you use the work of expert? First, competence, capability, objectivity. Competence, capability, objectivity. Why objectivity? Because he's a part of management. Biased. Second, you should obtain an understanding. Third, you should check whether his work is, come on, last point, whether his work is appropriate, adequate. For that, you will see his precision, completeness, detailed, all those things we will check. Competence, capability, objectivity. Okay, I will pause in 2 minutes, sir. This essay, let's complete it, then we'll pause. Can I get a proceed message if this much is clear? Okay. What will you do if there is an inconsistencies in audit evidence, or if there is a doubts on reliability of audit evidence? What will you do? There is a doubt or there is a inconsistency. What will you do? What will you do? We will do additional audit procedure, or we will do further audit procedure. Why? To obtain corroborative evidence. Alternative procedure is different, additional procedure is different. Okay, don't confuse. Last. Only one more thing. With that, done. Come on. Reliability of audit evidence. Reliability. Which evidence is more reliable? Which evidence is more reliable, internal or external evidence? Of course, external, right? Can we say obtained from independent sources? Yes. Obtained directly by, obtained directly by auditor. In which form? Obtained directly by auditor in documentary form. Is it original or photocopy? Original. And one more. However, if internal control effective, then internal evidence is more reliable. Are we clear? One more part is there in this essay, which I'm not going to revise. I will just mention. Anyone? One more important part is there in this essay, which we have not touched, which I'll just say now. Come on. What is left over in this essay? 500 love. One more very important part, which is called as the, it is called as the assertion. See, assertion is there in auditing, 3 places it's there. One, it's there in, come on, essay 500. The assertion means these are the representation made by management, which is embodied in FS. Secure loan is 1 crore, plant and machinery is 10 lakh. Can we have another essay, name or number? Which other essay says about assertion? Come on, guys, you are replying. Which other essay says about assertion? Hey guys, assertion level, overall financial statement level, it is also said in essay. Confirm, you're right, very good. It is said in essay 315. And for intermediate, it is there in the chapter, items in FS. Chapter number 5. Are we clear with the summary only? Summary of essay 500? Okay. With that, essay 500 is over. Now, if you guys are clear, I will have a 2 or 3 oral test. Oral test means what? I will ask you 2 or 3 questions so that I'll get a clarity whether you guys have understood. Can I test you orally? You just reply, Gato, in the chat box. Okay. Auditor is going to check the sales, whether there is sales order. Which procedure auditor is intending to do? Auditor is checking in a company whether for every sales, it is backed by a sales order. Is it inquiry? Is it inspection? For every sales, is there any sales order? Which method or which procedure I asked you? Which method or which procedure I asked you? I asked you which method. Kuta, I'm asking you which method. It's not test of details. It is test of control. Why? For every sales, there should be a sales order. Further audit procedure is too general, Kuta. Don't say further audit procedure. Specifically, it's test of control. Now you are checking the sales journal entry. I want only answer specific. I want specific. You are checking sales journal entry. Sales journal entry. I am getting 2 answers. TOT, TOD. Can I have correctly which answer? That is sales journal entry. Entry is cash or debtor account debtor to sales. One aspect is transaction, another one aspect is account balance and another aspect is transaction, double entry. So both the TOT and the TOB will come. So it is TO, 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 D. And checking interest expense against interest bearing obligations. Last question. With that, 500 is over. I'm checking interest expense against interest bearing obligation. If this much obligations is there, this much interest should come. No, 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 no. It is analytical procedure, Pullare. Am I comparing here? If this much interest bearing obligation is there, if this much loan is there, my expected value of interest is this much. Isn't it analytical procedure? My expectation, I'm comparing for this much amount of loan, my expectation of interest is 10 lakhs, but actually it's less. Isn't it comparison with my expectation? Answer is analytical. Pillare, can you reply whether you understood, Kanmani? Did you understand? As you know, our exam is now fully into application level only, especially the MCQ part. So guys, with that, 1 essay down, we have 9 more standards to go. Take rest for 1 minute. Sharp 1 minute. You can take rest and then let me know by saying 5, not Makkale, life is a race. Run, 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 run. Can we go to 501? Okay. Okay. India wants to know. Okay. Essay 501. Name please. Audit evidence only. Now, what is the difference? It is dash consideration. What consideration? Specific considerations for what item? Selected item. Right? Now, which all are the three selected items? If you hear these three items only, you will think about this essay in the examination hall. 1. Inventory. 2. Litigation and. I forgot one name. Litigation and claims. 3rd, segment. Makkale, segment reporting. Okay. Are we going to collect every information about inventory, litigation, and segment reporting? No. These three, inventory, litigation, and segment reporting, these are the selected items. Now, in these three selected items, you are going to collect. What are you going to collect? You are going to collect only specific consideration, or you are going to collect only specific evidence. Can I have your reply? What is the specific consideration regarding inventory? It is existence and condition of inventory. Whenever inventory you hear in auditing, AS2 will come. Final, if it is Ind AS 2 will come. Other than that, anything else? Ind AS 2 will come, and CARO clause number 2. Wherever you go, I will be there. That is CARO. Now, second, litigation and claim. Litigation and claim. AS. Come on. AS 29. Final, Ind AS 37. Litigation is also there somewhere else. Are you aware about 143.3? J? It's there in reporting chapter. Whether the impact of pending litigation has been properly disclosed. But it's there. Only thing is company audit is removed. Still, reporting 143 is there in syllabus. Alle. Makkale, acknowledge whether you understood this. Okay. Segment reporting. AS 17. Ind AS for final 108. Okay. Segment reporting. That's it. Okay. Can we start with inventory? Makkale, it's going to be marathon. In next 10 minutes, we have to finish off the entire standard. If you are ready, give me a ready message. If all puts are ready, then only we'll start. I want everyone to put R. Come on. Others also. Ready? Ready. This essay will apply only if inventory is a dash item in FS. If inventory is a what item? Inventory is a significant is right. Better to say it as material item in FS. Then auditor has to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence regarding what its existence and condition. Now, what is the responsibility of management, Pillare? Management has to count, value the inventory. Now, auditor should be a dash at the physical counting of inventory. Auditor should be an observer. observer at physical counting of inventory. And when you observe, there is a flow of 5 points. Anyone? Come on. When you observe, first one, you will evaluate. You will evaluate whose procedure? You will evaluate management procedure. Then what you will do? You will observe. Then you will inspect. Then you will perform test count. And one more thing is there. You will also perform analytical procedure. In this management procedure, can someone say what all we will do in management procedure? I'm not writing, I'll just say what you will check in management procedure. What is the nature of inventory? What is the risk with respect to inventory? Percentage of completion, work in progress, internal control, then what? System of inventory, method of valuation, etc. Now, it is generally done as on, even location you will check, very good. It is generally done as on which date? You have to be an observer as on which date? Closing date. Can I say closing date? C/S is not closing stock, please. Closing date. If it is not done on a closing date, 31st March, you couldn't go, then if not, you will perform it on a alternate date. If you do it on an alternate date, say you did it on 20th April, 20 days, you have to perform what procedure? Additional audit procedure. 20 days, you call it as what? Some period you call. Very good. You will perform additional audit procedure on intervening period. Intervening means in between period. It is impracticable, unable, or impracticable. Assume you are appointed after 31st March for some reason. Then how will you be doing? You can't go. You will perform what procedure? You can't perform additional. Impracticable. Do something else here. You will perform alternative. Now, what if you can't do alternative? You can't go. You can't perform alternative. Use your weapon, bullare. No. Use your weapon. You will modify as per essay 705. Now, if inventory is in custody of third party, come on, from third party, what you will obtain? Either you will obtain confirmation, essay 505, or one more thing you can do. You can obtain confirmation, or one more thing you can do, or perform other audit procedure. Can I have one example of other audit procedure? Like inspect, visit, or send another auditor. So whenever question comes with respect to inventory, I'm saying very important. Please listen carefully. If it is asking responsibility of management, think of AS2 Schedule 3. Management responsibility is in the question they are asking. Schedule 3 requirement AS2. If auditor's responsibility they are asking, it is essay. If they are asking auditor's responsibility of inventory with respect to Companies Act, then it is CARO. Did you understand that? That point is very important, which I said in the end. K2, if it is management responsibility, it is items in FS chapter AS2 Schedule 3. If it is auditor's responsibility, SA. If it is auditor's responsibility with respect to Companies Act inventory, it is mainly CARO. CARO's Companies Act. But why others is not acknowledging? Didn't they understand those three? But if you get some additional points, write it somewhere, keto. Along with the class, if you get something, because half only I'm writing, rest half I'm saying. If you get something new, kindly write it somewhere. Yes, this question was there in the MTP. And I know rest until we have reached the destination. This is the destination. So once this is okay, can you say proceed or continue? Put C, continue. Okay. Litigation and claims. Litigation and claims. What is the specific consideration which you have to see with respect to litigation and claims? Come on. Adil, ഒന്നുകൂടെ ആലോചിക്കടാ. Litigation and claims, you have to check the completeness, meaning anything is omitted. Okay, think practically. How do you check the completeness? Completeness. First, you will check the, come on. You will ask them, enquiry. Hey, management, enquiry. Second, come on, you will obtain written representation. Written representation, essay, 580. Now, this is a flow. First, you will ask them, enquiry, you will obtain in writing, written representation. Then you will read minutes book. Minutes book, MB's minutes book. Now you will also review legal expenses, legal correspondence. Finally, you can communicate with whom? Communicate with the you can communicate with the legal counsel. A communication with legal counsel, will it always happen? But for silly cases, will you go and communicate? No. Communication will happen mainly in case of, but I'm not writing, I will say, difficult case, some difficulty is there, significant risk is there. Okay, and disagreement is there. Complexity or difficulty, significant risk or disagreement. Even after doing this, if you are unable to obtain evidence, then you will dash your opinions. Come on, analyze its impact as per essay 705. You will modify. Last, I will give you rest after this. Segment reporting. Come on, guys. Segment reporting. Segment. What is the specific consideration? What is the specific consideration in this? Presentation and correct. Presentation and disclosure as per AFRF. Okay, who has to present and disclose as per AFRF? Management. As per Schedule 3 AS, they will do. Auditor should obtain, understand what the methods, and he will perform appropriate audit procedure. Did you understand this, Pulare? Okay. See, if they give you some revenue or something and they ask you how to present, this is only Schedule 3 question. When will you think of this? Only if they are asking auditor's responsibility with respect to segment information. Did you understand that? If they give you an information and ask you how this will appear in FS, This is from management side. You'll just think about Schedule 3 disclosure. Segment information as per essay will come only when they are asking what is auditor's responsibility with respect to segment-wise disclosure. Essay is always from auditor's angle, not from FS, not from management angle. Hmm. Wow, 2 essays are down. We have 8 more standards. So, baby, calm down, calm down, calm down. Take rest. 2 minutes you can take rest. After that, let me know by saying 5, not 5. Okay. Okay, if your rest time is over and if you got some energy, let me know by saying 5, not 5. That's the next essay. Come on, come on, come on. 5, not 5. Whether 505 will apply for segment reporting. See, if after performing procedure, if you feel segment-wise reporting is not proper, then you can modify. If they have not disclosed segment information as per AFRS, then you can modify. Okay? Sure. Makla, I want promotion by saying 505. Others, Pogamo, Pogalama, can we proceed? What is 505 by the way? Written representation? No. What? It is EC. EC, external confirmation. Standard itself is very easy. It is external confirmation. Okay. Now, first, we'll start by saying what is external confirmation, right? Okay. External confirmation is a, Maklai, what is confirmation? It is a, come on, start, no, it is a direct written response by whom? Confirming party. Confirming party means third party to auditor. And he can give either in paper form or electronic form, or it can be given in any other media. Now one confusion is there. Can we delegate, not delegate, can we seek the direct assistance of internal auditor in obtaining confirmation? Internal auditor, can I know the essay number, please? Essay 610. Can I use the work of internal auditor? Not use. Can I seek direct assistance of internal auditor in obtaining external confirmation? I'm asking internal auditor, kindly obtain confirmation for us. Answer is no. Why? Because we have to obtain, you cannot seek his assistance. But can we ask his help in drafting the confirmation, like collecting the information? And the answer is yes. You know why? In drafting, collecting information, it's an areas that involve less judgment. Both final or inter-level essay 610 is 2x, 2 times important. Revise it well. And I hope you guys understood that. That was an extra question. Okay. Now, that is what? Second. Okay. What is the objective? To obtain. To obtain dash and dash evidence. To obtain relevant and reliable audit evidence from confirming party. Will external confirmation give you sufficient evidence? There was a question in the MTP, bank confirmation. I'm just saying in a sentence, it was a big one. Bank confirmation gives you sufficient evidence. Is it valid? Bank confirmation means it is confirmation obtained from third party, which is external confirmation. Bank confirmation is relevant and reliable because it is external source, but it is not sufficient. Sufficient evidence is from internal. External is not sufficient. Always internal is sufficient, external is more appropriate, relevant and reliable. And now, while obtaining the confirmation, there is a procedure or like factor. And you can just visualize in a flow. Think you are the auditor. Auditor will first check for what all information confirmation has to be obtained. Now, come on, determine which information has to be confirmed. Determine which information has to be confirmed, whether it is debtors, whether it is creditors. Now, from creditors, debtors, you will select the confirming party. CPS confirming party. From the 1,000 creditors, you will select 100 creditors. Now, for this 100 creditors, you should design the, you need to send confirmation. Confirmation request. Then IQ guys, anupunga, come on, you will send and you will do the follow-up. Makle, while designing the confirmation request, who has to design the confirmation request? I asked you who? Auditor. There are certain factors. Auditor has to maintain control over confirmation designing. Factors. Can I say I will miss out two factors? Totally, there are 6 factors. I will miss out 2 factors. No. We will play, Pillare. We will play. We will play. I will miss 2 factors. Let me know which are those 2 factors. Management authorization, layout and presentation, matter to be addressed, risk. 2 matters I've missed out. Like I say, one question, it was like this. What are those 2 other matters? Guys, very good. One is mode of communication. Very good. Mode of communication. Second is past experience. Very good. Rahul, past experience and mode of communication. There was a question like this in MTP. 6 things has to be seen. 4 are here, which is the 2 other things which is missed. Okay, those 6 were the specific factors to be seen in designing. Okay, Makla, I'll pause for 10 seconds. Unless I get reply from you to continue, I can't continue. So can you give me continue reply? We'll see. What are those 2 types of confirmation? Many times we have heard a lot. It can be either positive or it can be negative. Did I inter students, where else have you heard about positive and negative types of confirmation? Other than types, where else have you heard in auditing? Very good. Explicit and implicit assertions. Okay. Now, in positive confirmation, when will the confirming party reply? Eppum confirming party will reply when? Whether or not balancers are agreeing, agrees or disagrees, he will reply. Negative, confirming party will reply only if balancers are disagrees. So which gives you more persuasive evidence? Persuasive means convincing evidence. This is more persuasive evidence and less risk. More persuasive evidence. Now, what is the risk for negative? Negative, what is the risk? One thing is non-response. Second, lost in transit. Positively, there is a risk. Positively, what is the risk? They will reply, but a reply may not be. Rahul, better word. Reply may not be. Reply may not be appropriate. So for this, we will use a blank request. Instead of saying the amount, we will put a blank. But blank request will reduce the response rate. Makla, did you understand that last explanation? Positively reply kittum. Endayalam kittum. Eppadi paathalum kedikkum. Anyway, you will get it. But always we don't know whether reply is correct. So to reduce it, you will use a blank. But blank will reduce the response rate. Over. What if management refuses? Auditor, nee vaangikenda, vaanga vendam. You don't obtain confirmation. Management is refusing. First step, you will see the valid and reasonable. Why this quality management? Why? Second step, you will inquire. You inquire the management. After that, what you will do? After inquiring, you will communicate with TCWG ki mumba. Before that, what you will do? You will see its, makla, you will see its implications. Then you will try to perform what procedure? You will try to perform alternative procedure. And if you feel it is unreasonable, then only you will communicate with the TCWG, reevaluate management integrity, and you will modify as per 705. That flow, don't change it. Directly, you don't talk with TCWG. Etano. Before winding up, can I have a reply? This is from intermediate material. It was once discussed in the group. I thought they were confusing, so I thought I'll show you. Where no reply is being received from direct confirmation procedure from accounts receivable, auditor should do what? No additional testing. Additional testing including testing and agreeing the balances. Additional testing including both A and B. This is A, B, C, D. Can you say which is the option? A or B or C or D or? D, B, D, B. Why no one wants C? All are saying D and B. See, I say answer was B. I will say the reason why they have arrived at B. Generally speaking, in auditing, do you collect conclusive, detailed analysis? Do you do generally speaking? No. Unless, we collect only persuasive prima facie evidence. We don't do detailed analysis. Unless there is so much of an issue. Here it is not an issue, just that you didn't get confirmation elect. So maybe because of that word, C option is not right. If C is not right, D is not right. So that's why answer is B. B for boy. But are those who said D, did you understand why it is B for boy? So baby, calm down, calm down, calm down. So it's your rest time. 2 minutes, take rest. After that, we will proceed. Okay. After essay 510, I will be putting some reverse gear for the vehicle. Cut off. After 510, I will go to 560, 570, 580. Then only I will come back. Okay, two. Did you hear that? Because 560, 570 is very important. If I take that towards the end, law of diminishing marginal utility. See, auditing, we don't do detailed analysis generally. Here they are saying detailed analysis, no? That's why. And can we proceed? $510. By the way, what is $510? And $510 has a great impact with another essay. Any guess? Where did essay is? Some other essay has impact of $510. Very good, which is $710. $710 is comparative information. Very good, $710. And what is $510? Right now we are in 500 series. $510. So $510, name please. Initial audit engagement. Opening balance. Like we said, 501, you will think only when inventory, litigation and claim segment. 505 confirmation. 510, you will think mainly if it is relating to opening balance. And predecessor audit was there. Okay, did you hear the second one? Not only opening balance, and there is a predecessor auditor or previous year is unaudited. Okay, first one. What is initial audit engagement? What is initial audit engagement? Parada, yendana, what is initial audit engagement? Either prior period FSR not audited. No one has done the audit, unaudited. Second, prior period is audited by predecessor auditor, meaning another auditor, not me. So is these two conditions and or for a engagement to be initial audit engagement? It is either, it is or. Let us see if in the question they are saying more than one auditor is appointed, which essay will come? In the question they are saying more than one auditor is appointed, then not this essay 299. Branch, holding, subsidiary, division, like that they are saying. Then which essay will come? Then it is essay 600. Now in the question they are saying predecessor auditor, then this essay will come. Internal auditor, external auditor, then essay. Come on, 610 will come. Final students, service organization auditor, then which essay will come? Rahul, essay. 4, not 2. So each essay will come in different cases. Okay. So what is the objective of this standard, Pillare? What is the objective of this essay? As an auditor, 500 series, it is 500 series, no. To obtain, guys, to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence whether what, as the name itself says, whether opening balance contains misstatements that materially affects which year affairs? Current period. Not only that, whether A/C is accounting. Accounting policies are what applied, consistently applied, or changes are disclosed. Okay, that word always comes up. Accounting policy is consistent. You have to check whether OB, misstated accounting policies of current and prior period, are consistent. Why? Because you were not the auditor of last year, or last year is unaudited. Don't use the word last year, prior period. CPA is current period. Makla, if this much is okay, can I have proceed? Reporting requirements. But I'm very sad, Pillare. Ask me what happened. എന്ത് ചോദിക്കൂ guys, എന്ത് പറ്റിയെന്ന് ചോദിക്കൂ. Ask me what happened. Even after doing all these things, I am unable to obtain the evidence. Then what will you do? You will either give a disclaimer of opinion, or you will give what opinion? Qualified opinion. If accounting policies are not consistently applied, then which opinion? Unqualified variable. It's either disclaimer or qualified. Then adverse or qualified. If opening balance contains material misstatement, then what will you do? Material misstatement means qualified or adverse. Adverse or qualified. Pillare, all this reporting requirement, RRS reporting requirement, root goes to which is say 705. But there is a word, no, qualified or a disclaimer, adverse or qualified, depending upon dash. Depending upon the pervasiveness. Materiality is there, but the main word is pervasiveness. Pervasiveness. Makla, pervasiveness. Okay. Are we clear with the reporting requirements? What is over? Objective is over. Reporting requirements is also over. If this much is okay, can we proceed to audit procedure? And our procedure is divided into two parts. What are those two parts? Prior period can be. Prior period can be unaudited. Okay. Prior period can be unaudited, or prior period can be audited. Think logically. Prior period is audited. A client has come. First, you will ask him for a, come on, client, give us a copy. After getting the copy, what you will ask him? You'll ask him for the which one? Prior period FS and predecessor's audit report. Then you will sit and, what you will do? You will sit and read it. Once you have read it, what you will see? Whether predecessor audit report contains a modification. If modification, check if the modification is, guys, check if the modification is resolved. If not, now I want the answer. என்ன பண்ணுவே? എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? What will you do? You will see the first you will perform additional audit procedure, further procedure. Then you will see the impact on current year and its implication, whether it is fraud, all this. Now this is when prior period is audited. Now what if prior period is unaudited, Maklai? If it is unaudited, you will perform again additional audit procedure and you will examine which year records? Prior period records. See, normally you can place reliance over the last year auditor's work. Predecessor auditor's work you can rely unless there is a doubt. എടാ 510 has an impact in 710 link പിള്ളേരെ. എടാ 4 essays are over. 500 is general evidence. 501 is specific. 505 is external confirmation. And 510 opening balance initial audit engagement. Which one you want me to repeat? Last part. If last year is unaudited, meaning opening balance is unaudited, you will first perform additional audit procedure. Now, to check the opening balance, you have to sit and examine prior period record. Okay, wow. Pillare, 4 essays are over and you guys are sitting like this. Smile, Pillare. Chirikule. Guys, can we proceed? Any other concerns, doubts? No? Come on. Life is a race. Run, 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 run. After next essay, I'll talk for 2 minutes. Outside academics, but something related to CA only. Okay? Can we go? Proceed? Eda, with your permission, I want to jump. Can I jump? Eda, jump, jump. Can we? You know what? 500, 501, 505, 510 over. Okay, every essay in 500 series is important, but still, from inter and final, 560, 570 is usually more asked in the brain or MTP, RTP, usually. So can we go to first 4 is over, 500 to 510. Can we go to last 3 now, 560, 570, 580? These 3 together, you call it as completion and review. Inter and final, it's same, completion and review. But will you permit me to jump? It's a long jump here from 510 to 560. And if jump is permitted, put J. Jump. Okay, where did you ask me to jump? Which essay? 560, huh? Okay. Name, please. Subsequent events. Subsequent events. I think all of you know, but still, if you want, I will give you one example. No space here. Okay, wait. Eda, any events which occurs after which date? Which occurs after balance sheet date. Can we say FS date? Assume your FS date is 31st March 2024. And till the date of audit report. First, what? 1st August. This is called as subsequent events. Not only that, any events which you come to know after your report, adum subsequent events. Eda, this is also subsequent events. After this date, you come to know a fact, that is also subsequent events. Subsequent events 1, 2. At a 1, 2, I only put for you to remember. Now, in between this date, okay, you have given your report? No. If you come to know a fact, what will you do? You will obtain evidence whether it has been properly dash or dash in FS as per AS4. Whether it has been properly. Can we say adjusted or disclosed? Presented only. Adjusted or disclosed in FS as per AFRF. Are you following? Now, in respect of matters that became known after audit report, even after giving the report, you only came to know. What will you do? You will respond. How to respond? That I will say in the essay. Okay, did you understand this timeline? And I want reply from everyone. Let's just put this timeline into mind. This essay will be very, very, very simple. Why you should have all the fun. I will also have fun. Can I have proceed? Unless you say proceed, I won't go. Illa pora. Nirbandhikku guys, proceed. Okay, va. Okay, okay. Shari. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, guys. AS. Link. AS. Eh? 4. Final. Where are my final kids? Kanmani. Unboard. Kadalan. Come on. Indes. 108 ano Rahul? 10 alle gutta? 10. Okay. Now, what is subsequent events? Subsequent events, that's right. Indes is 10. Indes students kindly ignore this indes. Subsequent events are events occurring between, meaning after, okay, which date and which date? After FS date and audit report date. In AS, it is balance sheet date and FS approval date. Here till audit report date. This is subsequent events 1, which we said in our example. It also includes the fact that become known to the auditor after the date of audit report. Meaning, in our example, we said it as subsequent events 2. Kelanglan, Chodikyu, ask me what happened. Chodikida. And I came to know a fact. Something other than relating to FS. Meaning other information. Nothing related to FS, something else. Will this essay apply? And I came to know a fact about the company after I gave the audit report, but nothing related to financial. Will this essay apply? Answer is no. Why? In this essay, it will apply only if it has to be adjusted or disclosed in FSLA. Okay, is the first part clear? What are subsequent events? Okay. If so, can we go to objective? With respect to events between FS date and audit report date, you remember the example which I gave? You will obtain support sufficient and appropriate evidence whether it has been properly good. It has been properly adjusted or disclosed where in FS. Now, in respect of facts that become known after the audit report, what will you do? Auditor will respond appropriately. How to respond? I will say it here. And there are two types of events. I know you are thinking about adjusting and non-adjusting events, but that's not the word over here. Can I have that keywords? Adjusting events means those events and condition which existed as on balance sheet date. Second, which does not exist Allah, which arose or occurred after balance sheet date. Now I'll ask you two questions. Tell me whether it is one or two. Agreement to merge. There's only an agreement, nothing else happened. Two. And it's just an agreement, Rahul, nothing else happened. Talk ullu. Issue of new classes of shares. Wow. It's again two. Okay, last question. Declaration of dividend. In my final, students, give the reply to your brothers and sisters. Declaration of dividend. It is. And it will be only disclosed. So it is. It does not exist, right? It only arose. So it will be second one. All the three which I asked you was non-existing. I mean, arose or occurred after FS date. Okay, now something very, very important and very good questions can be framed. Big going to come. So 30 seconds. Breathe in, breathe out. Energy. Get all the energy. Energy shagariku and give me ready. Ready, 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 ready. Then only I'll start. What about others? And are you? Nan ready. Neenga ready? Yes. Parayu, ma'am. No, I just wanted to act out the scene, but then I thought I don't have the time to. If I act out that scene, you guys will understand this better, I thought. When I was looking at the time, Rahul, then I thought I don't have the time. Time illa gutta. It's already. Let's see. Like these events, I will come. These events you can know in three phases, like in three timeline. What are those three timeline, Pallare? Between, come on, support, between which date and which date? Between FS date and audit report date. In our example, 31st March and 1st August between you know. Second, known after audit report but before it is issued to users. Meaning, what is the meaning, Pullare? The audit report is formulated, everything is over. Either it is with the auditor or it is with the management. It is not given to the members. Users nu koduthitilla. It's not given to the users. Finally, what? Audit report is given to the, issued to the user. Makla, you understood these three timelines? In the exam, if a question is asked, application level, they will give you only timeline, like 1st August, 31st March. Now, here, logically will you think? Logically think. Think. What you will do? Between FS and between audit report. First, what will you do? You will check whether these events are identified by management. If so, whether they reflected in FS, you won't trust management. Auditor will perform audit procedure to identify. Makle, why to identify sitting here? India wants to know. First, identify by auditor. Second, first point was identify by management. Second is by auditor. Okay, how auditor will identify? Usual procedures only. How auditor will identify, Bullare? Come on, guys. How auditor will identify? As usual. Enquiry, usual 3 steps. Chodikya, എഴുതി വാങ്ങിക്കുക, വായിക്കുക. കേളുങ്ക, get it in writing and read. Enquiry, written representation, read minutes book. Read minutes book. And one more thing, interim FS. And also you will understand management's procedure. When is this? Between which date and which date? Between FS date and between audit report date. And the next one only, I will act out and show. Will you guys see? I'll just reduce it for 1 minute. A full thing I can't act. Next one. Next one, when you came to know. Come on. Next one, when you came to know. Next one, when you came to know. After audit report. Yeah, after audit report. But before it is circulated. Or it is circulated to the users. That's the next two. So it's monact, monact. In the end, you can react and laugh. Now don't laugh. Just reply to me. I'm auditor, I'm management. So I'm acting. So I'm auditor. Hey, management, why did you say all these things to us? Management. Sorry, auditor, we left off to say this. Auditor. The management kindly change the financial statement and give us. So, 1 second. So, auditor will ask the management to change the financial. Then management will, okay, auditor, we will amend the financial. Now, 1 second. Okay, auditor, we will amend the financial. Okay, quickly amend the financial so that I will amend my audit report. Did you understand? Now, this is when management amends the financial. Now, management, auditor, ഇയാൾ പണി നോക്കിപ്പോ നീങ്ക പോങ്ക എങ്ങൾക്ക് അമെന്റ് பண்ண முடியாது we can't amend ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പറ്റത്തില്ല. How dare auditor, how dare you say, come on, audit report is with me, I will modify. If audit report is with you, don't circulate. Then management said, we have already circulated. Then what we will do, we will take appropriate action to let users know. Makle, did you understand this? Others, can you reply? That's a huge procedure. Very good, that's right. So can I put it in keywords? The first, everything is after which date? Everything you came to know after which date, Pullare? Audit report. Generally speaking, auditor has no, generally speaking, auditor has no obligation. Why? Because after audit report, we don't have any responsibility. However, if it is a significant matter, important matter, however, if it is an important matter, what will you do? First, you will discuss with the management. Then you will see how management is going to address it. Then You will see if what to be revised. Very good. If FS are to be revised. If FS are revised, എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? Come on. You will perform additional procedure to issue amended audit report. This amended report will contain emphasis of matter para or other matter para. It is say 706. Okay. Now, what if management does not amend the FS? What if management does not amend the FS? If management refuses, come on. You will either modify the report if it is with you, or you will ask the management not to circulate. Now, if it is already circulated, what you will do? Makale, it's already circulated here. What you will do? You will take appropriate action. Like giving a public notice in newspaper, or what to do? Attend the AGM. Somehow you should let users know. Eda user said the earlier report was wrong. Management did not amend the FS. Be careful. And I want reply from each and every one of you whether you guys have understood this essay well. Because especially the last part, I've not gone in detail. I've given you the summary. What about others? All okay? Wow, with that, 560 is done. Especially one recommendation to CA final students, when a question comes, you have to link it with AS and IND-AS. Okay, Inter also. Okay, sure. Eda, how is things going? 5 essays are down, 5 more essays. Come on. How's things still here? 1 minute. Let's talk. All good? So take rest. Take rest. 2 minutes. You can take 2 minutes off. Then we will go to 570. See, I want to say something, Keto. Yeah, you are asking what you wanted to say, Alle. See, yeah. Yesterday I had a revision session in ICI, our ICI Ernakulam. So, yeah, okay. I was saying to them, okay. So, in the last, when the class was over, we took a picture. Okay. So, that was accidentally, we took in the place. When I got the picture and when I was looking, same place, same spot, the picture was taken to be exactly 14.5 years back, a picture was taken. I'm talking about my 14.5 years back when my CA final results came. I was doing GMCS. I had qualified in the year 2010. Attempt was 2009 November. Result came in January 2010 when I was doing GMCS. That time it's called as GMCS in Ernakulam ICI. So at that time results came and qualified. Okay, qualified and I was CA and that picture was taken when that result came that day. That picture was taken. A group picture was taken. GMCS was ending that day. So 14.5 years back that picture, and yesterday same place. See, only I was there, that same person, that picture was there. CA. Once a CA, we are always a CA, So I just wanted to say you one thing. For all the efforts which you guys are putting now, just Just put that effort and എന്താ പറയാ, when you become and when you get those two letters, you will understand how respectful, how valuable it is. Keto, did you hear that? Now you will be thinking, this ma'am, you can say anything because you have qualified. No, Ballare. Once you are in that level, you will also say this. Let's see after 1 year, if you are in inter, okay, final. After final, if you are in final, after this attempt, let's see, you will also say this. That feeling, before CA and after CA, that matters a lot, Pulare. So, all set, admit card has been released, everything is done. Just that you have to revise. Keep revising. Subject like auditing, revision is the key. And at the same time, now application level on questions. So application level questions means don't be tense. You have to practice more. Keto. Da. If all is okay, let me know by saying 570. Let's go. Ah, 570. 570. 570. Makkale 570. You're 570. What is 570? 570 is, can I write GC? Vanda. Going concern. Now, first let me discuss, then I will come. When you hear going concerns, what else will come to your mind? What else will come to your mind? Eda, come on. CARO. Which clause? Okay, AS is there, fine. CARO, clause number. You, wherever you go, I am there. That's CARO. CARO, clause number. 19. That's right, Aishwarya. 19. Clause number 19. That's right, 19. One more place is there, Pulare. Very good. Audit report, fifth element. In audit report, as per essay, title, addressee, opinion, basis for opinion, as per essay, 700. Ah. Now, going concern is up. And as someone said rightly, AS1. Okay. Fundamental accounting assumption, that's there. Company will continue the operations in, I want that word, dash. Company will continue the operations in foreseeable future. Okay, what is this foreseeable future? Minimum next, how many? Very good. Minimum next 12 months, they will continue the operations. They don't have the intention to liquidate. Yeah, very good. 12 months from balance sheet date. Okay, now we'll start. Whose responsibility to comply with going concern? Whose responsibility? Management. There are two very important words are there. Management has to assess and management has to make the judgment. Identify alla Rahule. Assess matre ullu mone. Yeah, management has to make the assessment and make the judgment. Their judgment will depend upon the uncertainty, information available, predictability, etc. As an auditor, what am I supposed to do? Auditor has to remain alert to the events and conditions that may cast doubt. Then you have to evaluate management's assumptions and management plans whether it is feasible, viable. Any other link came to your mind? Ila. What is Ila? Due to inherent limitations of audit. You remember essay 200? Due to inherent limitations of audit, you cannot predict future events. Future is unpredictable, uncertain. So first we spoke about management responsibility, now about auditor. So Eda, what is the objective of auditor? Responsibility is different, objective is different. So ESL എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം എന്ത് பண்ணணும்? What am I supposed to do? What is your objective? The 500 series, no, without even me saying, "Makka karnodeda," you guys know it pretty well, no. Your objective is to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence whether going concern is, whenever you hear going concern is appropriate. Eda, listen, going concern is appropriate. Don't use any other word other than appropriate. Now, whether there is any MU, SD, GC, what is this here? Material uncertainty that may cast a significant doubt on going concern. Material uncertainty, significant doubt, going concern. Wow, my company is going to close down. What will you do? Will you celebrate? No, you will report. Makla, evidence collect here. First you obtain evidence. Then you will check whether there is any material uncertainty. If so, you will report. Makla, if this much is clear, I wanted to ask you one question. Can I ask? There are two exceptions for going concern. Generally, FS are prepared using going concern. There are two exceptions. Anyone? Two exceptions are there. Very good. One, management intends to wind up the operation, liquidate. Second, they cannot continue the operation. They want to close. No, realistic alternative. Only intends to wind up. Next, second, no realistic alternative. In these two cases, they cannot continue here. They are not having any funds. COVID is one of the best example. In these two cases, they will prepare based on what basis? Realization basis. You have studied in accounts, partnership, dissolution, realization basis. That is another example. Makle, that you have to note, certain cases they will go for realization basis. Shamla, you understood? Makle, if this much is clear, can I have a continue? We have three indicators, right? What are those three indicators, Pullare? Three indicators of going concern. Financial indicator, operational indicator, other indicator. Now, what we'll do is, can you just reply which indicator it is? Loss of a key managerial person. Operational. Changes in law. Other. Insured catastrophe. Right? This is not an indicator. You know why? If it is insured, will company lose anything? They will get the claim. So going concern will not be affected. What if it is uninsured catastrophe? Then it will be other indicator. See, when you get an exam question, don't fall. There is a fire or earthquake. They might say they got an insurance claim. Then there is no issue. Look out in the question whether going concern sustainability is affected. Ketoda, don't jump and fall into the conclusion. Makle ratios, negative ratios, financial. Change from credit to cash on delivery. Catastrophe means durandam. Durandam means disasters. This is financial. So always first think of financial, others legal requirement, catastrophe like disaster, then think about operational. Think in that order. Financial, other, and operational. Clara, I will pause after next 3 minutes break up. Reporting requirements. Bigile Mukyam, come on. Going concern is inappropriate. And it is not disclosed in FS. What will you do? Inappropriate, they are not disclosing in FS neither. Eda, effect is pervasive. So you will give adverse. Material uncertainty is there, which is disclosed. Then what will you do? It is disclosed in FS. Here you will give unqualified opinion plus what separate para called as material uncertainty. This is the fifth element. It's not emphasis of matter paragraph anile. It is this para. MUNGC para. This is this para. That fifth element in audit report. Now, what if it is not disclosed in FS? But if it is not disclosed in FS, it is a misstatement. You will qualify or adverse. Can I give you one tip when you write it in the examination hall? What will you write? Adverse opinion plus in the basis for adverse opinion para, you state the reason. You have to write as point 1, adverse opinion, and in the basis for adverse opinion para, state the reason. Here, write qualified or adverse opinion. And second, in the basis for qualified or adverse opinion, state the reason. Makla, will you elaborate like that for the exam? Opinion and basis. Let a reply whether you understood that. Opinion one, basis also will come now. How dare management is unwilling to assess going concern? See, primary responsibility of management, they are unwilling to assess going concern. Perform alternative. Aishwarya, adinu mumbende, even before that, what will you do? First, you will request the management, please. Then, if they don't do, now you can do alternative. Still unable, now you will modify. As per 705. See, Prema, whenever you are writing adverse opinion qualified, you will write opinion para, you will give adverse opinion, and you will write in basis for opinion para, you will state reasons. Okay, wow. Opinion para, you will give the opinion adverse. Why you gave, you will state the reasons in basis. Pillare, only one more thing with that, 3 minutes rest for you guys. If this much is okay, can I have a proceed in 3 minutes? I will finish and 3 minutes rest for you. Proceed. Put people there, come on, proceed. See, as an auditor, what is your audit procedure? First step, auditor will evaluate what management use of going concern in preparation of FS, whether management has properly done it. What if management assessment is less than 12 months? Management assessment is less than 12 months, you will ask them to do more. Do more is correct. Better word is ask them to extend. Now, if there are some events and condition like this, you will perform additional audit procedure as follows. Follows I'm not writing. Like discuss with the management, see subsequent events, read minutes book, adequacy of borrowing facility, pending litigation, all. You will evaluate management future plan and obtain written representation. Written representation. That is the next essay, which is essay 580. Makla, there is a sentence in essay 570. With that, I'll give you 3 minutes break. You know what? Illa, unless you ask me, I won't say. Inikum later. Illa, put please. Parayate. Matters affecting going concern can be also determined as dash. Wow, super. Others, matters affecting going concern can be also determined as CAM if it is a more significant matter to auditor. And I'll say it in Malayalam also. അതായത് ഗോയിങ് കൺസേൺ അഫക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന മാറ്റർ ക്യാം ആയിട്ടും ഡിറ്റർമിൻ ചെയ്യാം. പക്ഷെ ക്യാമിന് ഗോയിങ് കൺസേണിന് പകരമല്ല. അതായത് going concern matter can be also determined as CAM. That doesn't mean that CAM is a substitute for going concern. Essay 701 we'll study. CAM, key audit matter, is not a substitute for going concern. Going concern para will come in addition. CAM also we can. CAM means key audit matter para. That also we can say if it is affecting the auditor. CAM 701. That's right. So guys, all good till here? 6 essays are down, I guess. Correct. So sharp 3 minutes break. So come back double strong. 3 minutes, not triple strong. K2. I'm here only. After this, we'll finish off essay 580. So 560, 570, 580, audit completion and review will be done. So once you finish off your 3 minutes rest, we'll go with 580. After that, we'll jump to 550, 520, 530. Okay. Take a rest. Come back fresh. Take a break. Take a Kit Kat. And all set. Can we go, 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 go? Makle, life is a race. Come on, run, 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 run. Okay. 570, 560, 570, 580. These three has to be done together. Audit completion and review, it's called. What is 580? Many times we have heard this. Obtain 580, obtain 580. Yeah. 580 means what? It is called as written. Written representation. What is this written representation? Can you say what is written representation? What is written representation? It is just starting Madi. It is a written statement provided by management or TCWG to auditor. Management or TCWG to auditor. Why? To confirm, right? Confirm matters in FS. Inventory is this much, cash balance is this much, or to support other audit evidence. Okay. Now, can you guys answer this? Does written representation include? Come on. Does written representation include FS, assertion, supporting books, records, etc.? Answer is no. Why? Why? It does not include FS, assertion, supporting books, records? Because all these are part of usual audit evidence as per SA 500. They are the main evidence as per SA 500. On top of that, they will give us in writing, that is written representation. Does written representation provide you with audit evidence? Is written representation an evidence? Yes. There is a sentence itself, okay? It is necessarily. Necessarily it is audit evidence, but not to substitute, not not conclusive, not sufficient and appropriate. It is only additional or supportive, meaning corroborative audit evidence. Now, what is the meaning? Even if you obtain written representation, we have to perform our audit procedures, nature, timing, and extent. In which form to obtain written representation, Pillare? Paper, electronic, okay. It should be in. And as the name itself says, it should be in. It should be in. It should be in written form. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. It should be in written form addressed to the auditor. It is obtained as a result of dash. And always these words comes together. We inquire, we obtain WR, we read minutes book. Unless we ask, they won't give. It is obtained as a result of inquiry. And it is obtained near which date? It is obtained near. Very good. It is obtained near audit report date. And why not? It is obtained near FS date. If it is obtained near FS date, it won't cover subsequent events. So it is always better to obtain near audit report, but not later. Near audit report. And from whom to obtain WR? WR means written representation. Now, come on. From whom? Management or TCWG. Don't stop it there. Who are responsible for preparation and presentation of FS. What if written representation is not provided? We ask them, they did not provide. What will you do? If they don't provide, of course, you will ask TCWG, then you will reevaluate management's integrity. One more, Pillare, and you will take appropriate action. Appropriate action, you will modify, qualify or disclaimer. And unless all says proceed, I won't continue. Only 3 more points. We are tough people, Pullare. We are abnormal human beings. We are tough people. Show that we are tough people. We are unstoppable. Batteries without, Porsche without brake. Are they unstoppables? Are they SA 500 without brake? That's shady. Come on. Doubts on reliability. What if there is a doubts on reliability? What will you do? If there is a doubts on reliability, what you guys will do? Reliability of audit evidence. First you will sit and check the competence. There are 3 words. 3 illa. Yeah, 3 illa, 4. Competence, integrity, due care of the capability of the management. Now you will check the inconsistencies between our evidence and their representation. And you will take again appropriate action. Now management compete appropriate action. You have to check whether they are competent person who is giving inconsistencies. Then you will take appropriate action. Second last. Can written representation contain qualifying language? Where else you have heard this word qualify? Qualify means not that qualification. Section 141 qualification alla. CARO clause 21. SA 705 will qualify is there, no? Come on. When you give a qualified opinion, what language you are saying? Except word you use. Can you give me a reply with yes, no if you understood this? We say except financial shows true and fair view. Can management give a written representation with qualifying language? Qualifying means with except can you give? See, when management gives the representation, it should be full. Except this, generally they should not give. However, in exceptional cases, like one of the director died, in such exceptional cases, they may give, you may accept if it is reasonable and auditor is satisfied. Did you understand it? Generally, qualifying language. Written representation should be full. Okay. And I'm not asking you what are the contents. Written representation will have the contents about management responsibility. They have prepared as per AFRF. Then given all the records, access, the complete information to the auditor. The representation 580 has a huge link to some other essay. Can you say which essay it is linked 580 to? If you say this essay 580 is done. 505. Okay, similar point you will hear. Very good. Makla, can you appreciate that guy? Appreciate he said no. Very good. Essay 210. How? Makla, you remember in essay 210 there are preconditions. In preconditions, we say financials has to be prepared by management. They have to prepare as per FS, AFRS, then access to books. That you state in precondition before acceptance. While conducting the audit, before audit report date, Management will give all those precondition in representation as writing. Did you understand that link? Yeah. 5/8 is done. Done. Energy level same or law of diminishing marginal utility. 7 essays are down, only 3 more to go. What is happening there? Ma'am, we are human beings, I know. But our exam 3 hours, session is also 3 hours without rest. Okay, of course, in between we had rest. Come on. Where is your level of energy? Similar, Poco. Okay. I see. I am flowing. But I was coming to say something. I'm not taking this essay. I'm just saying essay 540. It is not there in inter-syllabus. Final, of course, you have. I'm not taking this essay cut off. We said 10 essays only. 540. Can I have 1 minute on it? What is 540 essay? Very good. 540 is auditing of accounting estimates. Accounting estimates involved high risk. Why high risk? One, because of management biases. Second, from inherent limitation essay 200, you are hearing management judgment. Third, lack of neutrality. So this accounting estimates, we hear in 260 communication with TCWG, and even in essay 701 CAM, we identify this as a significant, most significant matter. Can you guys acknowledge whether you understood? An accounting estimate means like provision. This is mainly put by management. So management is swartha talparyam. Management biases judgment will come, meaning lack of neutrality will be there. So as an auditor, we have to check whether it is reasonable. So this 540 is addressed in 260 and 701. 260 is communication with TCWG. 701 is key audit. Hi guys, so what are we going to do? Come on, come on, come on. What are we going to do? This is the revision of which chapter? Let us say which chapter we are going to revise? Chapter 10. Okay, what is chapter 10? Kindly open in your notebook. Let's start. Bashing up, open your book. It is SRE, review. It's going to be fast. Don't fall down. Okay, so we are in chapter number 10. Okay, chapter 10 is nothing but review. Audit reasonable assurance. In review, we are giving what assurance, Pillare? In review, we are only giving a limited assurance. Are we doing more procedure like audit? No, we are only doing a fewer procedure. Fewer procedure means what procedure? Inquiry, analytical. With these procedure, what are you arriving at? Limited conclusion, not opinion, opinion, opinion. It is only conclusion. What conclusion? In that conclusion, you word negatively. Now, what is the word? Based on our review, nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe the financial statement does not show true and fair view. So, we will perform limited procedure. We will obtain like audit sufficient and appropriate evidence with which we'll arrive at the conclusion and not opinion. So risk is more in audit or review? In which one risk is more? Risk is more for review. Why? In audit, we will reduce. In audit, we will reduce the risk to a acceptable level. Whereas in review, you will reduce to only a moderate level, less procedure. So how many standards are there in review? How many standards are there in review? Just two standards. Like 4400, 4410, number is almost same. Replace 4 by 2. So, which is the first standard? 2400. What is the difference between 2400 and 2410? Can we say the difference first and then revise individually? Since you guys know both the standards. Okay, wait. I will write that. And I want the entire difference. SRE 2400 and SRE 2410. Guys, please help me out. Here you are called as what? You are called as the practitioner. Whereas in here you are called as the auditor. Inimunda, come on. Lot of difference are there. Here you are doing review of FS, maybe interim, whatever it is. Here it is review of interim financial info. But here main procedure is what, Pillare? Enquiry and analytical procedure. Whereas there you will do enquiry, you will do analytical procedure plus other review procedures. You remember other review procedures? Now, here you may withdraw from what? We said no in many cases if you are unable to form a conclusion, limitation, withdraw from review. Here, withdraw from review is there. One more step is there. Plus, resign from audit also. Why? Because you are already the audit of the entity. Now, here procedures, more or less so when compared to 2014, more procedure. You remember 10 points were there from materiality, understanding, inquiry, 10 points were there. Whereas here procedures, little less. Why? Because you are already the auditor, 6 points. Here you are going to understand the entity. Understand. Where here it is more of update or change. Wait. Here more of update or change we are considered. Now can you say what is the similarities between these two? Now we said difference. Can you say what is the similarities? Both are historical. Both are review. One more main similarity was there. In both the cases, you are arriving at a limited conclusion. How was the difference comparison between these two? Do you get more clarity now? So first, let's start with SRE 2400. If this is clear, let me know by saying 2400. Let's revise that first. Okay, so can we start with 2400? Where is that? Okay. Start, Pulare. See, 2400 name is, and I look into your book, engagements are to review what? engagements to review historical financial statements. Now, what is the scope and objective? Scope, you are called as the practitioner. What you have to do? Review. What? Historical. This standard will apply only when you are not the auditor. And it deals with the form and content of the report. Now, your objective is what? Limited assurance. By doing inquiry and analytical, express a conclusion. But conclusion will be expressed in a negative way, not positive. Then you have to report and communicate. In case you are unable to come to a limited assurance, you can withdraw or disclaim. But here withdraw means withdraw from what? It's only review. Had it been 2004-10, withdraw from audit also, resign from audit also. Now interim financials, 2004-10, here it is SADA financials. This financials can be prepared as per SPF or general purpose. Okay. Then, at acceptance stage, 3 headings were there. What are the various factors you should see? At a usual factors, in case you are not satisfied with the review purpose, you can't comply with ethical requirement, information is not reliable, doubts on integrity, limitation, you will not dash the engagement. You will not, very good, you will not accept. And these two, you remember preconditions and agreement, it is ditto, 100% same. As per which standard? 210. So don't study from here, Pulare. Take 210 and see. Precondition, AFRF acceptable. Management, you will obtain an agreement regarding their responsibility in preparation of FS internal control. Given you access, additional info unrestricted. Same point, except auditor practitioner. If you are not satisfied, you will discuss and will not accept. If you are already the practitioner, withdraw. No, that's a separate agreement. Separate agreement. Yeah. Engagement letter in the form of engagement letter. Now, this engagement letter has to be obtained from management TCWG, either as written or in any suitable form. In case of recurring engagements, you are the review conducting person. You need not give the engagement letter except when there are changes. To do the change, I mean, once you are conducting the review and they are asking you to revise the original terms, can you revise, Pullare? Answer is yes, if there is an RJ. RJ means reasonable justification. Okay, clear. Can we go to the biggest part, which is the come on, procedure. Take off. It's going to be fast. 10 points. First step, you will determine the materiality. Audit or review, it's same. Same means same historical financial. Materiality will remain the same. Like in essay 320, you may revise the materiality if you become aware. Next step, you will obtain an understanding. Was it SRE 2004-10? Instead of understanding, you will write. Instead of understanding, you will write update. Then you will design and perform the procedure. What procedure you will perform? You will perform inquiry. Then you will perform analytical. Materiality, you understood procedure. Now you will do specific procedure. And now think of only essays. Related party, remain alert, whether disclosed. Fraud, communicate, effect. Going concern, any events or condition you see. And you may use the work of others if adequate. So think of 4 standard, 550 related party, 240, 250 fraud and non-compliance, 570 going concern, others 600. Now, Bullare, you are becoming aware of a material misstatement. What? Additional procedure. What procedure? More inquiry, more analytical. You'll continue doing this unless you conclude FS are free of MM or FS has MM. Unless you can arrive at a conclusion, you continue doing. Subsequent events. At a refer essay 560, generally you don't have an obligation. If it is significant, you discuss with management. If they amend FS, amend the report also. If they don't amend, take appropriate action. Ditto, 560. Now you will obtain a, come on, you will obtain a written representation from whom? Management. Regarding what? Their responsibility. If management does not provide same as per 580, TCWG will communicate, reevaluate, appropriate action. See, both in 2400 and 2410, representation is regarding these things. Same matters. Related party, subsequent, going concern, fraud, non-compliance. Can I proceed? I hope all are there. If concludes that you have not obtained sufficient evidence, what you will do? As an audit, you extend, do other procedure. Still, if you can't, disclaim. Now, you will give the conclusion and document. So 10 points in the procedure. Come on, from beginning. First, you materiality, then you understood, design the procedure. From the procedure, specific circumstances you saw, then you became aware of MM, subsequent events. Then you obtain written representation, evaluate the evidence, form the conclusion and document. Makla, if set, can you say proceed? In 5 minutes, it will be over. 2400 will be over. So what are the two conclusions we can arrive at? What are the two conclusions, Pillare? Either unmodified or modified. Anyway, you will put the negative wordings. Nothing has come to. Modified can be qualified adverse disclaimer with basis. Now, opinion can be of two types. Fair presentation, where you say true and fair view. Or compliance presentation, we say material aspects. It's aspects only. Material aspects. This seems to be important. Practitioner may withdraw if there is a limitation on scope, if you are going to disclaim, if permitted by law. Now, report, certain contents are there. In 2410, how many contents you know? Mainly this you won't say. Why? Why in 2400 this you don't say? Need not be said. Actually, need not be, because you are already the auditor. You would comply with ethical requirements. So start with the title, addressee, introductory, management. This is important. If it is SPS, our responsibility, your procedure, conclusion, and this. Can you add UMP, OMP paragraph? Answer is yes. Can you add other reporting responsibilities, something required by law? Yes. Where you will include somewhere below the conclusions. Are we set with 2400? Are you getting a little more confidence on 2400 SRE? We will go to 2410. Already we have wrote the difference. Already difference we have written between those. Set. Okay. Start. Camera. Action. We have already finished. What? SR8. 2400. Now we are into SRE 2004-10. But I think I made you write the different chart 2400 and 410. Now let's not go to 2400. It's already done and dusted to 2410. Look into your book, just 15 minutes. Hey, what is SRA 2410? What is the name? Name is Review of Interim Financial Information performed by independent auditor of the entity. And 2400 is not by independent auditor. It is just the review by practitioner. Now this SRA applies only when you are the independent auditor of the entity. So that's why wherever you say withdraw, here there is another extra option when compared to other standard. Here you can not only withdraw from review, resign also from audit. Why? Because you are already the auditor. Now, what is interim financial statement? Interim means, as the word says, in between. So it is lesser or more, shorter or longer than the usual FS, shorter. Okay. Now it can be complete, meaning balance sheet, P&L, cash flow notes for the quarter, or it can be condensed, meaning summary. But not summary FSI, it is not SA 810, that is audit. So that's the standard. Now let's go with the scope. Ada, what is the scope of this standard? It deals with auditor's responsibility, whereas 2400 was practitioner. What he has to do? Review. Review of what? Interim FS. And every standard ends with reporting. The auditor has to conduct the review of interim FS and give the report. Now here also your objective is to express what? Opinion. In review, there is no opinion. You remember in review, no opinion. No. You express only a conclusion. What conclusion? Negative conclusion. Now, what procedures you do as an auditor? Like 2400 inquiry analytical plus this one. Other review procedures. So are we clear with the scope and objective? Most of the places, be it SRS, be it SRE, be it SAE, most of the places, almost most, not every places though, acceptance is as per, it is something synonymous to your essay, 210. 210 is engagement letter. So before you accept the review, you are already the auditor. Already for audit, you would have given an engagement letter. Do you need to give a separate engagement letter for review also? Not like that. I'm asking you, auditor and you are the person who's conducting review, to work. Do you need a separate engagement letter for review? Answer is yes. Because audit is different engagement, different report, 700 series. Here, different report as per SRE. So engagement letter should be given. But the things are same. Whatever you stated in your audit, you have to state the same thing. Your objective, scope, management, our responsibility, AFRF. So it's ditto. If you didn't give it, if you had not given it, misunderstanding would have arisen. All set? Can we go to procedures? Here how many procedures you remember? Like in SRE 10 procedures. Here there are more or less. Since you are already the auditor, procedures are less, only 6 points. First step, understand. Why are you understanding? One, to find out the misstatements. For that, you will do the procedure. Here, is it more of understanding or updating? Here we are updating what we have already understood. How to update preceding previous year documentation, you will see if you have conducted What are the misstatement which was there in previous year. So these two are regarding previous year. Now you will sit and read the latest annual report, interim financials. Now significant risk. What a significant risk is nothing but same as we learned in 315, fraud, related party. Then you can read internal auditors report, what risk management they have done, management changes, what any significant changes has occurred in business or policy. You can also use the procedures of the audit and consider materiality. But are we clear? So with this procedures, you updated your knowledge of understanding. Now, once you have updated, you will do your procedure, inquiry, analytical, and other review procedures. For doing that, first you will read the minutes book. While you're reading the minutes book, if you come across some issues of prior year, etc., you will see whether it is rectified. Now, why to talk with component auditor? But a review is also done for consolidated. No. Did you understand? Review is also done for consolidated affairs. Consolidated means it will have component another auditors. What are you going to inquire here? Are you going to inquire something new? No, mostly changes. Whether there is any changes in accounting policy, any significant transaction, complex, new contract, new contingent liability, whether there is some fraud, non-compliance. So my flow went. First step, you understood, updated. Now next step, inquired and performed analytical procedures too. Okay, 1 and 2 clear. Say 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Now, once you have performed the procedure, you would have got the evidence. From that, evaluate misstatements. We have studied in essay 450, 320, etc. these words. Misstatement, if individually or in aggregate material, you have to see whether F is to be revised, amended. But this you have to do in your judgment only. Now, auditor should obtain written representation. Kiddo, auditor should obtain written representation regarding the AFRF. Written representation 580 replica. You remember 2400 what all related parties subsequent going concern fraud non-compliance? So will you obtain written representation if they say misstatements uncorrected are material or immaterial? Immaterial. If it is material, you will modify LA. Why you obtain written representation? Logic clear? If it is material, you will modify. Then why written representation? If it is immaterial, take a representation from them. But after representation, you will. Paper cord is stuck. You will communicate. Communicate with whom? As usual, route is same. Management, TCWG. If they don't do the adjustment, modify, withdraw. Now this is an extra fitting. Resign from the audit too. And so after this, there is some accompanying points, Pulare. You have to read the other information, material inconsistency. If consistency, you will ask them to amend. If they don't amend, if there is an issue in the other information, like in SA 720, add a para. If it is in FS, you will modify, analyze the implication. It's same as 720 SA. So let me summarize. Where were we? Forward. We were in procedures. In procedures, we said 6 points. Understand, update. Inquire, changes. Evaluation of misstatement, representation. Then communicate and other matters. Accompanying matters, other info, we saw. But I've said, can we go to reporting? Manikuti is sticking, guys. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can we go to reporting? At the reporting. Reporting, 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 reporting. Ah, ada. Here also same thing, like in SRE 2400, but one content was mainly missing over here. Which was the content which is mainly missing? You need not say that ethical requirements because you are already the auditor. Rest of the contents are same. If you want, you can just go through. Title as usual, addressee. But this is also as usual, we have conducted. Then you say their responsibility, our responsibility. We are auditor, not practitioner. Whenever your responsibility, you should state as per which SRE or SRS or whatever it is. Now, this is same as per 2400. Review is less than scope in audit. Conclusion and basis for conclusion is pakka similar to 2400. You can give qualified conclusion, adverse, disclaimer, or sada conclusion with explanation in basis. Signature, place, date. Okay, do you need to generate UDIN? Yeah. Makla, are you guys able to follow? Since revision, it has to be fast, no? If it is slow, no point for you to revise. Can we go to the other matters? If all is well, all is well. If all is well, all is well, all is well. Come on. This one, other matter. There are 5 points. Let's go one by one. First, if there is some departure from AFRF, like in the normal audit only, if there is departure from AFRF, what you will do? You will modify. But if it is so material, so pervasive, then you will also give adverse. Here basically qualify. Material but not pervasive, qualify. It is material and pervasive, adverse. Now, if there is a limitation on scope of audit, before accepting the engagement, don't accept. Say tata bye bye. If you have already accepted, tata bye bye, meaning you can withdraw or you can give disclaimer. Are 1 and 2 clear? Departure from AFRF and limitation? If so, can we go to going concern? At a going concern, essay 570, it was again repeated. If there is a material uncertainty and it has come to your attention, which is properly disclosed, users, to let users know, you add UMP. If it is not disclosed, it's a misstatement. You will give qualified or adverse. So this is something which we came across. If it was already existing, prior audits or prior reviewer, they had also reported. Who's they? Previous reviewer, previous auditor. Then, if the uncertainty is continuing, still continuing, you also report as a separate para MU. Documentation should be maintained by auditor, peer auditor here. Makle, all is there, all there, come on, come on, come on, all are there. Okay. Now finally, one more matter was there, Allah. What was that other matter? In the document which is going to be submitted, maybe SEBI or anyone, they have not included your review report. What you will do? If you knew this earlier, you would not have accepted. Now the option is to take legal action. Now in second, they did not include your report which was dash. In second, we had modified and that they did not include. So issue is more or less when compared to the first one. Issue is more. Again, you will go for legal action. Plus, you will consider resignation from audit also. Because issue is more. Makle, did you understand this? So with that, come on, come on, come on. Can't you smile? We have finished revision of. The revision of what did we finish? Yeah. Many pages. SREs. And now can you reply? Revision is over, no? Okay, smile. Smile is in a reply. How you feel about SRE now? Are you getting little better? Okay. And only one thing was, as I said earlier also 2 to 3 times, all these are essay. Because here also you are like the auditor only. But the thing is, less procedure. Starting with chapter number 7, which is reporting. When you hear the word reporting itself, it is nothing but 700 series, right? 700 series, we have this much essays. Starting with essays 700, essays 700 is forming an opinion and reporting on financial statement. Here we are talking about unmodified opinion. This opinion can be given in fair presentation framework or compliance presentation framework. There are 13 elements in audit report, starting with title, ending with signature, place, date. Now 701, communicating key audit matter in independent auditor's report. These are selected from matters communicated with TCWG. This is mainly required for listed entities. Now, objective or purpose of communicating CAM is to enhance transparency, communicative value, additional information. But CAM is not a substitute. So in CAM, you are reporting mainly most significant matter like high risk accounting estimates or 705, dealing with modifications. This is one of the standard, which is your weapon. You will analyze the impact in accordance with SA 705, qualified adverse disclaimer. Before giving this, you have to see whether the effect is material and we have to evaluate the pervasiveness. Okay. Regarding 706, it's talking about EOMP and OMP, which is nothing but emphasis of matter para and other matter para. Emphasis of matter para and other matter para will come only for a matter which is other than leading to modification. If it is modification, it will go in SA 705. If it is more significant to auditor, it will go in SA 701. So UMP will come only if, I'm saying about emphasis of matter para will come only if it is not a modification or CAM. So regarding other matter para, it will come only if it is not precluded by, prohibited by law or CAM. For another matter para, other than in FSO, modification question does not arise. Now, 710. 710 is regarding comparative information, which is prior period. Comparative information can be either corresponding figures or it can be comparative financial information. Finally, coming to essay 720, which is regarding other information. Other than, those relating to FS and auditor's report. This 720, you will think in the exam hall mainly when you hear about the annual report, a matter in annual report. Now, one of the important phrases over there is, as an auditor, you have to read and consider the annual report, which is the other information, to find out whether there is any material inconsistencies between FS, other information, auditor's knowledge, other information appears to be misstated. If so, reporting requirement. Now, essay 260, we have already dealt earlier in chapter number 2. Now, duties of auditor. Duties of auditor means even though company audit chapter is removed, we have still 143 in detail. Starting with 143.1, which is duty to inquire, 143.2, which is auditor's duty to express opinion on true and fair view, 143.3, duty to state in auditor's report, 143.4, which is duty to state reasons, 143.5 to 7, it is a role of C and AG, 143.8, branch audit, 143.9 and 10, compliance with auditing standards issued by central government, 11 is CARO, 12 to 15 is reporting and duty regarding fraud, ADT 4. Actually, 700 series, 2 essays are related. Anyone? One 570. What is 570? How? Going concern. How going concern is related with 700? Going concern para is there in audit report. Second essay is 510. 510 is related with 710. Okay. So can we start? Which is the first essay? At every essay, 5 minutes. Come on. 700. What is 700? Forming an opinion and reporting on FS. And as the essay name itself suggests, opinion form, report. Opinion form, report. What happened? Okay. So what is the objective of this essay? Form the opinion and give the written report. Now, before you give the report, what you have to evaluate? Whether obtained sufficient and appropriate evidence. Whether you obtained evidence. Then whether there are uncorrected misstatements. Which essay did we say? 450. Uncorrected misstatements. Now, whether there is management biases, lack of neutrality, and you will specifically evaluate accounting policy consistent, whether it is disclosed, terms appropriate, all those you will check. And you will report. Information is reliable. I didn't complete it. What opinion you will give in essay 700? You will give a unqualified opinion. So where is the other 3 opinion? That is in essay 705. Now this essay also prescribes form and content of audit report. Now basically audit report has 13 or we can say 14 elements. Can we say, I'm not writing, can we say the 14 elements? Can I stop the screen? Title, addressee, body, opinion, basis for opinion. 2 new para. Going concern, material uncertainty on going concern, key audit matter, other information. 2 people's responsibility, management responsibility, auditor's responsibility. Now, auditor's responsibility is location. Now, essay matters over. Other matter, legal. Other legal and regulatory reporting requirements. Body over. Whose body? Audit report. Now, signature with UDIT. Place, date. You remember last session we were discussing about date of signature, issuance of report. This opinion can be either, we already said, fair presentation framework, compliance presentation framework. When will you give a unqualified opinion? Financial shows true and fair view, or financials is prepared in all material aspects. No material misstatement, no adverse comments, FSS as per AFRF law. Are you clear with SA 700? I think you don't need rest, no? 701, can you say? After that, 1 minute off. So 701, 701, some other essay has a link of 701. Startingly, we discussed. Essay 260. Communicating key audit matter. Key. Mukyamana, important, vilya, significant. Key audit matter means, is it more significant or is it significant? Key audit matter means it is most significant matter selected from TCWG matter in SA 260. Basically, key audit matter is applicable to which entity audit? Say listed entity audit. You know why? For listed entity, transparency should be more. Or if it is prescribed by law, like public interest entity, or if it is determined by auditor. See, these two cases, it is mandatory. If it is a listed entity, you should communicate. Even if there is no key audit matter, you should put the para. Which matter you will communicate as key audit matter? Is it ROMM or is it MM? I'm sorry. Risk of material misstatement or material misstatement? It is risk. Matters involving high ROMM or significant risk. Which essay came to your mind? Srividya, MM will go to essay 705 Kutta. 315. Then accounting estimates having high estimation uncertainty. 540 essay. Now, effect of any events or transactions on audit. In a two cases, you should not include CAM. CAM padilla. You should not include CAM. When one, precluded by law. Illegal matters you cannot say as CAM. Second thing is, adverse consequences outweigh the benefit. One more thing is there. Very good, Lalit. If it is disclaimer of opinion. But I think you understood that. So if it is precluded by law, illegal matters you can't. If you are saying something to the users and users feel, why this auditor said this? He doesn't have any other job. Okay, no. Adverse is more than benefit, then don't put. If it is disclaimer, how can you say, without even getting any information, how can you say it is significant, more significant? Last question. CAM is not a substitute. Meaning, objective of CAM is only to give transparency, additional information. It is not a substitute for opinion, modification, material uncertainty, disclosure. It's only an additional communication. EU is estimation uncertainty. And a CAM is significant to the auditor. It is not to the user, it's something significant. That's why we call it as key audit matter. Wow, Janaki, you're replying it very good. Okay, Kartika. Significant to the users, is it in, it is in 706. And I'll say like this, 700 you will give clean opinion. 701 most significant to the auditor. Misstatements unavailability in 705. And 706 it's not for you, it's not a misstatement, but still you want to let users know. Adine UMP, OMP 706. Makla, Kanmanis, 1 minute. After that, say 705. And we have did 17 essays. 18, 19, 20, just 3 more. You want me to drink water? Okay, I'll drink water. Why reminder for water? Stay hydrated. Oh my God. Please. Ada, can you please, Ada, I don't know where you guys are going. Can you say 705? Caring. I know, I understand. Ma'am, drink water and give us rest. I understand. Just joking. Don't. Okay, 705. Actually, this is like your weapon. Okay. 705 is what? Modification to opinion. Its name is incomplete. Modifications to opinion in independent auditor's report. Independent auditor's report is the title. So when you modify two cases, one, FS are not free of material misstatement, meaning FS has material misstatement due to fraud or error. Second, unable to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Now, guys, can you say which opinion you will give? Material misstatement, not pervasive. Which opinion? Qualified. Material misstatement, pervasive. Adverse. Unavailability of evidence, not pervasive. You didn't hear. Qualified. Ayyada. Ma'am, only left us disclaimer, so we've typed it. Qualified. And unavailability of evidence, pervasive. Disclaimer. Okay. And so two things you guys were evaluating. One, materiality. 320. And if it is immaterial, you will give clean opinion. If it is not pervasive, you will give qualified. If it is pervasive, either disclaimer or adverse. So indirectly, you are evaluating materiality and pervasiveness. Pervasive means widely spread. Persuasive means convincing. Corroborative means supporting. Now, guys, in case of disclaimer of opinion, danger. There are a few things you have to take care. One, opinion parallel, first sentence you have to amend. What? We have conducted audit. No, we were engaged to conduct the audit. Then, basis for opinion para won't have a sentence, we believe we obtained sufficient and appropriate evidence. Can should not be included. Auditor's responsibility para also you have to amend. Why we obtain reasonable assurance? You can't say. Now, if limitations imposed by management and you want to give disclaimer, you can withdraw. Does that make sense? Essay 210, we studied this. If there is a limitations and if it is not reasonable and management is not allowing you, you can withdraw. Yes. Before you withdraw, of course, for every withdraw, you have to see legal requirement and you will communicate. You won't go like that. Come on, guys. Manikuti, I mean, timer is ticking. We just have 10 minutes to go. Just 2 more essays. So 700, you have formed the opinion, clean opinion. 701, key audit matter, something significant to the auditor, most significant. 705, misstatement, unavailability of evidence. Now, 706, it's not significant to the auditor, not CAM. It's not misstatement, so not modification, but still it is important to the users. Therefore, EOMP, OMP. Yes, Kartika. So others, can you give me a promotion by saying 706, please? Come on, guys, finishing off. So what are those 2 paragraphs? I'm writing here, emphasis of matter para and other matter para. So can you say what is the common between these two? Both the paragraph. See, when we said 14 content, title, addressee to date, place, signature, signature, place, date, we didn't say this. Why? Both these paragraphs can be included in auditor's professional judgment only. Why? Both these paragraphs is an additional para in audit report. Both these paragraphs are to invite attention of users. By whom? Auditor. Did you understand the similarity? Both these paragraphs can be included in APJ, Auditor's Professional Judgment, additionally to invite attention of users by auditor. If it is significant to auditor, CAM. Misstatement, modification. Here, users important. Now, may I know the difference between UMP and OMP? One is a matter which is properly, PD is presented or disclosed in FS. Second is other than a matter which is properly present or disclosed in FS. You remember last session we discussed early application of new AS, pending litigation. Example here. One example of other matter para. Predecessor auditor CA, global. Subsidiary company auditor CA Nakshatra. I'm just saying the people name I'm saying in the last. Why are you saying EOMP? For better understanding of FS. Why are you saying OMP? Why am I saying last year auditor CA global? To clarify audit report or my responsibility. Oh, if there is any issue in last year, go and catch it. I don't know. The UMP should not be included if it is a CAM or if it is a modification. OMP should not be included if it is a can, or if it is prohibited by law. Where will you include these para? I'm asking you evidence. Where? Audit report. Where? One is above CAM or below basis. Another is below CAM. Where you put the heading, describe the matter, drafting. How was that, guys? Ade Aisha, you put the heading, then you describe the matter, and you will say, our opinion is not modified. Ada, can I ask you something? 700, 705, 700, 701, 705, 706. Okay, 700 you form the opinion, 701 love. CAM, 705 modification, 706. Everything was which years? Current period. Now in 710, you are going to talk about the prior period. So guys, only that. So 19 essays are over. That's the 20th essay. 10 o'clock is the target. Sharp 30 seconds. I wanted you to say 710. Sharp 30 seconds. Come on. But others, can I have a start? Okay. 710. What is 710? Till now, we were saying current period opinion, current period CAM, current period modification, current period UMP, OMP. Now, this is about the prior period. Now, this essay name is Comparative Information. How many approach? 2 approach. It can be either 2 approach. Like it can be either corresponding figures, or it can be one more, comparative FS. Now, I wanted you to, like UMP, OMP, can you say the similarity? Both the cases, it refers to amounts and disclosures of prior period. Both the cases, you are the auditor of current period. Last period, no. Say Nakshatra, prior period. Both the cases, you will include OMP. If prior, I'm not writing. Both the period, you will include other matter para. Essay 706. If prior period is unaudited or it is audited by predecessor auditor. Did you understand the similarity between corresponding figures and comparative? Both are prior period. Both I am the current period auditor. Both the cases you can include OMP if you are not the last year auditor or last year is unaudited. So that's why 710 has a link with which essay? Change 7 with 5, 510. Now what's the difference? Can you say the difference between 2 approach? First approach, it is the integral part. Corresponding figures column is an integral part of current period. But are those people who are confused with 710, YouTube have put a separate video on 710. Please refer. This is just a summary. Integral part. Here it is not an integral part. Why are you including this? Why corresponding figures? Only you current year traveling expense. Last year it was only this much to be read with the current period. This is for the purpose of comparison, like trend. Here my opinion will refer only to current period. Except in two cases. What are those two cases where your opinion will also refer to prior period? One, prior period is unaudited. Unaudited. Second, audited by predecessor auditor, and there is a modification which is unresolved. Whereas in comparative FS, your opinion shall refer to each period, for every period. If differences of opinion, you will add a other matter para. What happened? Come on, ask me what happened. You are the auditor of current period. You come across a material misstatement in prior period. What will you do? Two things. Evaluate its impact in current period. Second, you will communicate with management. You will ask the predecessor auditor to be informed. And you will management will ask him to amend. Okay. So basically in these two approach together, corresponding plus comparative FS, together you call it as comparative information, two approaches. In India, or usually we go for corresponding only. Now CARO section, which section of Companies Act deals with CARO? Which section of Companies Act deals with CARO? It is 143 subsection 11. Right, CARO's applicability. Who has to see whether CARO is applicable or not? Applicability has to be seen by auditor. As on which date he has to see? As on which date? Oh, for this company CARO is applicable. For this company CARO is not applicable. As on 31st March of which year? Current year or previous year? 31st March of current year. That year. Okay. But once CARO is applicable, is it that always CARO is applicable? No. Test for CARO has to be done every year. Okay. Now, once CARO is applicable, how many clauses are there in CARO? How many clauses are there in CARO? There are 21 clauses. In these 21 clauses, which all clauses are applicable for CFS audit? Which all clauses are applicable for CFS audit? It is only 21st clause. Now, which all clauses will be applicable for standalone? From clause number 1 to clause number 20. All right. If so, can we go to clauses? Till now, we were talking about the applicability. But if a question is asked from applicability, how will you start for the exam? Applicability as per para. As per para. One of the order you can write. The applicability, one more main thing is there. It's applicable to all companies, including dash company. It's applicable for all company, including foreign company. Under section 2, subsection 42, except these 4 companies. What are the 4 companies for whom CARO is not applicable? One, bank. A bank has to give dash report. LFAR. So CARO is not applicable. Next, insurance company. As per Insurance Act, they also have a separate report, right? Then, Section 8 company, not-for-profit company, non-profit. Pinne, OPC and small companies. Kuti companies, and a small company, 3 conditions are there. For a company to be a small company, it should be not a public company, not a public company, meaning private. Paid up capital plus reserve shall not exceed 4 crore. Turnover shall not exceed 40 crore. And these three conditions are and. Then one more condition was there, private company subject to how many conditions? The private company is subject to 4 conditions. Again, that private company should not be or should not have holding or subsidiary public company. Paid up capital plus reserves and surplus shall not exceed 1 crore. Balance sheet date. Pinne turnover, not turnover, we call it as total revenue. Outstanding loans and borrowing. The outstanding loans and borrowing, again 1 crore. Total revenue, again not 1 crore, 10 crore. Loans and borrowings. Will you see this 1 crore as on a date or during the year? You should see that is during the year. I think that should be sufficient. So with this we have completed. We have completed what? For which all company audits CARO is applicable. Whenever you write, you have to write as per para 1 of the order. So if this is clear, can we proceed to clauses? Guys, take a rest of 30 seconds and then say ready. Just 21 clauses, guys. Very simple. You want to go clause 1 to 21 in the order, or we have made as block asset related, related party related, block. How do you want to go? We have made it into block. Our order, okay. Our order, I think. Where is your chart? Is it there? Chat is there. Say hi. So can we start? Ready? Come on, come on, come on.
I'm ready! I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
So can we start with asset related? Asset related, which are the main clauses which is relating to asset? Clause number 1 and clause number 2. Clause number 1 is what? Clause number 1 is PPE. In that, I don't get time to write Kato, so I'll say. In that there are how many points? You have A to E. Okay. E, not 4, 5 allada. 8 to E. First, proper records have been maintained. Second, whether physical verification has been done. Third, title deeds have been maintained. Fourth, revaluation. And 5, binami. So in that, there was a percentage cutoff, which is 10%. That revaluation, mukyam, since it's a figure, be careful. So next one, come on, come on, come on. Next one is what? Inventories. Inventories, how many? 8 to B, just 2. 1, whether physical verification has been conducted. 2, in case of working capital loan, whether the statement given to the bank financial are in agreement with books. There are 2 things. What are the 2 things which is there? 1, 10%. Here 10% is what? Discrepancies. Here 10% was revaluation. Okay. Then one more was there, like 5 crore limit. Working capital in exceeding 5 crore. Okay. And after asset related, can we go to related party related? Okay, related party, SA 550, AS 18, and if you want, Ind AS 24. That is important. Get related party clauses. Starting guys, which is the first clause? Related party related clause. It is 3. Okay, one by one we will come. LAIGS. Loans, advances, investments, guarantee, security. In that, how many clauses are there, guys? Adil, how many clauses? There is A to F. Makla, A to F. First one is how much is given to the subsidiary associate JV for others. Then, whether the terms prejudicial, repayments are proper. If more than 90 days steps taken, loans and advances fallen due during the year, whether it has been extended, renewed, fresh loan has been given. Finally, whether any loan repayable on demand to directors, promoters, etc. So since directors, promoters, subsidiary associates are there, related party. So here also there is a percentage or there is a sum or there is a numerics. Come on, 90 days. 90 days is like NPA. I mean, like NPA. And can you say which is the next clause of RP? 4. 4 is very simple, which is nothing but compliance of section 185 and 186. 185 is loan to directors, 186 is investment. Again, loan to directors, related party. 3, 4. 2 more clauses are there, no? Related party. Yes. Next one is 13. 13 is what? Transactions with the related party. Whenever there is a related party transaction, as you know, high Romum, prejudicial. So here they say, fine, but compliance of section 177 and 188. But one more clause was there for RPLA. One more clause was there for RP, which is clause number 15. Now, how 15 and 13 are different? Here it is non-cash transaction. Non-cash transaction means compliance of section 192. Are we clear till this much? So can you take a rest of 30 seconds and say which is the next block? Asset related over, RP related over. I think next is specific companies in LA. Applicable only for specified companies. For those who are seeing how we are going, this is the order in which we prepare the chart at the end of CARO. So can we go to specified companies? Come on, smile, specified companies. Yeah. Specified companies, first company is what? I mean, which is the first clause in specified company? 5. 5 is endable. What is 5? 5 is public deposits accepted. Whenever public deposit is accepted, you have to see the compliance of section 73 to 76. RBI directions, other directions complied, and you will report the contraventions. Then which is the next clause after 5 specified company? 6. At a 6 deals with what records? Cost records. This has to be maintained. This is for public, no? This is only for manufacturing, producing. They have to maintain cost records under section 148. There is a form, CRA, CRA 1. Okay, that is not there in the CARO, I just said. Pinna. 5, 6. What is the next specific company clause? Which is 12. Well, 12 is relating to what company? Nidhi company. Now in that there is 3 points, no? A to C. What was the first one? Net own funds to deposit liability 1:20. Then 10% unencumbered deposits they have to maintain. Whether there is any contraventions, whether not paying the deposits, it should be reported. Other. One more company was there, Pulare. Which one was that? Which is 16? 16. Come on, very important. We did a chapter itself. NBFC audit. In that A to D. First, whether obtain COR under section 45. Yeah. Whether conducted housing finance company without proper registration. Then, whether there is a CIC, core investment company. And finally, more than one core investment company. You remember NBFC, NBFC-D, ND, 4 layers, BL, ML, UL, CL. That is chapter number 14. Okay. Asset related over, related party over, specified company over. Now it is fraud related. Oh, next is dues, huh? Okay, I will come in that order. Sorry. Dues. Your order I will come. Dues, dues. Okay. How many clauses relating to the dues? I think just 2 clauses, no? Which is clause number 7 and clause number 9. At a 7 is what dues? Statutory dues. And in that only 2 points. Disputed and undisputed dues. Disputed dues, you have to report the forum and amount, that is B. A says undisputed dues, but if it is outstanding for more than 6 months. 9 and that, what is 9? It is repayment of dues. Here other dues will come other than bank and financial institution. Other than statutory, mainly bank and financial institution dues. How many points were there? A to F. You remember that, Pillare? Whether default is there, if so, willful defaulter, whether utilized for the purpose, in a short term, whether applied for long term, whether taken to meet the obligation of subsidiary associate JV, whether taken pledging the security of subsidiary associate JV. JV is joint venture. But did you know that out of the 21 clauses, around 12 clauses are over? Don't you feel more comfortable learning like E block? First you have to study CARO. Then to remember this will be of little help. So what is the next block? Once you've taken rest, let me know. Next block. Next block is totally relating to fraud. Totally relating to fraud related. Not just fraud, it is relating to fraud. Which all clauses? Let's start with clause number 8. 8 is what? Unrecorded transactions. Unrecorded. Which was not recorded, now it has been surrendered or disclosed to income tax. So whether has been recorded in the books. Unrecorded income or unrecorded transaction, whatever it is. Next one, after 8, 10. Application of money raised. Application of money raised. Money raised through IPO, FPO. There was 2 sections, Pulare. Section 42, 62. Now comes the hero, fraud. The main fraud clause, which is 11. And in that we have A to C. A to C. A was whether any fraud is reported by the company. If so, reported to central government 14312. Whether received any whistleblower complaints. That ADT 4 is there, fraud to government. This covers on or by the company. Okay, so after that, what is the next one? Rest of the clauses, it's like almost 15 clauses are over. So rest of the clauses we think we put as others are. Rest of the clauses is others. In others, what all will come? First, internal audit, which is clause number 14. Whether proper internal audit department is there. Internal audit under section 138. Whether auditor has considered the report, again essay 610 will apply. Now it is 17. And now I will say the number, you say what it is. Clause number 17. And what is 17? 17 deals with cash losses. Whether incurred cash losses in the current and the previous year. 18. 18. Resignation. Resignation of auditor. Bigile mukyam. Resignation, not in CARO, we have learned separately. In chapter number 7 itself, resignation means what else will come to your mind, PE will come, which is which clause, without ascertaining the validity of resignation, removal of previous auditor, you accepted. 911 will come, PINM. So there are certain essays which says resignation. Can you say few essays which says about resignation, withdrawal from the engagement? If you are giving disclaimer, you can withdraw. It's not 700 Kuta, 705. Pinne. Unreasonable change in the terms of engagement. Management is not allowing us to continue. Withdraw. But in 800 series, how much did we see this? Pinne. Whenever you find out a fraud, unable to continue, you may withdraw. Fraud and also laws and regulation, non-compliance. And then guys, we have said in essay 720 also. Other information, we ask them to correct. If they don't correct, we can withdraw. And on top of these essay, there is something called as SEBI LODR. You remember that? If you resign within 45 days, after 45 days, last quarter, and there is a poor section in our co-act. Section 140. Now we have clause number 18 in CARO. I think we have dealt this as a separate topic. Ada, we have reached till 18, 19, 20, 21. Come on, only 3 more clauses with that. Over. 19, huh? 19. 19. 19 is going concern. Based on the financial ratios, repayment, settlement of liabilities, revaluation, realization of assets, whether there is a uncertainty. Wait, going concern, essay 570, and this is audit report of which element? Fifth element. And here we have to state that there is no uncertainty for next 1 year. Okay, coming to the last one in this thing. Ada, last one, 20. 20 is about CSR. Ada, what CSR? Unspent CSR. Unspent CSR. In unspent CSR, two things. Ongoing project, others. You remember ongoing project means within how many days separate account you have to keep? 30 days. Others within 6 months from the end. And I know this is others. And finally, one block we can create, which is CFS. Because till now it is standalone CFS. Any adverse negative comment in respective standalones clauses will be cut, copy, paste and put here. Whether any adverse or negative comments in the CARO of the standalone. Pillare, CARO is over. Wherever you go, I am there. How was it? Come on, celebrate, guys, celebrate. Guys, why are we here? We are here for revision. Revision of what? 800 series. 800 series is which chapter in our material? In our material, it is chapter number 8. Now, what is 800 series all about, Pullare? 800 series, 800 to 899 series is like 700, it is dash only. Like 700 series, it is what only? Reporting only. Now, what is the distinguishing feature about 700 and 800 series? 800 series is special, whereas 700 is general. Now, before starting off this series, you should understand two things. One, there are two types of AFRF. What are those two types of AFRF, Pullare? General purpose framework and special purpose framework. Now, there are two types of audit report you can give. One for general distribution, one is for specific. General distribution is 700 series. Specific is 800. Now, if you want, we can add two types of framework for expressing the opinion. Two types of framework for expressing the opinion. Fair presentation and compliance presentation framework. Two types of AFRF, general and specific. Two audit report, general and specific distribution. Now, two framework for expressing the opinion. Fair presentation and compliance presentation. But how many standards are there in 800 series? Array, come on. Just 3 standards. Very important. One question should be asked from this. 800, can you say it in one sentence? What? One phrase. What it is all about? Financials prepared as per SPF. So what are those two things which you have here? one side you have general purpose FS, whereas on the other side you have specific purpose FS. This standard is specific purpose. Come on, 805. Come on, come on, come on. 805. It is regarding single FS, single financial statement, or specific element. Now, what is the next set? Like you have these two here. What is the next set? അല്ലല്ല നോട്ട് എടാ നിക്ക് അങ്ങനെയല്ല എടാ each standard each thing are there അല്ലേ 800 we are doing special purpose FS audit but there is general purpose 805 single FS or specific element is there. On the other hand you have what complete or full FS അല്ലേടാ okay 800 guys, what is there in 800? 800 you have summary FS another is audited FS. Which standard says you should accept only if you are the auditor? Which is SA 810. What is the logic behind that? Summary FS is derived from audited. When you hear summary, did you recall something else we studied later on? 3420. Pro forma financial information to be included in prospectus. That's not summary. That's something different. Unadjusted plus pro forma. Plus, you're not doing audit, it's only assurance. Take rest for 30 seconds, guys. After 30 seconds, let me know by saying start 800. Let's start with 800. And all these standards are simple if you think, okay, this is the case. Keyword, simple. If you don't know the keyword and you're not visualizing, monotonous. What's happening, guys? What's happening? What's happening? Come on, come on, come on. Can we proceed? Let's start 800 series. 800 series, let's say 800. Okay, we have already said 3 standards are there. 800 is SPF, 805 is single FS, specific element, 810 is summary FS. Now we are starting with 800. All these standards are divided into how many phases? 3 phases. Planning and performing. Before plan, you accept, plan, report. Okay. 800. Before we go to that 3 phases, acceptance, planning, and reporting, first let's say, what is SPF? Example. SPF means what? It is designed to meet the financial needs of general or specific users. It is specific users. Do you remember the examples which we discussed? Say, for example, creditors to meet the requirements of a regulator, or it may be as per the contract. The US investor will say, I will invest into this company, but it has to be prepared as per US GAAP also. So these are the examples which we said. Okay. Now can we go to those 3 heads? Very simple, Pulare. 3 heads. Proceed. And our first head is what? First head is acceptance of such engagement. Here you have to completely recall essay 210. Can we quote 210 here? Answer is, can you quote 210 here? Why you said no, guys? This is only an audit. For SRE, SAE, SRS, you should not quote. Whereas this is only an usual audit. So why not? Why this collivery? Okay. So first, everything, it is 210 feeler. First thing, what you will do, acceptability of AFRF. Second, you will obtain understanding, purpose, intended users, what are the steps taken by management. Want me to highlight acceptability, obtain understanding. Then you will specifically see the requirements of whom? Users. Why this is not general? Then we say if there is some AFRF, whether it is in conflict of some standards, it should not be conflict. Then you have to see the conditions as prescribed in essay 210. Makla, essay 210, what are the conditions for accepting the engagement? For accepting the engagement, it should be acceptable AFRF. So we said no, it can be either. AFRF can be either three things. AFRF can be prescribed by. The AFRF can be prescribed by. The AFRF can be prescribed by accounting standards, or it can be prescribed by law, or it can be prescribed by contract. Whatever it is, it should not be in conflict of law. Do you remember like this? We said it can be accounting standard, it can be contract or law. If there is no law, no accounting standard, contract you can accept. Makla, I repeat, first step will acceptable precondition as per 210 you recall. Then you will obtain understanding very specifically who are the users. Now AFRF can be either prescribed by law, AS or, no, I left off one thing, law, AS or contract. Now you have to see whether there is any conflict with the law. Did you understand this? So that's the acceptance, Pullare, acceptance. And for the exam, you can very well quote as per essay 210. It's audit, Pullare. Once acceptance is okay, can you say PP, planning and performing? PPP, 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 planning and performing. And in that, I asked you to recall few essays. You remember before starting of the class, I asked you to recall few essays. And first you recall 200. First. Second, you recall understanding 315. Once you have understood, you'll fix the materiality. And one more was there. All fixed, done, you will communicate with the materiality is over. You will communicate. Can you remember these four essays? 200. Makla, 200. Why? What? 200 mainly because you have to satisfy with the ethical requirement, conditions, etc. Threat you have to see. Then you have 315. Why 315? Understanding the entity, application used of the specific contract. Then which essay? Flow by, flow by, flow by. Essay 320. Is materiality requirement same for general financial and special financial? No. Why? Because users will be different than that. Here it is. Specific users, there it is general. Finally, you will communicate with TCWG. 200, 315, 320, 260. I mean essay. Makkale, are you happy with this? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. If so, 30 seconds rest, then say reporting. Okay, my unstoppable doesn't need rest, it seems. Okay. Is audit report format specified in essay 800? How to give title, addressee. But if you remember SRS, SAE, SRE, for each SRS SAE, we said format, title, addressee, intro, contents. Whereas here, we didn't say the contents. Why? Because contents is as per essay 700 itself. There is no change. But guys, we should mention in our report, since it is specific purpose, you should mention in the report. What you will mention? Whose way? Or what is the purpose? Purpose. Allera, you have to in the audit report describe the purpose for which this audit was conducted and any presentation and other things, whether it is suitable or not. Flow boy, SA 700 we will apply because same format 800 in our report we will say this is the purpose and suitable etc. Then Bullare, in the audit report whose responsibility, like you will include purpose, management, responsibility. Purpose you included, you will include management responsibility. You will include EUMP para, EUMP, essay. Arey yaar, essay 706. Why? For alerting the users. Hey users, this is not general. This is only prepared as per special purpose. This report is for whom? The person, specific users. So you have to say, our report is for so and so purpose. These are the specific users. Makla, look into your notebook or material, whatever it is. We are in essay. Can I have a recap in 2.5 or 3 minutes max? You have to look into your book. Don't sleep. Don't do. Okay, 3 minutes target. Timer starts now. Yeah. Essay 800 we studied. Essay 800 is SPFR. We are giving audit report after we finish. But report format is 700. We have two framework, general purpose, special purpose. Specific purpose framework is for specific users. Here, unlike in audit, you don't see the full users, you see only specific. Okay, like for example, creditors, contract, some legal requirement you have prepared. You means management. Now, 3 stages, acceptance stage, planning and performing, reporting. Acceptance, first essay 210, criteria, I mean acceptability of AFRS. If it is acceptable, you will understand what is the purpose, who are the users, you have understood. Now you will see the financial information needs of the user. Then AFRF is prescribed by law, AS, contract. It should not be in conflict with any of the legal requirements. If it is in conflict, you won't accept. Now, planning and performing is the most simplest part. 200 ethical. After 200, you'll understand as per 315, 320, you'll fix the materiality and 260 communicate. Now, 700 series. Come on, reporting. Reporting, what you will do, you will give your report as per the contents of 700, but 800 series, few things in the report you should add the purpose. You should say management responsibility. You can say EOMP, OMP to alert the, not OMP, it is EOMP to alert the users. Hey users, it is prepared as per the SPF. Finally, put the restriction, meaning limitation. Wake up time, guys. Are you all okay? So, with that, which essay is over? Essay, 800. We have how many more in 800 series? Chapter 8, 2 more. Just 2. 805, 810. So, guys, we have just finished the essay. Which essay did we finish? Revision 800. 800 is about what? 800 was all about SPF, right? Special Purpose Framework. Other was the General Purpose Framework. Now, shall I go to? No, shall we go to next? Which is the next essay? Come on. India wants to know. Next is 805. Okay, now open your book or material, whatever it is. Let me also open. Why? For a new essay, won't you guys promote me? You'll give promotion only if I ask. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yes. So, Pillare, 805. 805 is all about which one? Two things, which one? One is single financial statement, which is SFS. Not only that, it is specific elements, accounts, or items in FS. We call it as specific elements of FS, SEFS. Now, guys, since it's a revision I'm linking up, there was something else we studied somewhere else. Our clients appoints us to do a procedure on a specified matter. Then we give our factual conclusion on it. Anything else came to your mind when I said factual conclusion? That is AUP, which is agreed upon procedure. SRS, can you guys say? Makla SRS 4,400. Now, how 4,400 is different from 805? Both you are doing specific element only. Both auditor is doing. Now, what is the difference? Here it is audit, you are giving a opinion. Whereas in SRS, no opinion, only dash dash. Not even conclusions, it's only factual findings. So let's start. Now, can essay 800 and 805 come together, Bullare? Can both these come together? Yes. How these can come together? Assume the single FS or specific element is prepared as per. If it is prepared as per special purpose framework, then you saw 800 will also apply for the audit. Okay. Now, what is the next one? We have single FS, specific element. Single FS means, example of single FS, cash flow statement only, balance sheet only, P&L account only. What is the example of specific element? Trade receivables, cash, bank, etc. Will this include explanatory notes, notes to accounts? If you're doing audit of single FS or specific elements, answer is yes. Unless you give the notes to accounts related, users won't understand. So it will include related notes. But you know 800, 805, 810 will divide into how many parts after this? It will divide into 3 parts, right? So what is the first part, Pullare? Come on, guys. First part is acceptance. And whenever the word acceptance comes, which essay will come to your mind? Essay 210. Okay. And should we comply with ethical requirements here? No question of asking why, because it is an audit. Okay. So first one, what you have to see, you have to see whether you can comply with the essay 200 requirements. Meaning, what requirements? Ethical requirements. You have to remain alert regarding the possibilities if not complied. Okay. So first one is essay 200 requirements. Okay. Now next one, whether the single FS or specific element is prepared as per, did I say 210 field. Prepared as per FRF. Even if it is only balance sheet, only P&L account, FRF follow index, shouldn't we follow? Yes. Whether it is acceptable, proper disclosures are given, all these things. Then, now very important thing, here you form the opinion. How FRF can come? Come on. Last essay. It can come as per an accounting standard, or it can come as per the law, or it can be as per the contract. So you have to see whether he can form the opinion, whether it is appropriate as per the circumstances. So ethical requirements, then acceptability of AFRF, and whether it is appropriate in the given case. Meaning if law requires you to do some other procedure, then you have to go for that. You should not accept. Are we clear with acceptance? And once you're clear, why waiting? Can we go to PP? PP. What is PP? Planning and performing the audit. Should the auditor of complete FS and auditor of single FS be the same? Is it mandatory that both should be audited by same person? The answer is no. Where it is mandatory, 800, 805, 810, 810. Other two cases, 800 and 805 can be separate auditor. Which is better, auditor or some other person? Who audits is better, auditor or some other person? If it is audited by the same person, better. Otherwise, he won't have dash of the entity. Audit is done by some other person and I'm doing the single FS, I won't have understanding. In such case, you have to obtain more corroborative evidence. If you feel you can't do, you will ask the management, see, I can't do single FS or I can't do specific element. Come, either you change this into a certification, okay, or give me as the full audit, I will do. Onnu matram, this alone I can't do. Makla, you remember all these things which we discussed? At least when I say you are able to recall. The 800 series, don't think it is as a villain. Okay, it is Sada audit only. Only thing is, instead of full FS, some other thing. Here all essays will come, all other point will come. Essay number also, Makla, you can quote. Okay. So, first point, assume compliance with essays is not possible in where is that point? Here. Here. 3 points. First one, you have to adapt with all necessary essays. You should see whether there is any fraud. Whether there is any fraud as per essay. I'm just going in the reverse order. We have written, I'm going reverse order. Essay 240, we have to see the related party. You have to see the going concern. All other things remains the same. But only thing is, you have to make necessary adaptation. Why, Pillare? Will the materiality remain the same, complete FS and single FS? No. That you have to adapt. Materiality you need to see. So guys, I will repeat all the points once more. You can look into your books. First one, we can do both audit of full FS, complete FS and single FS together. If it is not done together, you will obtain a proper understanding. Okay, understanding. If you feel it is not appropriate, you will ask the management to change the engagement. Then you will consider evidence of audit whether you can reuse. Then you will evaluate the materiality. Okay, materiality. Then interrelated item you will see. Then all these essays you will comply. Okay, class, we have written in that flow. You remember that flow? But in the material, it's ICA material order. That's why I'm not showing you in that order. Okay, to, are you clear? Okay. So guys, climax. After that, I'll give you 2 minutes rest. Climax, can we go to the climax? A climax, what are you going to do? Audit, forming of an opinion. Makla, opinion or conclusion? What is it? See, audit means reasonable assurance. Reasonable assurance means it's only opinion. Positive or negatively worded? It is positively worded. Where all negatively worded? Can you just recall where all negatively worded in? Number standard SRE, then SAE 3400. Why? Because you are giving assurance on prospective, which is future, unpredictable. Are you able to recall with whatever we have studied? When I taught you 800, we didn't study other standard. Now we have completed. That's why I'm linking. Okay, flow way. Flow way, Loda. We were forming an opinion as usual. Essay 700 format will apply, but slight change. If you are also engaged to report on complete FS, one report or separate report, complete FS and single financial SCFS you are doing. Both are separate engagement letter in 210, separate audit report. Now, if both of the things are published together, what both published together? If audited FS and single FS published together, users will be having a misunderstanding why the auditor has done two audits. It should be properly differentiated. Users should not be misguided. Now, very important, if there is an modifying EOMP, OMP on full FS, complete FS in the part on a single FS. Single FS is a part of complete FS. It's like a component, a part. So, is it mandatory that modification on complete FS should be also included in single FS report? Answer is no. You will analyze the impact. If you feel here also it is relevant, then you will include. But if there is an adverse opinion or disclaimer in complete FS, adverse or disclaimer in complete FS, can you give unmodified for single FS? Answer is no. Why? Because adverse and disclaimer is given only when it is pervasive. You're completely wrong. So a part taken from that is wrong. But can you give unmodified for specific element? An element. Answer is yes. For separate element, yes. Why? Because it may not be material incomplete. provided it is not prohibited by law, if it is not published together, and it is not a major portion. Can you mark this as important last two part? Last two part, whether complete, in case complete FS is having modification EOMP, OMP, that is very important. Okay. So how is it, Pillare? Are you feeling more comfortable now? Because in between, someone said 800 series is like, oh, what is it? Now, are you feeling better? Okay, babies, calm down, calm down, calm down. Take rest for 2 minutes. Then we will go to 810. No, calm down. Okay, Madhi, Damshrad is over. So shall we start? Ada, come on. 810. Ada, India wants to know what is 810. Come on. It is summary financial statement. Summary. Ada here, auditor of complete FS, full FS, audited FS and summary. Should he be the same? Answer is yes, it is mandatory. See, one of the precondition is this essay will apply or you can accept the audit only if you are the auditor of full FS. Why, what is the logic? Because summary FS is consolidation, summary of complete FS. So unless you are the auditor, it won't be a fair, reasonable assurance. Okay, start. 810. Makla 810. Engagements to report on summary financial statements. Okay. Okay, start. But 810 will deal with whose responsibility? Auditor's responsibility. Okay. To report on summary FS. But by the way, what is summary FS? It is the FS which is derived from financial FS, but contain more or less detail, but it will contain less detail than the FS, but still it will have a proper representation, and it has to be consistent with the usual FS. Accounting policy will be consistent. So I repeat, summary FS. Okay, it is also historical financial derived from Sada FS, less detail, but structured presentation which is matching, consistent with Sada FS. So summary FS will have summary balance sheet, summary P&L. As usual, standard will divide into 3 parts. What are those 3 parts, Pillare? First part is acceptance of engagement. Acceptance. Here acceptance, instead of saying AFRF, you say the criteria. I was saying the example, we can summarize. Summary can be in different level. You can say a big sentence in 2 words. You can say it in 5 words. So how much it has to be summarized, it depends upon the applicable criteria. What are the applicable criteria? We have heard it somewhere else. Is it SRS or SAE? It is SAE 3420. Anywhere else other than this applicable criteria? We have heard it in PSU audit, subject matter criteria, subject matter information, not applicable criteria, just the criteria. Okay, if possible, put a note in front. Criteria we have heard in 3420, 810 PSU, so that it will come to your mind if asked in the exam. Will you put a sticky note in front of your book? Criteria is there in these standards. Okay. So let me start. No, let's start. And at this essay, you should says that you should accept the audit engagement only if we are also engaged to do the audit. Now, before accepting, at a feel of essay, 210. That's like the base standard, a foundation wala. First one, like you have AFRF there, you will say applicable criteria. Then you will obtain a agreement from the management. What? That they have prepared summary financial as per the criteria. But for users, what all should be made available? Is it only summary FS or audited FS should be also given to the users? Either or both. Why? Unless audited FS is given to them, summary FS, if they have any doubt, they can't compare. So ensure that audited FS are also available to the audited FS are also available to the users. Then you have to agree with the management how to form the opinion. Then Pillare, criteria, if it is not acceptable or unable to obtain the engagement, what you will do? Criteria, summary they have not prepared well. It is not exact summary, Gato. It's not correct summary. Or it is unable to, then do not accept the engagement. Okay, this they can ask as a separate question. I think I've said in the class also this. Whenever 4 or 5 points comes, listen very carefully. It can be asked. Pogalama, Pogamo. Can we proceed to that? And how criteria will be designed? How criteria will be determined? That depends upon few factors, Valeria. What is the different types of nature of entity? Why summary is prepared? For whom it is prepared? What information users need? Okay. And financial statement should not be misleading because of summary. Are we clear with it? So this is specific factors which determine auditor has to see while seeing the applicable criteria. 30 seconds pause. I will repeat after 30 seconds. If you are okay, let me know. First, you should accept only when you are the auditor of complete affairs. Then as usual, 210 condition criteria agreement. You have to form the opinion on summary FS, and before accepting, you should see whether criteria is okay. If you're unable to obtain agreement, don't accept. But if okay, say procedure. But instead of planning and performing, you are saying procedure. You know why they are not saying planning here separately? Any idea? Why they are saying only procedure? Why not planning and performing? One is summary, another is you are already the Makla, you already know the entity, you have applied 550, 570, etc. We are the same audit relay. So again, why to plan? You understood that logic? Okay. So can we start? In the procedures, very simple procedures, very simple procedures. First one is we have to evaluate. What you have to evaluate? Whether the summary shows a fair summary adequately disclosed. Whether it is accompanied by the audited FS. Summary should disclose the applicable criteria. If disclosed, whether it is prepared as per applicable criteria. And summary FS contain necessary information. The evaluate whether it is adequately disclosing, criteria is okay, accompanied, if so, properly prepared. Then you have to compare it with what, Pullare? Summary FS should be compared with the audited FS, whether it is consistent. In a balance sheet total, P&L account total, profit, asset total should be same. Can it be different, Pullare? Summary FS and audited FS? No. So you should compare. It is prepared by management. Procedures is very easy. So, our climax, guys, climax, climax, climax. It's like a quote. Can we go to forming of opinion? Usually, how you form an opinion? Financials is prepared as per AFRS. Here, instead of AFRS, what is the word which we used? Instead of AFRS, what is the word which we used? Criteria. Now, how will you form the opinion? See, unmodified opinion. If summary FS are consistent with the audited FS in all material aspect as per the criteria. Now, you will also modify. This is unmodified. You will modify if it is not consistent. But one thing, if audited FS having a qualified UMP, OMP, should you state that in summary FS report? The audit report of audited FS, complete FS, has a modification UMP, OMP. Should you state? Yes, why? That summary is this, no. If that contains misstatement, that misstatement is continuing in summary. Right? You're catching that point. So, audited FS, if it contains qualification, etc., it should be also stated with description in basis. Okay, what if it is adverse or disclaimer in audited FS? Arey yaar, adverse or disclaimer? Come on, come on, come on. Then it is inappropriate. No. Can we also express? No. Inappropriate to express opinion. Why? Entire thing is wrong. How can you see a summary? If entire thing is wrong, how can we do? You cannot give the opinion. Here you can use two types of framework for expressing opinion. What are the two types of framework? Here it is fair presentation or compliance presentation. Which presentation? Material aspects as per criteria. Is it fair presentation or compliance presentation? First one. This is compliance. Fair summary. This is fair presentation. You can't express the opinion as such if it is disclaimer. So you will state, you will give your report and state that you can't express the opinion. Then did we study the report format of this? Yes. So it will start with the title. Then you will have a separate addressee. Then you will have the introductory para. And if you have seen, other than SA 700, all other standard, SRS, etc., it starts with intro para. What you have did, identifies the period, blah, blah, blah. Then you will state whose responsibility first? Management. Then whose responsibility? Auditor. Then you will express the opinion with basis. Then signature all. But is UDIN required? Now, what if you don't put the UDIN? UDIN is required. What if you don't put the UDIN? You will be held guilty. Which class of people are? എടാ 912 can come departure from generally accepted procedure, or it can be 122 contravenes the act, regulations and guidelines. Is this clear or not? And with that, we have finished the revision of, this part is okay. With that, we have finished the revision of which chapter? Chapter number 8, 800 series. I didn't go to the extra fittings of 810. That's okay. So how was it? Chapter 8, all set? Okay. So come on, warriors, soldiers. We are going to start next revision. Which was the revision topic? Revision topic, revision topic, revision topic. SRS. You know, revision is going to be fast. Kindly open the book or whatever it is and give the reply, even record people. So yeah. SRS was basically chapter number 9, right? It was chapter number 9. Chapter 9 is regarding related services. Auditly, you give reasonable assurance. Reviewly, you give limited conclusion. Assurance, work assurance. Whereas related services, are you going to express an opinion? Answer is no. You are doing some related services. Now, what assurance is given? Since there is no opinion, no assurance also. Whereas in SRE, you will give limited. SA, you give reasonable. How many standards are there in SRS series? I'm asking you, SRS series, how many standards? Just 2. 4,400 and 4,410. Now, what is those 2 standards? 4,400 is AUP, agreed upon procedure. You remember our example, trade payables, you have to see. 4,410 is compilation engagement, where we will compile, assist the management in preparing the FS, financial info. So, not always a CA in practice will do the assurance work. There are few cases where you do non-assurance work also, like preparation of income tax, a consultancy, and these 2 are examples of non-assurance work. And if this is clear, can we start with 4,400 recap? Okay, so SRS 4,400. Okay. What is the name of SRS? Engagement to perform. What are you doing here? Agreed upon procedure. Something related to financial info. It can be an item, element, account, balance in FS, trade payables, inventory, traveling expense, we said. Now, what is agreed upon procedure? What? Here you are going to issue your report on, not opinion. Here you are going to give your report on factual finding. How? After doing the specified procedure. On what? Subject matter. Subject matter can be an item, element, or accounts in FS. Here, can we be the auditor of the entity? Yes. Is it necessary that you are the auditor of entity? No. Now, what is our, what is our objective in this standard? Procedures perform, give your report. But in report, you will state it is not an audit nor a review. So no assurance. Now, how this is different from audit? In audit, how it is different from audit? Audit, we express a opinion. Whereas here, there is no opinion, factual findings. Then here, procedures are determined by auditor and client, whereas management. Whereas there, we decide our procedure in audit. Audit, we arrive at the conclusion. Here, conclusion is arrived by whom? Users. We will give the report of factual finding. Users will draw conclusion. It's not by us. All going fine? Okay. So the standard then, we said, do you need to comply with general principles? Answer is general principle has to be complied, including threat you have to see. You remember trade payables example, which we said accounts payable, creditors, you obtain list. Practically think, list you obtained, trial balance you compared, select the sample, confirmation. From that check and give the facts. So the standards divides into how many parts? Requirement of the standards divides into 3 parts. The usual part, even in SRA 800 series, it's almost same. First, you have to define the terms. What are your terms? What are you going to do? Terms you will decide. Then second, you will plan and perform. Lastly, it is reporting. When you define the terms, since it is not an audit or review, you should see what is the nature of engagement. Why are you doing it? Purpose. On what are you doing? Subject matter financial. On that, you will do specified procedure. But keep in mind, it is a limited distribution, not like audit public report. If there is a conflict between law, don't accept. So guys, 5 points. Nature, purpose, what is the matter? On top of that, what are you going to perform? And limitations. Once this is okay, you will accept. If not, you won't accept. Planning and performing procedures. Performing procedures, similar from essay. So from where did we get procedures? Similar from essay, 500. Always, chodichu, asked, inquiry, we saw, observation, inspection, your fourth one. Confirmation, recomputation, one thing I left off. Analysis, which is nothing but analytical. Procedure is very simple, Keto. I think here this should be more important from exam point of view if they ask. They can even ask the content of report. Content. Can you start off? Title. 2. Addressee. We have done. So, what is the thing which you have done? Identify the financial information. On that, what you have to state? We have performed our procedure on trade payables. We have performed procedure. How did you perform? As per SRS 4400. Why did you perform? For the purpose. What procedure? And I remember the draft I showed you, procedure list, inquiry, etc. Procedure. From the procedure, you give your facts. But when you give your facts, you say this is not a review, this is not an audit. If you have done additional, state that. Don't forget to put limitations, and add that it was not report on entire FS. It's just on an item. Then signature, place, date. But do we need to maintain documentation here? Answer is yes. Documentation, we said as per the requirements of dash standard, for every engagement you have to maintain documentation. SQC1. And do you remember one question which we did in class? Documentation should be filed within 60 days, 120 days, any time. Here is it 60, 120 or any time? Any time. It is any time. Audit in it is 60. Now, do you get clarity more on SRS 4400? So I will give you 1 minute time. Just go through. Don't sleep off. Come on. 1 minute, go through. Any doubt? If so, please let me know. I'll take next standard. Next standard. And once rest is over, say ready. Non ready. Neenga ready? Okay. And what was the next standard? I lost the flow. 4410. Hey, what is 4410? Compilation engagement. See, Pillare, 4400 you are the auditor. 4410 you are going to compile. Can the auditor himself compile the financial? Like we studied in SRE 2410, auditor and reviewer is same. Can it be done by same person? No, because it will arise in self review threat, PE guilty. Okay. So yeah, start. 4400 compilation engagement. Now, what is compilation engagement? That's the word itself saying compile, compile, compile. Compile means prepare. What? Financial. Something related to. Now, it is an engagement in which, did I hear your name is? Here your name is practitioner. Why? To assist management. He will prepare and present financial as per AFRF and give the report. The practitioner, he will apply the accounting and financial expertise to assess them and to give the report as per the standard. FS will be prepared as per AFRF. Are we supposed to verify the completeness, accuracy of information provided by management? No, because it is not an assurance. So that is first part. Second part, objective. At objective part, it's same. Perform procedure, give the report. The same ditto. And a purpose of compilation, we said it in a flow. You guys remember, compilation will be for two purposes. One, legal, other. Legal, you requirement of law. Others, internal plus external. All fine? Okay, I'll take only few more minutes. So can you say proceed? But is SQC applicable over here? You're only compiling, you're not giving an opinion, no conclusion. The SQC will apply for all engagement. So yes. Can he be the auditor? This we discussed. No. We are called as what? SARS 4400 auditor. Here it is practitioner. Do you need to comply with ethical requirements? Integrity, objectivity? Yes. Is it applicable for other than historical financial info? Can you compile anything other than FS? Yes, with necessary adaptation. AFRF, etc. is not there. But why it is not compilation and summary financial? Why it is not same? Summary means it is audit. Now the compiled information can be either as per dash or dash framework. AFRF can be either special purpose or general purpose. Okay, are you getting more idea? Yeah, so this standard, like the other standards in the Upperwala series is 800, SRE, SRS, etc. This standard is also divided into three parts. But from where did we get this? Even in SRE, we said acceptance and continuation you have got from essay 210. In 210, 5 points, objective and scope, management responsibility, auditor's responsibility, AFRF, audit report form. But one thing you should add, intended user, who, and its restriction. Rest of the story is essay 210. All with me? At procedures, you remember that flow? What are you doing here in the standard? In the what are you doing compiling? So first to compile, at a flow in some points are there, no? Understand the business operations. Once you have understood, you will sit and compile. Once you have compiled, before anything you will discuss. Before finalizing completion, you will read the compiled information by you. While you read, if you become aware of some incorrect misstatements, you will ask them additional or to rectify. If management does not do that, tata bye bye, see you, withdraw. Now, if you become aware of, are you there in the flow? If you become aware of a material misstatement, misleading, or it is not as per AFRF, first step what you will do? You will ask them to amend. If they don't amend, what you can do? Withdraw after determining legal and obtain acknowledgement. Makala, you want me to repeat that flow? Starting with the first point, understanding till the last part. What was the last part? Withdraw. Are we all connected and all set? Rainbow. Now your report, Pullare, at a report in SRS 4400, report is regarding what? Factual findings. Here you are not saying any facts. Here you are saying we have compiled the financial statements of so and so entity for so and so period, responsibility of management, my responsibility, not an opinion. So, starts with title, addressee. Now, these are the management responsibility to compile Allah, to give the information to the an auditor or practitioner. Responsibility of management. They have to identify AFRF and financials. Our responsibility is only to give report as per SRS without giving any assurance. If it is a specific purpose, you have to draw attention. But in some other standards, same two things we have studied, some other two standards. One is in SRE, second in SA 800 series. Then you put your signature, place, date, document. Anangu, guys. Anangu. Anangu illa. Did you understand this now more? This is only revision, not teaching. Eh? How do you feel, Pillare? Now let's summarize things. How many standard? Chapter number 9 over. How many standard? 2. SRS 4400 and SRS 4410. Can you say what is the difference between these two? This is AUP. This is compilation. Here you are giving your factual finding. Here you are compiling and saying your observations only. Here you are called as the auditor. Here you are called as the practitioner. Any other difference on the face? Practitioner. Yes. Can we discuss one question and end? What say? Already discussed only, but still, just for a horror. These two questions we have not done. It was there in the material, so I thought I will do. We will do. A chartered accountant is offered appointment for compilation engagement to be performed under SRS. Is he required to comply with Code of Ethics? Discuss briefly. 4410 is compilation. Even though it is compilation, ethical requirements are mandatory, including the threat. So ICI has given a key only. Kanda. Practitioner shall compile relevant requirements, including threats, sir. Because being a non-assurance, independence requirement do not apply. So did you see that point? Ethical requirements, how many points are there? Para? 5. What are those 5? Inquiry, inquiry inspection. Integrity, when I hear integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional behavior, professional competence. Is independence an ethical requirement? No. Here they are saying, because it is a non-assurance engagement, you need not be independent, but ethical should be followed. But Pillare, in SRE, do you need to follow independence also? Yes. Essay, of course, yes. SAE, yes. Why? Because in essay, SRE, SAE, you are giving some kind of assurance. Here, no assurance. But did you understand that concept? Ethics should be followed. Independence is not a mandatory condition. CAP has been appointed to compile the financial information. CAP is confused whether he should apply same procedure which are required to apply to conduct the audit, or there is some other procedure. What should be the approach? Makla, tell me which standard, which topic you will write here in this. Which essay? Which standard? Okay. In that, what will you write? They're asking you the approach. Approach means procedure. You remember that huge list of points you will obtain from them, then you will compile, read, blah, blah, blah. Parabulare. Are you getting more confidence in SRS? Okay, guys. So let's start. So why are we here? Why are we here? Why are we here? For revision of which chapter? revision of chapter number 11. So what is chapter number 11? We have already finished the revision of SRE, chapter 10, SRS, chapter 9. Now chapter 11 is SAE. SAE means assurance, standards on assurance engagement. How this assurance engagement is different from audit and review? Makle, how this assurance engagement is different from audit and review? In audit and review, you guys were concerned about the historical financial information, whereas here something other than historical financial information. Now, how many standards are there? Three standards are there. 3,400. Now, let me open the material. 3,400, 3,000. Yeah. 3,400, 3,402, 3,420. For those who are searching what I'm using in this, it's my material. You can see your material, class, whatever it is. So 3,400 is what, Pillare? Tell me in short, 3,400 is examination of PFI, prospective financial information. Here your subject matter is PFI. What is the criteria which you use here? Criteria which you use here is the assumptions. Now, what assurance are you going to give in 3,400? What assurance are you going to give? You are going to give a reasonable or moderate. Right? It is moderate or negative assurance, meaning limited assurance. Why can't you give a reasonable? Because assumptions about the future. Future is uncertain. You can't accurate. You can predict it with accuracy, or you cannot speculate. Right? So that is 3,400. Now, first let's go to 3,400. Then we will go to other two. So yeah, 3,400. As we said, three standards were there in that first one. And a prospective financial information. Okay, but a prospective financial information can be of how many types, Pallare? Prospective financial information, two, but combination also three types. Prospective financial information can be either, it can be forecast or it can be projection. And what was the third one? Third one is the combination of both. Combination of what? Forecast and projection. Now, what is prospective financial information? The words, guys, words. It is assumptions. Basically, it is financial information, but it is assumptions. Makla, assumptions about what? Events that may occur in, events that may occur in future, and possible actions by the entity. Now we said, you can see the class note also, okay, anything is fine. It is highly subjective in nature because it differs. Not only that, based on judgment. So that is PFI. Now, this can be either forecast, projection, or combination. Now, what is forecast? A forecast means it is prepared based on what assumption, Pullare? Is it hypothetical or best estimate assumption? It is based on the best estimate assumption. Okay, best estimate assumption again about the future. It will be more or less accurate. It will be more accurate. It won't be 100%, but still. So there is, you have some experience. So no risk provision. So risk will be less. Whereas in projection, projection, it is based on what assumption? Hypothetical assumption. Again, about the future. Is it necessary that it should take place? Not necessary, not expected to take place. It may or may not. Did you understand this much? So can we go to, first part is over. First part, what we discussed was what? What was it? Can we go to the next? Scope and objective. At a scope objective. At a what is the scope of this standard? At a scope. At a we are called as what? We are called as the. In the standard, you are called as the term. Audit is used, but you are not doing the auditor. This essay mainly deals with responsibility of auditor to examine the PFI, including these assumptions, either best judge or hypothetical assumption. Now, what is the assurance you are giving here? Makle, what assurance are you giving here? It are future oriented. You can't be speculative because historical, it's not historical financial. Makle, I'm saying it is not historical financial. So you can't give what assurance? You can't give a reasonable. So you will go for a limited assurance. Makle, so limited means is it opinion or is it conclusion? Limited means it will be conclusion. Negative or positively worded? It is negatively worded. So, who's responsible for preparation of PFI? Responsibility for preparation of PFI rests with the auditor or management. It rests with the management. You remember management's responsibility? What management has to do? Management has to identify, they have to explain the basis assumption. There was a separate topic like presentation and disclosure. It should be properly presented and disclosed. What, where? What should be presented, where it should be presented. You didn't say. Assumptions used should be properly presented and disclosed where? Notes to accounts. By whom? Audit or management? By management. Now, what if management is not presenting or disclosing that? We will dash. We will modify the conclusion. And I hope you guys are able to follow. If okay, can we go? Can we proceed? And there was a clause in ethics. And ethics, there was a clause which was saying, so can a professional accountant associated with PFI? Yes. Clause 3, second schedule of CA Act, that is 312. Okay. Now, guys, the main part. Duties of the auditor member who's going to examine PFI. Now, you remember we divided it into 3 stages. What was the first stage, Pulare? Acceptance. Acceptance by whom? Auditor. 5 points. Come on. First, before you accept PFI engagement, you have to see why the intended use. Now, this use, whether it is general or limited distribution. Now, what is the nature of assumption? Okay, if assumptions are unrealistic, you should not, assumptions are unrealistic or use is not for a proper purpose, you should not accept. Elements to be included, like balance sheet, P&L, and what period. So, user, whether that uses limited or general. Now, main thing is assumption. Now, what are the different elements? Balance sheet, P&L notes, and period. And a period will determine forecast and projected. If it is short period, it will be short period. It will be what, guys? It will be forecast. Long period means projected. Makla, if this much is clear, can we proceed to duties? You want 30 seconds rest? If so, take 30 seconds rest and say proceed. You don't want rest? Okay, then we'll proceed. And you remember duties, we said it in a flow. First, assumption should be proper. If assumptions are proper, You will check whether it is prepared as per the assumption. Once it is prepared, it should be presented and disclose the assumption. Now, this should be consistent with historical. I will repeat. First point, what you will see as your duty as auditor, assumptions used are not unreasonable or assumptions are not inconsistent. Should be consistent. Now, first point is about assumptions. Yeah, assumptions is your criteria. Now, once assumptions is proper, whether management has prepared the FS based on assumption, financial information properly prepared. This is financial info. The criteria plus subject matter. Once you prepare, you will get PFI. Whether PFI is properly present. Finally, PFI should be consistent with historical. Policies, etc. should be matching. Assumptions, if so, prepared, if so, presented and disclosed, if so, consistent. But are we clear with this? Come on, come on, come on. Next. You accepted, you performed duty. Now your procedure. Okay, once you have seen this procedure, happy procedures, you can always take 30 seconds rest cut off. In a procedure, we grouped it. First 2 point was relating to, how did we group in our notes? Engagement team. So nature extent of procedure will depend upon my team's knowledge. Second, team in there. This is not in that order. Team's experience. Okay, we'll go in our order. First one was team's knowledge and team's experience. Next two, we grouped it as two. Next 4 points, I think. Management. Now management. Next one, guys, management in there. Competence. Then from where management prepared. Sources. Then how management judgment was there. Then we said likelihood of misstatement. And one more point, others. Others is regarding what? Stability of business. So first two is engagement team, knowledge, experience. Then management. Management is regarding their competence, source, misstatement, judgment. Then stability. Always you have to, without even saying, you have to maintain the documentation. And only 2 more heads. Can we proceed? This was the most easiest part. What? Presentation and disclosure. In that, you remember we said A, B, C, D. Did we say A, B, C, D? What was A? A. We'll go in our order. A is accounting policy should be disclosed. Assumptions. Then B. B is the basis for establishing. Then we said C. C is what, guys? C is any changes in the policies. D. Where is D? Date. Now, all these are said and done. Ultimately, it should show, information should be proper and not misleading. Are we clear? Okay. But basically, the presentation and disclosure should be done by whom, Pillare? Is it auditor or management? Management. So in case, we'll go here. In case management did not show it properly, you will express modified. Now, report should state, we are stating negative assurance, negative conclusion, whether based on the examination, anything has come to our attention that causes us to believe. Now, your assurances on what, Pillare? That's the important thing. Assurances on what? PFI. Whereas express opinion on what? Assumption. But guys, report one, we used one word, taki, warning. Caveats. What was the caveat we have to include? See, this is future basis. Actual results may be different. Again, necessarily not expected to occur. So you remember these two wordings? It may or may not occur. Actual results may be different. Otherwise, you are misguiding the bank for whom you are publishing this or you are reporting or giving this in the example. Last, guys, last. Over. So the contents, as usual, it starts with the title. Addressee. Makle addressee will be whom? Appointing authority. Then you will identify PFI. You will say you have conducted as per the SAE, as usual, SAE. Then you state management is responsible for so and so purpose. Then you will state procedures which you have done. Then you will give your negative assurance on PFI, opinion on assumptions. You'll put proper caveats. Caveats means warnings, date, place, signature. And here, caveats is this. With that, chiriki guys, chiriki, smile, ring. 3,400 is over. And this time I use the material just to show that. And can you agree? Today we did, usually we do with the notes. Today we did with, this is my material. Don't you feel same thing as in the class notes? But little more explanation will be there. But guys, always class notes will be more comfortable for you. Alle. That's because it is just the summary keyword and you wrote it yourself. Had I taken a print of the notes of my PDF and given you, you would not have felt this comfortable because it is prepared by you. Alle. So that's why I always say write notes, write notes, write notes. One thing. Second thing, at least once you should read the material which I gave you, or I say material, so you will get the sentence formulation. I'm not asking you to by heart the entire things. Keywords, all there in our book, don't worry. Notes lunda. But with those keywords, you have to expand it. Expansion can be done in your own words, but the thing is, once you read the sentence, you'll get that hang. Manslayo. That's why I asked you to read. So are you clear? So let's proceed. So guys, we had already finished which SAE revision? SAE, which one did we finish? We finished 3,400. Now what was 3,400? PFI, assumptions, where you gave reasonable assurance and you're called as the auditor. Come on. Which is the next SAE we have to revise? Yes, 3,402. Now, what is 3,402? Now, link it with another essay. Which essay? I said link it with essay 402. This is SAE 3,402. Okay. Now, you are called as what? In the standard, you are called as what? You are called as the service auditor. What are you going to do? Service auditor. You are going to give a dash report. You are going to give a Reasonable assurance report. And a reasonable assurance on what? 1 second. Reasonable assurance on SO controls. How many type of report you can give? Type 1, type 2. Can you say the keywords in type 1 report? Type 1 report le keywords. Description, design. Type 2 lo description, design, and one more thing. Description, design, and also operating effectiveness. Now, before even starting the standard, which we said in class, you have to put three words in mind. You're going to see the system. System means process. Control objective means risk and controls. At where SO. So first one, we started with what? And in what we said 4 things, no? First, we said about the user entity who's going to outsource to SO. Then user entity auditor, for him only 402. Now SO auditor, for him only 3402. Now he is giving the assurance report. Now service organization, auditor, we are concerned. But we are seeing the control systems of whom? SO. Okay, is it set till here? If so, can we proceed to next heading, which is scope and objective? Come on. Life is a race. Run. Revision time. Come on, you have to run. Revision means it is running. Okay. Your scope as the service auditor is to check whether controls are designed. But will this standard apply if you are giving a report only on operating effectiveness? No, why? You should be saying on description design, not only on effectiveness. So this standard will not apply if your report is only on operating effectiveness. Now, will this include if control is relating to other than FS? I mean, other than financial reports? Answer is no. Makkale, are we clear till here? So that's your scope. Now your objective is to give a reasonable assurance regarding those 3 words: description, design, effectiveness. Other 3 words: system, control objective, controls. Are you seeing with me your notes, and are you having one round of learning? Take 30 seconds rest and say proceed. But I like you. Whenever rest comes, you don't need rest. Only in class you need revision. Good. Others, if you are okay, let me know. Let's proceed to type of report. And this attitude itself shows that you will pass, right? Allera, you don't need rest and you are asking me more revision. Yes, you will also have to show. Yes, you have to show to many people that you are capable, and you will show, of course. So, yeah. Types of report. How many type of report, guys? How many? 2 type. Type 1 and type 2. Now see those words, Pillare. Now which color I should use? Already we have said, description of system, description, design. Now in type 2, description, design, and operating effectiveness. Of what? System, controls, control, objective. In either case, service auditor will give a reasonable assurance on above. Above means here above is only description and design. Here above means description, design, and operating effectiveness. For those who are seeing recorded, before seeing revision, you have to study or read one round and see. One more difference is there, Pillare. Type 1 and type 2, one more major difference is there. This is at a particular type 1. Whereas type 2 is throughout the period. Why? Why that thing? Because operating effectiveness means throughout the period alle. So can we go to the next one, guys? What I scope objective type performing. And a performing left, there were many points. In that I said, it's just a flow. They might not ask you all the points together. Other 2 points are very important. You remember which 2 points we said they might ask as a separate question? Point number, yes, towards the end, written representation. Let's start. First step, we have to comply with ethical requirement, including independence. Makle, for which set of standard you need not follow, independence, which is very good, SRS. Other cases, you have to follow independence, right? Now wait for a second. 1 second. I will change. Okay, guys. So sorry for the interruption. Come on. I've changed the material here. Yeah, same points only. Come on, say. What was the first point in the procedure? Ethical requirements, including, guys, including independence, you should see. Next, ethical is okay. Now you will communicate. Determine to whom, with whom you have to communicate. All the management, all the TCWG may not be responsible for this particular controls. Who are the people responsible? Now you will accept at a feel of essay 210 should come. If there is change in the terms, you may do reasonable justification. Before acceptance, you should see whether you have proper competence and capabilities. Whether the criteria, here it is not AFRF, it is applicable criteria. Like 3400, we saw assumptions. Here it is criteria. Now, you will see whether the criteria used is, whether the criteria used by you is suitability. Then you will determine from that you will determine the materiality. Okay, materiality of determined. Now it's a flow. Obtain understanding of service organization system, in system, description, design, operating effectiveness. Now, for doing operating effectiveness, you may need to perform which procedures? TOC. But this point will come only if it is a type 2 report. From then, you will obtain understanding of internal audit function, why you may use the work of internal auditors. But till here, I don't think so. They can ask you, maybe they can ask you what all you should understand. But here on, this point is very specific. So we have marked it. They can ask as a separate question. Now, who should obtain written representation? Are service auditor. Okay. Regarding the assertions, they'll ask you to reconfirm. Then access, which is given. Then very specifically, where all are the deficiencies? Controls where it is weak, non-compliance, subsequent events. What event did we say? Subsequent events. Here, subsequent events is from where to where? systems they have described. Like in FS and audit report, here system, and till the date of service auditors report. Finally, without saying, you guys know to document. Are we clear with this much? Now, can we go to the last part of the standard, Pillare? Last part of the standard, please. Reporting. What we have to report? What we have to report? Reasonable assurance on what? Reasonable assurance on what? On controls. So, before going, let me ask you, when we can modify the opinion? Can you say when you can modify the opinion? When? Three things are not proper, you can modify. What are the three things which is not proper? Design, description, operating effectiveness. Description. Then controls, operating effectively, design. Then unable to obtain evidence. Okay, of what? Okay, of what? Either the system or control objective or controls. These 3 points you will get very easily. This is something extra fitting. You'll give disclaimer or whatever it is. So that is when you give modified opinion. Is it opinion or conclusion? Opinion only. You know why? Because we are giving reasonable assurance. Now, Pillare, contents can we run through? Run. Title? Addressee as usual. Then identify what you have done, the intro para. Then identify the criteria. Statement that what you have done. Two people's responsibility. Responsibility of whom? Service organization and responsibility of service organization auditor. Like we say management and auditor. Now, once your responsibility, you should state that you have performed as per SAE. What assurance? Giving a reasonable assurance. Then you should state, very important, limitations. Limitations we said. The opinion will be expressed in positive or negative form. It is positive. Why? Again, because it is reasonable. Then date, signature, place. Eppadi? How is it? Are we clear with this? 3402. Only one more standard is there, Pillare. SAE 3420. So, yes. Next. Cut. Camera. Action. What action? We have completed SAE 3400, which is prospective financial info. Then we completed 3402, which is assurance report on controls at SO. Now the last standard, which is there is pro forma financial information. Okay, so that's the revision topic. 3420, 3420. Assurance engagement. And by the way, what assurance are you going to give in this standard? What type of assurance are you going to give? You are going to give your reasonable assurance. Here we have written, no? Reasonable assurance. We are called as whom? We are called as the, not auditor, we are called as the practitioner. Okay. On what are you going to give reasonable assurance on what? PFFI, pro forma financial information. Who prepares the pro forma financial information? Prepared by responsible party. How they prepare? As per the applicable criteria. Since it is a reasonable assurance, the wordings are negative. Wordings are opinion is positive. Then we said a formula, very, very useful formula. What was the formula? Pro forma financial information is, first you will, 31st March, in our example, you will extract unadjusted financial info. To that, you will do the necessary pro forma adjustment. Now, what is this pro forma adjustment? It is mainly it can be some kind of acquisition, can be some kind of agreement. Very good. It's the events or transactions. Significant, eh? And based on the agreement, we will decide the applicable criteria. Maybe they are acquiring 30%, they are acquiring 50%, criteria will decide. Like consolidated financial, here also it is line by line addition. Unadjusted financial information of A company with pro forma adjustment, assets liability of B company. All okay? Unadjusted and pro forma. So can we start with the first head? What is pro forma financial info? First heading, what is pro forma financial info? 1 second. Come on, Bulare. See, basically, this is also a financial information. But along with the adjustments, A company financially have taken, with that, you will do the adjustment. Why are you doing this? It's something like you're visualizing to illustrate the impact of event or transaction on what? Unadjusted. So A limited balance sheet, P&L, etc. you will take, extract on that. Had we acquired this company earlier, what our statement would look like? As if the event has taken place earlier. Mainly to illustrate the impact on financial information if we had acquired earlier. This is something which has to be included in PFFI, has to be something to be included in the prospectus. So users, before they subscribe and issue the shares, they should know, okay, because this company has acquired this company, our P&L balance sheet notes has been better from what it was. Do we need to comply with ethical requirements? For all engagement, ethical requirement is there. Do we need to maintain independence? It's an assurance engagement. So answer is yes. Done, done, done. Can we go to the next heading? Scope and objective. Scope is nothing but it is again repeat of what is pro forma. So scope means coverage. Purpose of PFFI mainly to illustrate the event or transaction on what? Unadjusted, as if it took place earlier. How do you do? By adjusting pro forma with unadjusted plus pro forma. But does this PFFI represent the actual position of the company? No, it's only like a visualization. It does not represent actual. Had we acquired earlier, how? So our objective, as we already said, we have to give a what assurance, Pulare? We have to give a reasonable assurance. Like here, subject matter is PFFI. AFRF is applicable criteria. 3400 subject matter was prospective financial, AFRF was assumption. 3402 subject matter is system control objective. Criteria is, come on, whether it has been suitable criteria, its description, design, suitable criteria, its description, design, and effectiveness. Here, subject matter is PFFI, applicable criteria. Now, of course, you will give your report. Who has to prepare this? We have to prepare, no. It has to be prepared by responsible party. So that's the next heading. But a very simple, just think of that formula, unadjusted plus pro forma will give you PFFI. So first, what management responsible party has to do? Unadjusted financial we need. So first, kandupidikka extract here. You find the source, extract. So formula first part over, unadjusted. Plus pro forma, you'll make the adjustment. You means responsible party. And then you will present. Present means compile. Makle, hope all okay. Play, you need 30 seconds of rest. Kindly take the rest and say proceed. 30 seconds, your time starts now. 30 seconds rest. No, we won't rest. Okay, you're unstoppable. And our 800 series, SRS, even SAE, mainly most of the standards are divided into 3 phases. Most and not all. So first is acceptance, whether practitioner can accept. Now, what are the things to be seen while accepting? And even without seeing, can we try to say, hey, don't see, look at me, look at me. But a first main thing, what? You need to accept this engagement, you need the unadjusted financial. Unadjusted plus pro forma will give you PFFI. So unless you have PFFI, like in audit essay 210, agreeing on terms, unless you have a financial, you can't accept the audit. Like that, here subject matter is PFFI. Once it is there, second, AFRF, FS, AFRF. Second, you say events or transaction, adjustment. Third, AFRF is the applicable criteria. Unadjusted you have events and transaction. This should be adjusted as per criteria. Now, to do all these things, you should have more competence. Understanding competence and capabilities, Mane. Competence and capabilities. Once you have this, since it is something said in prospectus wordings of law. Finally, essay 210 preconditions. Access to books, additional info, blah, blah, blah. Muklas, you want me to say again? First was source of unadjusted. Now, if it is already audited or reviewed, you just need to see one thing. Its emphasis and modification, whether it can be included in PFFI report. If it is not audited or reviewed, what or not audited, what not reviewed, source of unadjusted. Engil, risk is high, guys. You have to understand. So this is formula, first one unadjusted. Now you will see the pro forma adjustments, no events and transactions. Yeah, events and transaction. If it is about some acquisition, which is again not audited, understand. The first two, okay. Then we said applicable criteria we'll see. To see that we should have competence. Since it is prospectus, wordings is prescribed by law. Then as usual, essay 210 is like your saver, get off. Once you know this, many standards is useful. Applicable criteria is okay, compilation is okay, provided to us access info and unrestricted access to people. Now, what is the next heading? I'm like a tape recorder with just stuff people. Planning and performing, then planning and performing. Again, I think we set some flow. The first in planning, first what criteria you have to see whether it is okay. Once criteria is okay, materiality you will fix. Now, now you only obtained some information. Now you will obtain an understanding how they compile. If they compile, flow, from what source they took. If that source is unaudited, more procedure. Now this is about unaudited. Now next, check whether responsible party unadjusted financial information from that source was appropriate. Once it is appropriate, adjustments was done. Now you will evaluate how they have presented. But other information, whenever it comes, you should check the what you have to check. Material inconsistencies. Obtain WR and document. Flow manslayoda. First stage, whether the criteria is okay, materiality you fix. Then you obtain understanding. Then that formula, unadjusted financial, from where they did source. If it is unaudited, then how they extracted and prepared. Then pro forma, then compilation, disclosure, other document, written representation. Climax hour. Come on, wake up, come on. Climax, guys. When we will give unmodified opinion here, if PFFI, FS as per AFRF, here PFFI as per applicable criteria. Now, if it is a modified opinion, this is to be published where PFFI, I say name itself says prospectus. If L&R prohibits, see, financials with modification is published in prospectus, public interest is affected. So if law precludes, prohibits you from publishing, then discuss with management to change. If they don't change, either you withdraw or say, seek legal advice. If law does not prohibit, qualify adverse, disclaimer, modify. Contents is as usual, we will start, guys. Title, addressing. Then intro para, we have conducted the examination of their responsibility, our responsibility, practitioner. Whenever our responsibility comes, it is as per SAE 3420. Then you state this is only a reasonable assurance and you will state the opinion. For the signature, date, fine. I think I showed you the opinion para, which is positively worded. Settano. I'm not asking you Settano chapter number. No, I'm not just asking you essay 342. So I'm asking you the entire chapter number. Entire chapter number 11. Okay. So, why are we here? Come on, start, camera, action, what? This is about the revision of digital audit and assurance, which is nothing but the chapter number 12. I'm using the material, the material which I gave you. you can open your notebook or whatever it is, your wish. So let's start, Pullare. This is a chapter which more technical terms are there. So let's revise it very fast. Chapter 12, digital auditing and assurance. Okay. In that, first heading is digital audit. Let's bash. Now, what is digital audit? If possible, say the keywords. Even record people, you can say. Yeah, digital audit means here you are going to see what effectiveness of IT system, how well IT is being maintained. Okay, implemented by the company. Why are you seeing? To identify the gaps for the purpose of improvement and also for what regulatory compliance. You remember 143.3 jail audit software we said. Now, what are the key features? Like features when you use the digital environment. And I will say in our flow, first feature was what? In our flow, once it is done, process will be standardized. Once the process is standardized in a company, there can be savings of time and cost. If savings of time and cost has happened, our report will be more reliable. Report more reliable means it will enhance whose confidence? Confidence to the auditee, client. Once they are confident, they can take more decisions. Decisions. Now, decisions regarding what? Their future technology, future. And they will have a comprehensive overview, meaning detail. Same points only, order little changed. This order is as per ICA material. Now, this was what the heading, heading. Heading was key features of digital audit. Now, what are the advantages, Pullare? Throughout this chapter, we were saying the advantage. Oh, advantage. What is the advantage? One, quality will improve. If quality will improve by using the data analytics, because we use the data analytics, quality will improve. Data analytics we studied, no? Tapping large volume of data using different tools, ACL, etc. When you use, what will happen? Your time and cost will be reduced. If time and cost will be reduced, you will be more effective and efficient. Finally, you can do more, better, improved risk management. But guys, all these will arise in some kind of changes and challenges. All these things which we have discussed later also, people, skills, upgradation, all those. Pillare, are you clear with this topic? So take 30 seconds rest and let me know. Come on, achieving excellence together. Together we have to achieve, no? So if you're ready, let's bash. Okay, let's go. Auditing. Pillare, auditing digitally. And at this, from whose angle you are seeing this, client or auditor's angle? The entire thing is from auditor's angle. Okay, we are auditing digitally. Now, what is digital auditing? It refers to using of what technology for conducting the audit in an effective and efficient manner. And we have said if auditor is not able to do, he may use expert. Now, this we said towards the end of the chapter. Specialist you can use. Now, what are the key features, Pullare? If you use technology, how or what are the advantages? One, quality. Once quality improves, efficiency will be improved. Once efficiency is improved, how? By using the automation. Automation means less human dependency. Why? Because of increasing technology transparency you can bring about. Because there are some considerations which you have to see. So you remember that four things. What is the problem? For the problem, what are the range of solutions? Then you will select the technology solution which you want and you will train the people. Same point only. See, what are the problems? What are the range of solutions which is available? Which technology will help you and upskill, train your people. So something which we have to see while auditing digitally, it is while doing correct. While auditing digitally, correct. 30 seconds, guys. Makle, next heading is understanding. And in understanding, there are 3 steps. Come on. Understanding. Understand the environment. And we have the feel of which essay? Essay 315. Now, first step you will understand how it is being done. Then you will identify and assess the risk. Now, in understanding, what all you will understand that we said in a flow, key areas to understand. First thing we have to understand is what is this company, what? In our notebook order, you see what technology they will use. Technology use. Now, with this technology, what kind of systems they are maintaining? Now, in the system, what controls they are implementing? Controls. Whether what controls they are implementing. Now, with this control, how transactions are being processed? Flow of transactions. Finally, one more thing. You have to, you have to assess whether it is IT environment is complex or not. For that, you will understand the organization structure, IT infrastructure, process policies, information system controls and risk, applications used, blah, blah, blah. So the words were understand, identify, assess. Understand 315. Identify and assess what, guys? Because of IT, what is the risk? So the next heading is talking about risk. So guys, again, take rest. Makla, if all okay, can we proceed to the next heading? Next heading is simple. Sada risk. Okay. Over. Now this one. It a risk from using what? Risk from using IT. And after that, we will go to cyber risk. That is more specific. And what are the risks from using IT? See, the main risk from using IT is hackers, all those things, unauthorized access. Not only unauthorized access, they will do unauthorized changes also. Then that Amachi case I said for sweeping, privileged access. Then failure to update, like the phones which we said. Then we said about data loss and corruption. I said no tally, 1% deleted. Then system downtime. If system is down, entire process will stop. Then what did we say? Inappropriate human intervention, no? Manual intervention. Then integration between system, etc. And in this one concept which we discussed, if your memory of the phone is less, we will add some card, etc. In computer, SD card, hardware, software. That is important, Pulare. Scaling. Why? To reduce the heavy data load. Heavy data load is one of the issue. To reduce its scaling. How auditors are depend on IT? How we are depend on IT, Pulare? What we see POC is produced from IT environment automated. Now, not only automated control, but also the security, control and security go together. Next two, the interfaces and calculations which we do, interfaces, interlinking, calculation like provision for bad debts which we do are by system. The reports which we need for our audit, the FS are produced from system. So IT is relevant and we are depending on IT for audit. For the cyber risk, instead of showing the page, can I close this and ask you? I think that would be better. So once you are ready, put ready, let me prepare myself. So I will mix and ask, is that okay? Or you want to go in the order? Mix. Okay, it's usually done through email, SMS to take sensitive data. Email, SMS to take sensitive data. Phishing. Now let's finish off phishing. Phishing, there are how many things? 4. Company is the target. Supervisor, superior, senior officers target. Voice call, V, and SMS, S. Now, can you say entire company is spear? If it is top management, wailing. S for SMS, smishing. Voice, V for voice, which is wishing. Very good. Now, this is done. So, fishing is over. Now, fish is over. Come on. We'll go to, don't say chicken. Come on. Second one. This is mainly done like it will come from a trusted source. It can be through email or from some HTTPS, some kind of domain, etc. Spoofing. So spoofing can be of how many types? 2 types, which is domain spoofing or email spoofing. Okay. Second. Now third. Valid credentials of users will be compromised. Identity-based attack. The current employees or the former employees will pose danger to the company. Insider threats. Very good. Insider threats. Then, when we connect to the device, device become the target. IoT. This we learned again also. Then they will insert some kind of thing in the network in a channel, like where you transmit data. Tunnel, DNS tunneling. Which one did I leave? Your main thing I left. Software, program, some kind of code. Malware. Malware, it can be for money, ransomware. It can be like, it can infect some files in the system itself. Files in the system itself, it can be affected, which is fileless, or it can be through mobile. And one malware I forgot, Trojan. Wow. Every answer was right. Super. Okay, so I'm not showing you all these things. Did you understand my artistic talents? Wow. Who knows? Okay, and also, And also, what was the framework which we said? Framework which we said, framework. Steps and what are the stages? And I'll just say the keywords. First, assess the risk. Then once you assess, you see the impact. Impact once you see, you have to manage. Now, what is cybersecurity framework is saying? First, identify the risk and protect it. Next, detect the risk, recover. You can learn that together. Identify, why to protect. Detect, why to recover. And also, if risk is more, guys, if risk is more, you need more dash around the company. If risk is more, we need more controls. 3 controls we have talked. What were the main three control? Vendor setup. No one should modify the vendor data without proper authorization, all those. Then control with respect to electronic transfer of funds, there should be proper requests, they should be trained how to use it. And controls with respect to patch management. In a patch management, what is patch management? Windows will have patch management, phone, if there is some vulnerability, some issue, it's like updating, upgrading. So one video for patch management. So yeah, let me know whether you can hear. 1 minute only.
நல்லதாண்டா கட்டிக்கிறாங்க. ருகோ ருகோ என்னடா இது? நல்லதாண்டா கட்டிக்கிறாங்க. ருகோ ருகோ என்னடா இது? பேட்ச் ஒர்க்கா? டேய் என்னடா கட்டி வச்சுக்கிறீங்க? தொட்டாலே தூளாகுது. पागल है क्या? बोला ना तुमको पैच वर्क. இன்னும் எவ்வளவு பேட்ச் ஒர்க் வச்சிருக்கீங்க? पूरा बुक पैच वर्क का ही है. पूरा बुक.
You saw? So guys, come back to business. So that's patch management. Wherever there is a vulnerability, wherever there is risk, it has to be managed. Okay, and also remote audit. Come on. And a remote audit means we are doing the audit. We are doing the audit remotely, like online, electronic. In that, we said we have to see 3 considerations. What are the 3 considerations? First, we will call, hello company, can we decide on Google Meet or Zoom or how? Feasibility study and planning. Then they will give you the data, confidentiality, data, security, protection. Again, risk is more here, so risk management. The advantages and disadvantages of remote audit, we will get easily if you think about the, you remember, think about the online class. Just think online class, no, about the online class, recorded class, whatever it is. First, saving of time and cost from your comfort and flexibility. Your thing can be gathered over several weeks. Whenever you want, you can see the class. Okay. Direct access to, it's like one-to-one across the globe. But the issue with the online class is what? Network may come. Visualize means you will have only a direct touch won't be there. Opportunity to doctor documents omit is increased. And you remember we did question, decrease, incorrect, it is increased. Some access may not be allowed. And some cultural challenges like, physical verification cannot take place, auditor's knowledge, all those. And I said, till now, remote audit. But we have reached, come on, more than half of the chapters over. A year, come on. Now, we will continue with the next one. Okay, guys, so let's continue. And I will continue with where we stopped. But can someone say where we stopped? We stopped with cyber risk, no? Cyber risk, we stopped with the remote audit. And in this heading itself, we have discussed 4 things. You remember? Different types of cyber risk, then cyber framework, regarding the remote audit, then controls. See, all these things they can ask you only individual questions. Okay. So now let's bash with emerging technologies. All set? Can we proceed? Okay. And emerging technologies, so emerging technologies, mainly what we are discussing here. Here we are talking mainly about the data analytics techniques. Makla, what is data analytics? Data analytics is generating and preparing what data from what data. Like we said in the WhatsApp, generating meaningful data from what data? Raw data, which is nothing but the systems data. This data analytics will mainly enhance the efficiencies of audit. Why? It is more effective, more accurate findings. The data analytics is mainly used for discover the patterns and trends, identifying the anomalies, irregularities to extract info. And when auditor uses such data analytics in audit, you call it as what? When auditor uses such data analytics in audit, you call it as computer-assisted audit techniques. Now, can I close this slide and ask you about 4 CAT? Will you guys say? Okay. So just say which kind of CAT is used for it. And this is a kind of CAT which is supported by Microsoft, wherein non-technical users can also aggregate, do graph, tables, like collecting the data and doing. It is Power BI. Then it's a large software wherein which we use to extract the data. To find some irregularities, we extract the data. It is ACL, Audit Command Language. Makla, it is mainly for streamlining the processes in the company, like for streamlining the processes. It is, yes, you are right, Caseware. And finally, can you say which one I left off? Regarding the Alteryx, that financial and operational data, etc. to combine, right. Very good. But with that, that heading is over. Share. Which heading? Emerging technologies is over. Can you guys say what is the next techniques, Pallare? I mean, next heading. Automated tools. And automated tools also. Is it okay if I ask, or you want to see? I will show you the keywords. And we were talking about how many automated tools? Totally 5. Okay, now I will ask and then show the keywords. Since automated tools is important, I will ask, then I will show the keywords. And which tool is mainly used for distributing across the ledgers through encryption, cryptocurrency? It will create for each transaction, each ledger is created. It is block. Can you see blockchain? What happens in blockchain, Pallare? In the blockchain, you see decentralized and distributed through ledger. Each transaction, you remember, each transaction is validated by the block and it is distributed to the participants in ledger. And block is sequenced. Ledgers are sequenced. Okay. Now, the next one. And it is mainly used for like think, learn like humans. Very good. It is with respect to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence means it's a system or machine that can think and learn like humans. Even they can make decisions. It is developed using complex algorithms. Okay, that's how it works. And which is used to connect to the devices, which is used to connecting to the devices. Very good. It is IoT. And earlier also we have heard IoT in cyber risk. It is mainly connecting the net to the devices like washing machines, all those things. Now here they use the data analytics, connectivity, and people. Okay. Which is like you cannot split it. Less chances of forging. It cannot be exchanged as such. You cannot split it. Less chance of forging. It is NFT. NFT meaning non-fungible token. Fungible means exchange, like for small. It's a unique, it cannot be replaced. And I think of my India, please. Unlike physical money and cryptocurrency, which is fungible. Fungible means it can be traded and exchanged. These are non-fungibles. They contain the digital signature also. Like we said, art, music, games. Miss my India? I will draw. Calcutta ka poi. Okay. Okay. And one more technique was there. The repeated process can be replaced. Think like this. Instead of humans, it can be replaced by robot. So it is which one? Robotic business automation. It is mainly for repeated processor. Instead of human doing this, they will replace the human. They will repeat or replica of humans. So it increases the efficiency and effectiveness. Set with respect to automated tools. Okay, I feel the automated tools is important. That's why in class itself, we conducted a small test. I showed you various things and you were asked to say which tool was it. So guys, 30 seconds rest and then let's continue with second last heading. Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. So, objective of auditing digitally. Can we go for that? Even without saying, can you just visualize and say, we are going to audit digitally? Get off. So, what are the challenges which we'll face and what we have to do? But even without saying, can you just try to say, then I will show you. First challenge is technology means it keeps on, undergoes changes, no? Undergoes changes. Once there is changes, what will happen? Risk will be there. Because of the risk, what you have to do to learn this technology, we have to upskill, or maybe we will use the specialist. So these are the challenges or these are the considerations. Now, what are the steps involved, Pallare? Risk is there, changes is there, we have to upskill. So what are the steps involved? So first, you should understand the changes, how these changes will impact. Once it impacts, what you have to do, you have to see, once it is impacting, you have to see whether management is appropriately disclosing all these things. Finally, maintain skepticism. Okay, 100% I can vouch and say that the entire material of mine is only prepared from ICA material, but more table, more highlighting, more summary. No other material. If there is one or two places, if there is any spelling mistake, kindly pardon. Okay. So yes, so you can trust it, but before you trust anything or everyone, I say as your amma, trust her first. You can go and compare it with ICA material. Then only trust. Okay. Considerations. Makla considerations. So what was the considerations? First, changes. Because of the changes, new risk will come. Because of this risk, we have to upskill new specialist. Now, this is considerations or like challenges which you will face. Now, what are the steps involved? You are doing the audit, so much issues is there. First, you should obtain and understand how new technology is. Once you've understood how the impact is on flow of transactions in FS, then you will see whether management is appropriate, whether they are doing all these things with a proper control. And now, don't trust anyone, maintain skepticism. All set? So can you guys say, let's finish off and end this, guys. Can you say what is the last heading? Yeah, next generation audit. In NGA. Next generation audit. And you know something? Like first it was human-led, then technology-led, then data-driven. So yes. Can I ask you? Then I'll show you the keyword. We were talking about new technologies which is arising. So the technology wherein real world will be replaced. Which one is that? Real world will be replaced. And you remember the pictures which I showed you? Real world is being replaced by the virtual VR. A step forward where replaces the real world with virtual simulated environment. Simulated means created. The user can explore simulated world by experience such as flying, skydiving. This I said in class, like VR games we will play, like we are going in forest, like you have played VR games, no? But in the end of some VR games, it's like headache. I said my personal. Okay. Why are we? It's a revision time. Go back to your cages. Now, which is the technology which uses the real world but just adds the elements like the interior decorators do? Augmented reality, where real world with some element generated some devices. Hey, Pokemon. Poke. Now, for doing stock taking from our end, we can use something. We can send something to take pictures. It's the drone technology. They can ask you this MCQ. Captured information. Okay. Finally, which one did I leave off? Metaverse. Now, what is the metaverse? It is mainly with respect to 3D. And then we concluded that chapter by saying, auditor should weigh both pros and cons of using technology, and he should decide to what extent technology can be used for the audit. Start. Camera. Action. What? What movie are we going to take here? Start camera action. Come on. Hey, you have to put some BGM. Why? Because that's the hero. The portion which is there in your FR, it seems, professional ethics. Okay. You guys gave me word that you will get out of 20 marks, somewhere around 20 to 24 marks is the weightage. If you see FR, the weightage, FR and other subjects also, it seems. You gave me word that you will get out of 20, 90% or 80%. Okay. So this session, we will go with the first part. Okay. Which is the basics. You remember some sections of CA Act we studied, section 2.2 we started, then section 5, then section 6. You remember the basics? So can you take out your book or paper or whatever it is, and can you come to the basic things? I'm saying basics. Basics means CA actor. We started with section 2.2. Come on guys, promote, it's your PE.
Well, what you want to do is not necessarily what you're gonna do.
What was that? Mariposa. No. And so, which is the first section which we started with the basics. And I'm just using the material. Don't sit and read each and every sentence now. It's a revision. So you reply. First section we started with was members deemed to be in practice. Which is the section members deemed to be in practice? Section 2.2. How many cases members are deemed to be in practice? How many cases members are deemed to be in practice? 4 cases. What was the 4 cases? 1, practice of accountancy. Engage in accountancy, engages. Second, offers to perform auditing, verification, the usual work. Third, any other like representation, certification, etc. And fourth, any other services in the opinion of counsel. This only we call it as MCS 2, 2, 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Now MCS ille, management consultancy services, no? It will include wide range of services. See, all these are part of management consultancy services, financial planning, capital structure, working capital. Now they have said specifically MCS will include, now you can look in your book, 3 things. What? Registered valuer, insolvency professional, administration work, like preparation of word file, submitting the forms, reminders, word processing, all. Specifically, it excludes 3 things. Like it includes 3 things, it also excludes 3 things. What was that? Everything relating to some kind of shares, investment brokering, portfolio management, underwriting. So 3 things are included, 3 things are excluded. Are we clear on that? Registered valuer, IP, admin services. Investment, portfolio, underwriting, not included. You should not do. If you're acting as a trustee, liquidator, receiver, will it be deemed as practice or service? Generally, I'm asking you. Generally, it is practice. Unless it is on a full-time salary basis. Right? If it is on a full-time salary basis, you will be treated as an employment. I mean service. Where your court appoints you. For 222 apply, deemed to be in practice, for 222 apply, should you be in practice and obtain work, or just setting up of the office is enough? The answer is, since it is engaging means offer to perform will be also offer சொல்றீங்க പറയുവാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ready-யா, that will be also deemed to be in practice. Not actually engaged, but still offer is there, therefore it is deemed to be in practice. Armed force, you have gone to armed force. That period where you have gone to armed force will be also treated as in practice. Okay, MCS you can provide keto subject to section 144 of CO Act. Now, what is 144? I've given in the book in detail. If you want to go through, these are the services. Not to render certain services. These 9 services, you have learned it many times in auditing and law and inter. Can you render this and audit to the same company at the same time? No. Can you render audit for some other company and this for another company? Yes. So basically, MSCS, management consultancy services are allowed, but check whether you're violating 144. You should not. Are we clear with the 2 members deemed to be in practice? Now, in this session, we'll only cover up to section 27, all the basic sections in PE. Guys, 30 seconds rest, then say, what is the next section? Section 5, I think. Section 5 is very simple, Pillare. Types of members. What are the 2 types of members? 1, ACA, FCA. When you will be considered as an ACA? Once your name is, you have passed and you have entered for registration and your name is entered. Name is entered in Register of ICA. When you will be deemed as FCA, Pillare, fellow, continuous practice in India for 5 years. Is that the only case? Any other case where you possess such qualification equivalent to practice? I think I said you the example of internal auditor abroad. But here you have to specifically apply and get. Here, automatically after 5 years, again, form and fee should be given. So that was fast. So section 5 deals with types of members, ACA. But which clause says not being a fellow, acting as a fellow? You are not a fellow, but acts as a fellow, guilty. Since it's a revision, can I recall that? Not being a fellow, act like a fellow. Guilty under which clause? Clause 1, part 3, first schedule. Wow. If this is clear. 2 members in practice. 5 types of members. If this is okay, let me know. Okay. Section 6. Section 6 is regarding what? significance of COP. But in fact, section 6 will mainly apply if you are in the section 6 and 7 mainly will apply if you are in practice. Okay. Once you are a CA in practice, you should not have any other dash. Once you are a CA in practice, you should not have any other capacity than that of a CA. So if you are appearing in income tax, it's not as a tax practitioner, but only as a CA. This sentence is very important. You have to study as such. A member of institute can have no other capacity in which he can take up practice separable from his capacity as CA. So did I say one example in class? Someone, Rudran, he was CA, he was punished. During those punished period, he was using his BCom graduation and he did tax representation. Is that allowed? No. That is this para. In nutshell, a CA whose name was removed from membership, during such period of removal, he will not appear before tax authority in capacity or any other capacity. So 3 down, 2 members in practice, 5 types of members, 6 significance of COP. Makle, is the speed okay for you? So once you are okay, let me know by saying section 7. Section 7. Wow. What is it? You should not use any other designation other than CA. But, this again applies only if you are a CA in practice. You know why? If you are in employment, you can use the designation finance manager, whatever it is. But a CA prefix before your name, you can use whether you are in practice or service. Now, Ada, can you become a merchant banker? Answer is yes. Can you use such designation? Yes. But with the permission of whom? As per SEBI's rules, SEBI guidelines. Now, can you become members of political party, position and club? I mean, can you hold? I asked, can you hold? It has some other clause came to your mind. You can hold the position of parties, club, etc. Hold, I asked you. Hold, hold, hold. Good, very good. 1111. But can we use such a designation in our professional visiting card? Answer is no. If you hold that position, it's fine. But if you use such designation, 1111 guilty. Makle, did you understand that? What is 1111? 1111 is engages. Engages have given you a list, special resolution, general resolution as per 190A regulation or something. 198. Yeah. In that position of MLA, MP, club, etc. is allowed. So that's why 198. That's why 1111. But designation is 711. Can you become cost accountants? Answer is yes. Can you use the same designation? No. But can you write it along with the name, the qualification? Name behind qualification is allowed. Name below designation is not allowed. Qualification is allowed, designation is not allowed. But can we use qualification of some foreign institutes? Yeah, where ICA has MOU, MRA. Memorandum of understanding or mutual recognition arrangement agreement. Ida 711 will come with this one. Why? This is also designation section 7. 711 is guilty if you are using any other designation. Anyway, both are applicable if you are in practice. Section 2.2 deemed to be in practice. Section 5 types of members. Section 6 no other capacity. And 7 significance of COP. And section 7 designation. Yeah, section 6 significance of COP or no other capacity once you are a life is a race. Run, 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 run. We have section 8. Ooh. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. Ah. Eda, section 8 is what? Section 8 is disabilities for applying the membership. And I had a few cases. You have not attained the age of 21. You are still kutti girl, kutti boy. Ayo. Now, unsound mind. Now, if you become sound mind, it's fine after treatment. Undischarged insolvent. Now, discharge insolvent is also disabled unless you obtain a certificate from the court. Then you have punished for an offense involving moral turpitude, moral character, any other misconduct in the opinion of counsel. So in these 6 cases, you will be ineligible or debarred from having membership. If you are already the member, what will happen? Your membership will be suspended temporarily. So that's section 8. 2 members in practice, 5 types of members, 6 significance of COP or capacity, 7 designation, 8 disabilities. How is it, guys? All going well? Can we go to section 20? Section 20 says about removal and regulation says about cancellation of COP. When your name will be removed, dead. You a letter, someone else, I know. Sorry. Okay, dead. Second, request is received. You have not paid the fees. Oh. If you are found guilty. Now, when your COP will be cancelled, if you are not a member anymore, if your name is removed, then cease to be in practice. If you have not paid the fee, at a fee payment due date, you remember 30th of September, or council is saying you are guilty. But can you restore the membership? Answer is yes, you have to pay the fees, the application form, then your membership can be restored. Makle, ഒരു minute. Somewhere else I've taught you section 22, not in basics, P towards the end of misconduct. Have I taught you 22? Others, section 22 we wrote towards the end. You recall what is 22? Section 22. And totally how many misconduct are there in 2 schedule? Totally how many misconduct are there, Pullare? 34. Can the DD, Director Discipline, inquire into any other circumstance other than these 34? Answer is yes. But wasn't it section 22? Someone say that? Since we are discussing the section, I just added that, right? Don't worry. So we will get the flow. 2 members in practice, 5 type, 6 COP, 7 designation, 8 disabilities. After 8, 20. And its regulation, removal, cancellation, 22. Any other case, DD can inquire. 24. At 24, they have asked for MCQ, Keto. Alone, they might not ask, but still to link it with others. Falsely claiming to be the member. 2 cases it will come. Guys, not being a member, acts as a member. Not having not having certificate, act as if having certificate of practice. Now, what is the penalty, Bullare? What is the penalty? Penalty. 1,000 rupees first time and subsequently 5,000 rupees or imprisonment up to 6 months, or if judge mood is okay, both you will get. ICA can't impose imprisonment, the respect court. Well, you guys are so fast. You're faster than me. I have to come with you. Okay. Now, section 25, Pulare, section 25, section 25, section 25, section 25. Companies not to engage in accountancy. Of which section of Companies Act came to your mind? If you are body corporate, you are disabled. 141, subsection 3, clause A. But can you start a management consultancy company where you can become a director with the COP? Now we have learned in same chapter but in council guidelines. But 2 conditions are there. If you are forming a company, that company is only for MCS. Second, approval of ICI should be intimated to ICI. You remember we studied in the council guidelines. Since we said company, I just said. As per 141(2), you can be only firm, majority of partners. 141(1), firm or individual. You can't be a company. I will recap all the section after completing this. Manikutti is ticking. So if you are okay, let me know. Okay. I didn't understand. Wait, I'll come back to you. Pulare, section 27, climax of the session. Come on, basics is over. Branch office. At a branch office means any place which you are keeping in your letterhead, visiting cards, signboards, etc. At a letterhead, visiting card, signboards, etc. Clause number, visiting card, letterhead, signboards, etc. 711. Each of the branch office should be in charge of a separate CA. Okay, should he be in practice? Yes. Should he be a partner? Not necessarily partner or assistant. But either case, he should be attending the office for at least 182 days in that city. How many exemptions were there, Pillare? For this office under custody? Yeah, custody. Charge of separate CA, sorry, custody, separate charge. 4. First exemption, let's come in our order. Same premises, same city, within a distance of how many kilometers? 50 kilometer. 50 kilometer from where? Municipal limits. Then hilly area exemption. But hill there are some restriction. Maximum 3 months only. You should not use the second office in the letterhead, etc. You should inform to ICI. All those. Yes. Maklai, can we have a quick recap of the basics, Pullare? At a P, we'll go like this up. Small. First one, PE basics up. Okay, now we have completed basics. Basics, okay, you don't want to see, right? Can we say? Two. Ada, can we sing? Two members in practice. 5 types of members. 6. COP. 7 designation. 8 disabilities. Then next. 20 and its regulation, cancellation and COP. 22, director discipline, any other case. My song is over. Then 24, penalty, punishment. 25, company. And 27, branch. Are we guys clear with the basic thing? Next, we will go with the misconduct. Okay. Yeah, Makle, sorry, I'm really sorry. We said one more, section 26 we were saying, but we didn't say it here. I'm really sorry, I will add for you. In 12.1.1, if a person other than a partner or a person who's not with COP signs, I'm really sorry. Yes. So add section 26 also. So 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 20 and regulation, 22, 25, 26, 27. Set. Okay. So that's it. Ta-da. Okay, guys. Ada, so we have finished with what? We had finished with basics of professional ethics. Do you guys remember that? Basics of professional ethics from section 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 20, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27. Now we'll go with the schedules. Makla, since it is revision, I'm just going with the keywords. Okay. So start, Pulare. Ada, how many schedules in total? Ada, lost the flow. Schedule. How many schedule? Ada, 34 or 2? Ada, could I asked you schedule? 34 is clauses, keto. This is schedule. 2 schedule divided into parts. Part is again divided into clauses. Okay. So let's bash with the first schedule. Okay. Eda, first schedule. First schedule comes under whose misconduct? First schedule comes under whose misconduct? I mean, who will deal it? It's dealt by, no, whose misconduct means who will deal them, I asked you. I'm really sorry if you misunderstood. First schedule. Part 1 is practice, part 2 adalla choiche. Who will deal it? Who will punish it? Board of Discipline. Now, how many part, Pillare? How many part? 4. Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Now, part 1 is whose misconduct? Part 1, I'm asking you. CAs in practice. How many clauses are there? 12. No space. 11, 12. Now, what is clause 1 all about? Clause 1 is allow. You are allowing someone else to practice in your name. He is not your partner, not COP or your employee. You are allowing someone guilty. Clause 2, clause 2, it is pay. Now, to how many people you can pay? How many people you can pay? Partner, member, retired partner, legal representative, qualification, bodies. 6 people. In prescribed qualifications and prescribed professional body, 5 and 8. 5 bodies, 8 qualifications. And here they say sale of goodwill is allowed. Now, clause 2. Come on. Clause 2 is accepts. From how many people accepts are allowed? From a member, professional body, prescribed qualification. 3. Now, pay, accept over. One more step. You are entering into partnership. With how many people partnership were allowed? With how many people partnership were allowed? 4. Member, professional body, person but for who is resident abroad, any others. Then 5. 5 Pulare, it is secures. Other than through your partner or employee or a means open to a CA. Now, clause 6, guys, it is solicit what either client or professional work, either directly or indirectly, through how many means? Advertisement, circular, personal communication, interview, or any other means. 5 means. How many are allowed there? 2 are allowed. Soliciting work from another CA practice or employment, it's allowed. And responding to tenders. But tender should have minimum fees, sir. Okay, at a clause 7, come on, life is a race. Clause 7, which is advertises or uses any other designation. McLean, how many places? Letterhead, signboard, visiting card, professional dog. How many places? 4 places. How many allowed? Advertising through write-up, just 1. Then clause 8. After 12, I'll give you 30 seconds rest. Clause 8. Accepts without communication, communicating with the previous auditor. Communication should be through RPAD, by hand, mail, UDIN portal. Now, 9. Without ascertaining compliance of section 139, 140. This clause will come only if it is a company. Other than company, if you accept without seeing, it is 412. You remember substantial interest, and you are simply accepting. Company means this one. Other than company means, okay. Clause 10, guys, clause 10, fees, percentage, or contingent on findings. But as per regulation, 9 things, again divided into 2 more. It was allowed. And 11, clause 11, engages in any other business or occupation other than CA. However, you can become a simplicit director, not MD or WTD, in a company where you are not interested as auditor. Here, regulation 190A, general permission, general resolution, special resolution. That's important. I'm writing engages. Okay, 12. Sign. Here you will link it with section. Other than partner, you are allowing to sign, or other than with COP. Section 26 of our Act plus 141 subsection 2. of Companies Act plus SA 220 engagement partner. Are you okay with part 1 of first schedule? All these clauses, guys. 30 seconds rest. After 30 seconds, let me know by saying 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. All ready? Start. Ready, 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 ready. Start.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. And so part 2 is about CASIN. Makkale, CASIN. Service. Employment. How many clauses there? 2. What I'll write like this. Clause 1, clause 2. Synonym, similar. Pay, allows. Allows means, accepts. Pay, accepts. But will this applicable if you are in part-time employment? Part 2, part-time or full-time employment, it will apply. Now rest is only after 4 parts. Come on, can we go to part 3? Makkale, part 3. How many clauses here? How many clauses in part 3? 3 clauses. Clause 1, 2, 3. But what are those 3 clauses? Not a fellow, acts as a fellow. Then 2, does not supply or do not comply. Supply or comply. Now 3, false info. Knowingly to how many people will are 6. And are those 4 in the disciplinary procedure. Disciplinary directorate, disciplinary committee, board of discipline, appellate authority, plus quality review board, ICI committees council. These 6 was for this, for this I said these 6 here. And in clause 3, false information, those 6 I said for clause 2. I'm really sorry. Clause 2 is 6. False information, mainly for what? False information under 6, 7. 6, how many things allowed? 2 things. While responding to a tender and inviting work from CA. 7, how many allowed? Write up. And I hope you understood. Those 6 committees were in clause 2 and this 3. Are you clear with third schedule? First schedule part 3. First schedule part 3. If so, I'm so fast, so that's why, yeah. And part 4, part 4, part 4, part 4, part 4, part 4. How many clauses? 1, 2. Clause 1 is civil or criminal imprisonment for a period less than or equal to 6 months. 2 is disrepute. How is first schedule, which is coming under a board of discipline, having 4 parts, 12 to 3 to. So can you take rest of 1 or 2 minutes? Then we'll finish off second schedule. മക്കളെ ടൂ മച്ച് ആണെങ്കിൽ പറയണം കേട്ടോ. ഞാൻ തന്നെ ഫാസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് പോയി എനിക്ക് തന്നെ പോകുന്നതായി. But I think you are okay. All okay? நான் ready. நீங்க ரெடியா? Come on, come on, come on. Ada, which schedule? Second schedule. Under whose control it comes? Disciplinary committee. How many part? Part 1, part 2, part 3. Yeah, part 1 CAs in, and I didn't say here. Here it is CA in general. Makla, I didn't say here. And here it is others. Now, part 1, 2, 3 is what misconduct? I mean, for scheduler, professional. This is other misconduct. Now, part 1, CA in practice. Part 2, CA in service? No, general. And this is other. Here, one and two together, you call it as professional misconduct. Now, let's start. How many clauses in part 1? 10 only 10? Wow. On your mark, get set, ego, come on, go. Clause 1, discloses. There 3 standards will come. SA 250 law, SA 230 working papers you should not, 200 confidentiality. Amma. Clause 2, Bullare, you are, come on, certifying without examination. Ada, how many people they are saying there? Either me, my partner, my employee, or another CA. 4 people. Here one essay is there, which is essay 299 joint audit. Now, third, come on. Estimate of earnings contingent upon future transaction. And now at this stage, you should be able to appreciate more which essay 3,400. And in 3,400, there is best estimate at assumption, hypothetical assumptions. Because of that, we cannot vouch for accuracy. That is why 3,400, we are giving only a moderate assurance. Plus, your report should disclose assumptions, basis, source, vouch. We have not vouched for accuracy. Our opinion is on assumption, but you can't give assurance reasonable on prospective. And then 4, substantial interest. How many people you're expressing opinion when you are having interest? 3, you, your partner, partner or the firm. Substantial interest means 20%. Again, substantial interest is SA 200. Clause 5 and 6, can we say it together? Both. Makle, both fails up. One failed to disclose. Next failed to report. Report is clause 6. Both of the cases, it is material. Here it is material fact. Here it is material misstatement. Both of the cases, it is knowingly. Now, one more difference. Not in FS. Here it is appearing in FS. Okay, you remember this fails material knowingly. So we linked essay 320, materiality, misstatements 450. At a clause 7, come on. Clause 7, yeah, clause 7. Does not exercise due care or grossly negligent in carrying out the duty. Grossly negligent. 8. Did not obtain sufficient info. Because of that, your opinion may become negate. Negate means contrary. 9. Fail to invite attention from, departure from generally accepted procedures of audit. And 10 pillare, 10. 10 is what? Three things were there, alla? Three things. Separate account, use it within a time for the said purpose. Auditor and client have a fiduciary capacity. It's like you should not cheat each other. Now take rest for 30 seconds. Part 2 and part 3 we will finish together. No, we are unstoppables. You never give me rest nor you take rest. Chuma, chuma, chuma. Ada, come on. No. I was just teasing you guys. I don't want rest. Let's finish off in the flow if you are okay. I was just teasing you, Gutta. இன்னைக்கு யாரையும் scratch பண்ணல. Today I didn't scratch anyone. I don't know why I didn't scratch today. Ayyo. Okay, and a clause. Part 2 has how many clauses? Yeah, how many clauses? 4, huh? Okay. 1. Oh, 1 is very famous. Contravenes the Act, Regulations, Guideline. Act, Regulation, Guidelines. CA Act, CA Regulations, Council Guidelines. Then 2. 2 is synonymous to this. Discloses while you are in service, employment. Client's information alla, here employer's information. Here it is client. Here it is employer. Then 3. 3 is synonymous to this one allada. For those 6 committees, you know, 3, 2, 2, 3. For those 6 committees which they have asked, you are giving information knowing to be false. Here you are not complying, not false. And 4, embezzles or defalcates. Now guys, other misconduct. There is no clause as such because just 1. More than 6 months. And equal to is there? No, equal to is in first schedule. How is it? Are we clear with 34 clauses? Hey, 34 clauses in how many minutes? 20 minutes? I think it's just hardly 20 minutes. Hey, celebrate guys, come on, celebrate, no. So we have finished 2 things in PE, Pillare. Basics we have done. Main thing, misconduct is also over. Now what's pending is guidelines is there. And the intro part, ethical requirement, DSB decisions, that we will do slowly, one by one. So, all set. So that's it, guys. Tata. Tata for this. So, Pillare, PE revision. Where were we? Magle, start, camera, action. There are 2 things we have done. First, we discussed the basics from section 22 to section 27. Then we finished the schedules. How was the schedules, Pillare? All the 34? Set. Now we are left with, you remember chapter overview? Done, revision, run, revision. Now we are, this is the part from which 85 to 90% of question comes. That's why we finish first. Now can we go one by one quickly? Now it's going to be a race. I won't go slow. I won't say every point. Just I will ask you and go. Is that okay? Okay. Overview of Code of Ethics. Code of Ethics has how many parts, Pillare? Code of Ethics has how many parts? 4 parts. Part 1 is conceptual framework, fundamental principles. In that, they are talking about the fundamental principles. How many fundamental principles we studied? 5. Integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional behavior, professional competence. How many threats we studied, guys? We studied 5 threats. Which threat comes because of money? Makkale, which threat comes because of money? Self-interest threat. Okay, these are the 4 parts which we said. Then, part 1, part 2. Then threat, then fundamental principles we said. Money, self-interest. Now comes because of close relationship. It comes because of close relationship, close familiarity. Which threat arises because of you're promoting the client? You're promoting the client. Advocacy. Which threat comes because client is putting a barrier? Intimidation. And which threat I left off to say? Self-interest threat. Do you remember this? I'm just sharing my material. Okay, these are the threats. Threats. Now, first step, what auditor has to do? First step, these threats we have to. And I taught you steps. First step, you have to identify the threat. What are the threats out of these 5? Then second step, you will try to. How much is the threat? You will try to evaluate the threats identified. எப்படி how கைசா எங்கனே I was thinking of telling it. Okay, how to evaluate? 1, whether the threat is at acceptable level. For that, you remember RITP test, reasonable informed third party test we will do. Flow by. Identify the threat, then we evaluated the threat. Now we will try to, what you will do, address the threat. How? By reducing them to a acceptable level. Now safeguards. If you can't do, you should not accept the engagement. In the material, I've given the examples. All these examples I've put as MCQ in the app also. Set the first part of PE. I will show that overview again for you. So can we go to the next part, relative fees? So 30 seconds rest and put relative fees, R. Now it was overview of code of ethics, 4 part. In that part 1 only, we have to learn in detail. Part 2. Oh, you want me to say part 2? Part 2 is what? CSN. Service. Part 3 what? Practice. Part 4 what? Independent standards like SA, SRE, SAE. And why SRS is not coming there? Now you guys will know. Because you're not giving any kind of assurance. Part 4, the name was Independent Assurance Standard. So repeat, part 1 is the one which we discussed in detail about the threats. Part 2, service. Part 3, practice. And part 4, independent standard. Now can we go to the relative fees? And I will ask you, what is this relative fees all about? Huge dependent on a single client. Dependence on a single client. Okay. Will arise in what threat? Dependence on a single client. You are depending upon one client. Which threat will come? 2 threats can come, Keto. What are those 2 threats which may come? It is either That client can influence us. That client can, it is intimidation or one more threat. Money, 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 money. Money means it is self-interest threat. Okay. So it can be self-interest or intimidation threat. Now, what you have to do? So is it that you should not accept such work? You may accept provided you should. Maklaya, what you should do? You should disclose or report to ICI. But for that, there are few conditions which they have given. First condition is what? Main condition is your firm income should be more than, your firm income should be more than 20 lakhs. One condition. Firm income should be more than 20 lakhs. Second condition, fees from the client should exceed the specific limit. 20%, 40%. What is this 20 and 40? Why different? 20% in case of public interest entity and 40% in case of non-public interest entity. And one more last condition is this fees from a single client 20 and 40 should be for at least 2 years. If it is only 1 year, no need. But this disclosure requirement is not applicable in two cases. If the income is below 20 lakhs of the firm, total income, no need. And one client is exempted, like government, PSUs, public interest. Makle, repeat. Relative fees means fees received from a single client. If you are receiving fees from a single client, it will arise in self-interest, intimidation, threat. So what ICA says, you disclose. When, if the total fees exceeds 20 lakhs, that too for 2 years, 20%, 40% respectively. However, if it is below 20 lakhs or government or PSU, no need. Tettano, relative fees. You remember what is the next heading, guys? This is the overview. Disciplinary procedure. 30 seconds rest. Say DP, not display picture. Come on. Disciplinary procedure. Wow. DP. D D D P P P D D D P P P P P P D D. Makla, disciplinary procedure. Same thing which you have done. Same thing I'm showing in this material. Okay. First one. In disciplinary procedure, totally how many authorities are there? Adupara. How many authorities are there? 4 authorities. 3 allada. 4 are there. First one who? DD. Complaint will prima facie go to disciplinary directorate. He will see whether guilty or not guilty. Luckily, if it is not guilty, it will be suspended. Case will not be taken. Now, if it is guilty, it can be divided into 2. It can fall in first schedule, second schedule, or both. Luckily, if it is in first schedule, it will be dealt by whom? Board of Discipline. It is by whom? If it is in second and both? Disciplinary committee. What they can do? Maklai, what they can do? They can reprimand the member, reprimand, remove up to 3 months, even permanent. Impose fine 1 lakh, 5 lakh. Now, if the CA is not satisfied, he can file to appellate authority, but within 90 days. So 4 authorities: DD, Disciplinary Directorate, Board of Discipline, BOD, DC, Disciplinary Committee, AA, Appellate Authority. Can you say in which 2 clauses in schedules these 4 names are referred? If you get 1, other is easy. 1 is 2, 3. Other is 3, 2. But change the scheduler. 2, 3, 3, 2. Clause 2, part 3, for schedule. Does not comply, do not provide. 3, 2, 2. Providing to those committees false information. Set disciplinary procedures. And I'm going in the order of the overview now. Now in the overview, which is the next topic, some norms we were talking. K, Y, C. Kitty. And KYC norms are mainly applicable to whom? KYC norms are mainly applicable to CAs in practice. Now, how many types of client we can get? 3 types. It can be individual, okay. It can be non-corporates like firms, or it can be corporates. And in each of these things, we have divided it into 3 things. General info, name, UC, PAN, business, copy. But in company alone, you have to see the name of the parent company, extra. After general info, next one was what? Type of engagement. What type of, whether it is statutory, whether it is tax audit, whether it is GST. Now regulatory. Regulatory information will come only if it is company alle, like PAN, SIN, directors. That was easy. If a question is asked, they will ask you directly, mostly. "30 seconds rest, guys. After 30 seconds, say proceed. Put P. Okay, we have reached till here. You don't want rest? At a network, we didn't study with the professional ethics. You remember network we took as a we took as a common topic. You remember Pillare network? So can I just talk for 5 minutes? 3 minutes? And can you take network in your book before I say? Edutho. Took Eduthacha. I'm going to ask you and you're going to say. Aishwarya, all okay, done? Hit here. Others you got? Yeah, network. But a network, for an entity to be a network, along with its name, some extra fitting should come. And it's Q time, question time, and affiliate should come. Now, for an entity to be a network, there are conditions. There should be cooperation. Plus, one more thing, like owners, a common brand name, common quality control, sharing of profit, sharing of resources, those 6 conditions. Cooperation, 6 condition. Cooperation, 6 condition. Is this and or? Cooperation and 6 condition or? It is and. Mere cooperation alone, not network. Mere control alone, not network. And I remember I drew like this: cooperation on one side, 6 points on other side. Cooperation and 6. E6 like sharing of brand name, common resources, common control. These 6 and or. These 6 point is any. Is that clear? So mere control, mere sharing of work, mere reference of name on stationery, will it be network? Answer is no. Now, how all network can be formed, Pillare? like it's just an agreement, mutual entity. Second, partnership. But how many partners are allowed? How many firms can join the network? Only 20. Then third, you can form it as an LLP or you can form it as a company. Here, if it is a company, it should be only for MCS. And you know why? As per section dash, company cannot take the audit. CAPLA section 20, 25, 144? 144 is not to render certain services, Kutta. Section 25. Okay. Then, Bulare, one firm can join only one network. Partners, common partners shall join one alla, same network. The procedure you remember? How many procedure? 4. Form A, B, C, D. 30 days, 3 months, 30 days, 30 days. Everything to ICI. For what? First, name approval. Second, registration. Third, changes in constitution. Fourth, foreign, multinational. Now, if you violate, if you don't register the network with ICI, you are guilty. Close. After cinema, don't make the hero the villain. Come on. Very good. You guys are right. You guys are hero. 1, 2, 2. What? Controversy Act guidelines. But for those people who are hearing recorded and saying, a network is something which we have taken separately. It's there in the separate topic in the book. 30 seconds rest, guys. 30 seconds rest. Can you take rest and say no, Claire? Kindly take rest, take a sip of water. ഇതൊന്നും എടുക്കത്തില്ല. മക്കളെ to think your brain rest. Okay, അപ്പൊ വേണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വേണ്ട. No, Claire, where did we write it in our book? I think we wrote it along with essay 250. Can you take essay 250 and say, Eduthu? The revision means it's you and me. So it's not just me saying, it's you also. So take and let me know. It's along with essay 250, Bullare. All set. Can we start? Those people are saying, what am I using? I'm just using either the class note or my material. If I just speak, you might not able to call. That's why. What is NOCLAR? Non-compliance of laws and regulation. Now, it is issued by whom? One board. ISBA. International Ethical Standard Board of Accountants. Now, how NOCLAR is different from essay 250, which is wider in scope with respect to more law. It is NOCLAR. You know why? In NOCLAR, just see fraud, corruption, bribery, money laundering, environmental protection, data protection. Digital audit, you might understand now. Now, public safe, healthy, wider. The one more thing is there. SA 250 will apply only if you are a CA in practice. Here, both client, employer, if you serve. Meaning, both when you are in practice and service. Okay, it seems to be a hot topic. Comparison between 250 SA, laws and regulations, and NOCLAR. Comparison. But a 250 is applicable only for audit, meaning CA in practice. This is applicable for both practice and service for any engagement. Now, 250 is talking about those direct effect on what? Makle, direct effect on what? FS. Here, they are not talking about direct effects in FS. It is more broader. Both financial and non-financials are concerned. The 250, they are not saying who are the users. Whereas in Nokler, they say investors, creditors, employees, public. Ultimately, everyone is covered. Are we clear? In which one we say disclose to the authority? Nokler or essay? Nokler, they say, we studied that flow in that say disclose to the appropriate authority if required by law. Essay 250 doesn't say. Okay, is Nokler applicable to all? No, applicable only if you're doing audit of which entities? If you're doing audit of listed entities who's listed on stock exchange, and not only that, 250 crores exceeding or more. So this is when you're in practice. When in service, Nokler will apply, Bullare? For the professional accountant who's KMP, etc. Then we said there is a flow in Nokler, you remember? First, there is a flow, a chart which we drew. First, you understand the matter, address the matter. Come on, third step. Seek the matter, seek for advice. Once advice you received, determine further action required if required. Appropriate authority you will intimate, you will see imminent breach, something which is about to happen. Finally, what you will do? Document. Eppadi? Setano Nokla? Okay. Babies, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. So guys, with that we have finished. Wow. Now pending is only 2 more topics. Ada, can I proceed? Okay. Sorry. Ada, now we are jumping to self-regulatory recommendatory measures. Amrita, yes, self-regulatory recommendatory measures. Ada, how many measures did we say? 5 measures we said, no? 5. 5, no total? And don't look up. I will ask you and you say, I'll just highlight. Branch audit. And a branch audit should be conducted by, preference should be given to people who are having, firms having 10 members or less. Okay. And preference should be given to the local firms. Yeah. Second, so branch audit in Companies Act, we have 143(8). Okay. Now, joint audit, Pillare, essay 299. And in joint audit, what they said, preference should be given to firms having 5 members, less than 5 members, less than. Here also less than 10 members, less than 10, less than 5. Senior firm should not object this. Now, ratio between qualified and unqualified staff, it should be how much? 1:5. Makla, in the staff, will you 1 for every 5? Will you include articles? No. Now, if you are having disclosure of interest in some other firm to this firm where you are already the partner, transparency, good practice, you should disclose. Finally, minimum recommended fees. And is there any minimum or maximum fee? No. But I think I showed you that PDF. No need to study up. There is minimum recommendatory fees for each class of cities. City A, City B, City C. No need. Detail vanda. But if you violate any of these self-regulatory measures, branch auditor, joint auditor, ratio between qualified, unqualified, disclosure, and self-regulatory, guilty, not guilty. You are not guilty because it is only recommendatory in nature. Tettano with this much in PE. Eda, so one more thing, understood. One more thing is there which is pending, which is council guidelines and ESB decision. Okay, in the ESB decisions, earlier we had only 21. Now we had 34 also. So let's put that separate. So certainly, revising a chapter like PE, that too for 17 to 24%, meaning 1/5 of your topic. 24% means it's around 1/5. We should take time, Allada. But at the same time, if we are slow, revision video will be like waste for you. That's why I'm shifting between my material and the other material. Some I'm talking. I hope you are okay with it. So next is council guidelines and whose decisions? ESB decision, ethical standard board. So guys, come on, action please. In professional ethics, we have already completed revision of first we came with the basics, then schedules, then the miscellaneous topics, KYC, regulatory recommendatory measures, NOCLAR, network, all. Now, only one topic which is pending is what, you guys remember we said just, it's with respect to, I will show. This one, council guidelines and ESB decisions. Now, as you guys are pretty aware that it's really huge cutoff. So we can't say each and every we will run through. But if you guys are ready for running race, life is a race, run, 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 run. If you're ready for the running race, let me know. I will start running. No, we will start running. Ready? All set? On your mark. Get set.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Go. Okay, at our council guidelines, we are going with council guidelines. Hey, council guidelines. At our whose council guidelines? Which council guidelines are we talking about? We are talking about the council guidelines which is issued by our ICI. If these guidelines are violated, of course, CA will be held guilty. Okay, now can you guys say which clause I will be held guilty? Very good. It is contravenes the Act, regulations, guidelines. It is clause 1, part 2, second schedule. 1, 2, 2. Now, being an employee of the company or employee of a firm or anywhere, you should exercise due care and diligence. Now, which clause said if you're a CA in practice, diligence? A CA in practice should exercise due care and diligence, if not guilty. 712 is for practice. If you are an employee and you are not exercising due diligence, here. You know why? Second schedule has no separate part for CAs in service. You remember that? Next. Maintenance of books. Every chartered accountant, irrespective of their income, okay, they have to maintain two books, cash book and ledger. Okay. 3. But how many tax audit assignments you can undertake? Extra tax audit, how many tax audit you can undertake? The 44 AB audits. You can undertake up to 60 tax audit. It is 60 on behalf of the firm. You remember that example, ABC is a partnership firm. Can partner A do all 180? Answer is, can partner A do all 180? Answer is yes, provided B and C sign 0. Okay. Now, fourth Irna. Okay. I'm just going in this material order. Appointment of auditor in case of non-payment of undisputed fees. That fees of previous auditors pending, you should not accept the audit. You have to communicate with him. Communicate is which clause? Communicate. Wow, 811. You should not accept, they said. Still, if you accept, when previous auditor's fees is pending, undisputed fees, meaning there is no dispute, still fees is not paid, then you are guilty. Why? You are violating the council guidelines. Okay, there is an exemption for this. In case of dash entity, even if fees is pending, you can accept. In case of which entity? Sick unit. Sick unit. You remember sick unit? Accumulated losses exceeds the net worth and it should be at least for 5 years existence. Makla, I will wait for you to say 5. If you are okay with this much, can we go to the next? A tax audit was 60. How many company audit assignment you can undertake? You can undertake 30. In this 30, any company is exempted, Pillare? Yes, exemption is there for OPC and dormant company. Okay. 6. And you remember these companies where public interest are there, PSU, same thing, a government company, listed company, other public companies having 50 crores or more turnover. In such cases, your dash fee shall not exceed dash fee. Makla can try to fill it up. Dash fee shall not exceed dash fee. Fee for other services. Okay, other services. You call it as MCS, shall not exceed statutory audit fee. By your statutory audit quality will be affected. Yeah, you're right. Okay, guys, appointment of auditor when he is indebted to the concern. And in Companies Act, how much is the limit? Limit as prescribed by statute. How much? 5 lakh. I forgot Companies Act, you can be indebted up to 5 lakh is fine. Guarantee up to 1 lakh is fine. Whereas in other cases, it should not exceed 1 lakh. One other case, you say firm audit, partnership firms audit, LLP audit, cooperative society audit. Okay. And if there is an unjustified removal of auditor, who will inquire? If there is an unjustified removal of auditors, we should not accept the appointment. It will be inquired by, you remember we studied ESB will inquire. Can we go to 9 Come on. Can we go to 9? 9 is regarding the UDIN, Pillare, UDIN. At a UDIN, 2 clauses they are saying. One, if you don't put UDIN, you are contravening the Act regulation guidelines. So 122. One more clause. 912. How 912? Generally accepted procedure of audit is to put UDIN. If you don't put the UDIN, you are violating the procedure. Is that clear? Logo guidelines. See here the logo with the tick mark around the rectangle. They are saying now ICA logo has changed. Get off. ICA logo has been changed. New logo, you know that with tricolor India and all. So that should be replaced. Let's wait for the RTP whether they say something related to this. If so, I'll inform you. Cut off. If there are some changes or something in RTP. Nino is asking if we don't quote UDIN, are we violating SA 700? Can you reply to her? She's asking if we don't put UDIN, are we violating SA 700? The SA 700, the sign is there, but they're not saying in SA UDIN. So that's why we said generally accepted procedure of audit is violated. Generally accepted procedure. General procedure. SA 700, they are not saying UDIN. UDIN was developed IPA 2013, 14, 15. But SA was issued earlier itself. Maklai, come on. Guidelines for corporate practice. Can we start corporate practice? Answer is yes. But there are some conditions, Pullare. Objective of this company is only for MCS. You can become directors with COP, but it should be only for MCS and name should be registered, intimated with ICI. Like, come on. Can we go to 12? At advertisement through write-up. At a write-up, which clause we actually said advertisement through write-up is allowed? 711. But write-up is subject to some guidelines. And I think I showed you the guidelines. Name can be there, partner's name, number of articles, without giving any disrepute. Write-up should be something legal. Okay, if 12 was clear, can you say 13? Now we will finish off, Pularia, only few more. An online third-party platform, is it allowed? I have changed the order of discussion, but same points only. Is online third-party platform allowed? Answer is permitted, but it should contain only the basic details. Should not have the professional attainment, all those things. Okay, what was not allowed? I showed you, I think, urban company, application-based service providers. You remember that application-based service providers? Is this allowed along with other? Not permissible. So what is allowed? Online third-party platform is allowed. This application-based is not allowed. The climax, come on, council guidelines is going to get over. 15. The publication of name in the telephone directory, is that allowed? Answer is yes, but there are some conditions. No special payment. It should be only in the city or town where you are residing. It should not be predominant. Predominant means it should be like other entries. Network, I think we have finished it. Yes. So how was these 15 guidelines, guys? All set? Now only one thing is pending for the revision, which is ESB. That's that. Gavin, let's finish off that with that. 17 to 24% is done. Guys, I will put the BGM. After that, we'll start with ESB. That's very big. We need a BGM. Wait. So can we start with ESB decisions? Come on, heroes. So we finished with council guidelines. Now can we go to ESB decisions? And guys, it's going to be a race. If you are ready for the race, put R. Okay, it's going to be a big race, Kato. Don't fall down. Right. At our ESB decisions, again, it is issued by Ethical Standard Board of ICI. If you violate these ESB decisions, again, you will be held. Again, you guys will be held guilty. Okay. So, guilty as per which clause? 122, contravents. So, can we start? And I think we went like this, law related. Okay, and now you will say, as a CA in practice, can we hold custom broker's license? Answer is, custom broker's license is not allowed. Can you become registration authority of DSC, digital signature certificate? Answer is allowed. Can we become a resident director, Pillare? Resident director, but it should be simplicit director. Answer is yes. And again, we refer this in which clause? Director, not MD or WTD. Very good, 11.1.1. Then trademark or patent attorney, is that allowed? Answer is no, no, no. But can you give some IPR advice? Intellectual property rights advice? Always advice is allowed. Attorney means it will amount to another profession. Now, e-return registration. Can he file e-return registration and verify? Answer is yes, even if you are a CA in service. Are we clear with court? And if court is clear, which is the next one who's going to come? Next was, this was law, sorry. This was law related. I was checking whether you guys are hearing. This was law related. Now, court. Makla, can you become settler and mediator in court? Come on. Answer is yes, both are allowed. So law related over. court related over. Next one is, hey, look into your material or paper which we wrote. Finance related. Can you become an equity research advisor? Answer is yes. Can you publish the reports? The answer is no. Can you become the financial advisors of mutual fund, NBFCs, insurance company? Again, answer is no. But can you become SADA advisors of company? Yes. Now, can you hold the agencies of NSDL like National Depository, Saving Depository Limited, the insurance company UTI? Answer is no. Regarding the equity trading, is that allowed? Equity trading? Yes. But commodity trading, like trading with the commodities, that's not allowed. Are we clear with finance related? Now, next one was what, Pillare? Next one was what? Bank related. Can we go to bank related if you guys are okay? Okay. At a credit card, can you hold the credit card of the bank in which you are the auditor? Yes. Outstanding balance after the due date shall not exceed. Very good. Outstanding balance shall not exceed 1 lakh. Loan against FD, is that allowed? Answer is no. If you are the statutory auditor, can you conduct the stock or inspection audit? Again, the answer is no. That was something new. Concurrent auditor of sponsor bank. You remember our SBI and some Grameen Bank example. We are the concurrent auditor of SBI sponsor bank. Can you become the statutory auditor of sponsored bank? Answer is no. With their money, the other bank is working. Now, director of urban cooperative society. Can you become a director? Yes, you can get the sitting fees also. Sitting fee. But you should be only a dash director, Pillare. You should be only a simpliciter director. Is that clear, guys? So 30 seconds, can you take rest? After 30 seconds, say proceed. Let's proceed to trust. Life is a race, Pillare. If 30 seconds is over, let me know by saying trust or ready or proceed. Okay, guys, start. Trust. Can a member of trust become the auditor of the trust? No. It will be like which threat will come? Member himself does the audit of trust. Self-review? Self-review, no? Self-interest means money. Self-review. Familiarity will also come. Okay. Can internal auditor of PF trust and the statutory auditor of government company be same? Internal auditor of PF trust, can he be the statutory auditor of the government company? No. Why? Because statutory audit is independent audit, public report. Now, ulta. Internal auditor of a government company and statutory auditor of PF trust, is it possible? Yes. Why? Because internal auditor of government company, stat auditor of PF trust. PF trust is only that particular trust to manage PF. It's not public. A stat auditor where family member is in the position of managing committee. Answer is no. Again, threat will come familiarity. Guys, can we proceed to the next? Company related. Okay. But can the tax auditor, statutory auditor value the shares of the company? Answer is no. Previously is the director. Now can he be appointed as auditor? A person who was previously the director can now be appointed as auditor? Yes. But there was a cooling period of 2 years. CP is cooling period. Now, non-executive director of a company, can they be the auditor of the joint venture? Answer is no. Why? Because again, independence will be affected. Can an internal auditor acquire shares in the company? Answer is yes. But if you are statutory auditor or one more audit we said, tax auditor, etc., you should not. ROC form signing by CA director. Can a CA director like representative sign ROC forms? And a signing of ROC forms, answer is no. Why? Because due to conflict of roles. Okay. A CA authorized to represent a foreign company. If auditor, actually can a person represent? Answer is yes. Now can we represent if he is the auditor of the company also? Generally you can represent, but if the auditor, independence matters, so no. Makla, only one more thing. So kindly take rest for 30 seconds and say proceed to the last page. With that, PE revision is over. We are unstoppables. We don't need any batteries. But we need break, I know, but still. Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. Yeah. Start. Kiosk services, like that, the thing which we keep, no? In CA's office, kiosk services, is that allowed? Answer is yes. Messaging application by members to send messages, like marketing boleada messaging. Is that allowed? Answer is no. Udyog registration. Yes. You can register yourself in that. Auditor's definition of indebtedness. Is it applicable for internal audit and concurrent audit? That indebtedness of 5 lakh, 1 lakh? Answer is no. It is applicable only for which audit? Mainly statutory audit. Will it include tax audit also? Answer is yes. Why? Tax audit is a kind of statutory audit. Joined training session for GST, and can we share the fees? Two CA firms jointly conducting the session, sharing the fees allowed. But can a CA in practice exercise lien? Answer is no. Lien is withdrawn. And a vision values behind the visiting card. Is it allowed? Answer is no, because it will amount to solicitation. Solicit clause. 611. And in this, I didn't say one thing. Last ESB decision, chartered accountant who's an employee service may represent in income tax on behalf of dash he can. On behalf of dash he can't. He can represent on behalf of employer, not on behalf of employee of employer. Hey, come on, guys, with that. Ada, is something simple happening? No, you guys have done hard work. Wow. Come on. P revision is over. Like P should be put in A category. A category in the sense, I will say all the chapters will be in A category, but still you should give more rounds of revision or more concentration to this. Are you guys confident with PE now? Like, if we study, we will get. It's nothing unattainable. Our confidence on whether you have that confidence that if you study, we can. Yes. So let's wrap it up, PE.